Mary said. Ritva flogged herself into wakefulness while the work went on. Her sister's other hand was in hers, and the bones of Ritva's creaked under the pressure of her grip. Ingolf sat at the other. When it was over, he helped wipe away the sweat of agony.
"Feels like nice stitching,"
Mary said, timing the words to her breath to control it.
"We never were good at embroidery."
"I've used some of the numbing oil," Ignatius said. "You should sleep now, my daughter."
"Thanks,"
she whispered. Then her eyelid fluttered.
"Guess I can live with one eye." "No,"
Ritva said.
"You'll have 3, sis."
5, Ingolf said. He waited until her breathing grew regular, then tucked the hands inside the sleeping bag. "How soon can she be moved?" he asked the priest. "Ideally, not for weeks," Ignatius said, and then shrugged wryly as he tossed the last of the soiled cloths into a bowl. "But moving her will be much less risk than moving Rudi." Ingolf's battered face closed in like a fist. "We have to. Move 'em both. 12 miles isn't enough, even with a storm to cover our tracks." Unexpectedly, Frederick spoke. "I've seen reports on these mountains. From now on, the storms can come one after another for weeks. We could get stuck here. But there are caves further up this valley. Dad used them for, scouts, back when we were having problems with New Deseret." Ingolf nodded. "We need to get further away. A cave would be right. We'll rig a 2-horse travois." Ritva let her mind drift away.
"I don't have anything I have to do right now,"
she thought. It was enough to make her smile as the dark flowed up around her like comfort. Western Wyoming, Grand Teton Mountains. October 15th, CY 23, 2021 AD. Rudi Mackenzie dreamed. In the dream, he rose from his sickbed, looking down for a moment at the thin, wasted form. A Dane watched by his side. Now and then he poked at the low fire that burned with a canted wall of piled rocks behind it to absorb and throw back the heat. The others were dim shapes in the depth of the cave. Epona looked up and whickered at him, and Garb bristled a bit and whined until a Dane absently stroked his head. He turned from them and walked out through the gap in the pine branches that blocked the entrance, knocking a little snow down on his bonnet. He was whole and free of pain. Looking down, he saw that he was dressed in his kilt and jacket and plaid, knee-hose and shoes. His senses were keen, but the blizzard outside was only bracing. He could hear the wind whistle in the ponderosa pines and feel the sting of driven snow on his face. Smell the dry, mealy smell of it as branches tossed in the thick woods above and below. "But I'm not really cold somehow," he thought, smiling to hear the moan and creak of the wind's passage. He walked down the path. An overhung ridge of rock topped with 3 twisted trees made the trail kink, creating a sheltered nook in the storm. A man stood there, leaning one shoulder against the rock. A brisk fire burned at his feet, throwing smoke up to where the wind caught it above the ridge and tattered it into the blowing whiteness. To one side a tall spear leaned against the cliffside, broader-headed than most horsemen's weapons. He thought there were signs graven in the steel. A horse stood some distance off, unsaddled, but with several blankets thrown over it and its head down. It was a big beast, but hard to see. The wolf-like dog that raised its head as he approached seemed massive as well. Saddle and bedroll and gear lay beside the fire, and a pot steamed over it. The man was tall, too, taller than Rudi, but lean. As the Mackenzie came closer, he saw that the stranger was old. At least his shoulder-length hair and cropped beard were iron gray. His dress was that of the eastern plains and mountains, neckerchief and broad-brimmed hat. sheepskin coat and long, thick chaps of the same, homespun pants and fleece-lined leather boots, poncho of crudely woven wool, longer at the rear than the front. Closer still, and Rudi could see that the lids of his left eye closed on emptiness. The other was the color of mountain glaciers, and as cold. "You're welcome to share my fire," the man said, making a gesture towards the pot. His voice rolled deep, cutting through the muted wind howl. Rudi nodded, swallowing a prickling sensation as he bent and poured himself a cup, thus making himself a guest. Not everyone felt that to be as sacred as Mackenzie's did, but most folk would think 3 times before falling on someone they'd invited to share their food. The liquid was chicory, what most in the far interior called coffee, hot and strong and bitter. But this somehow also tasted of honey and flowers and a little of hot tar. The dog growled at him a little, one great paw across a meaty elk thigh bone.
No,
Rudi thought suddenly.
it's a wolf, not a dog.
The gray man nudged the beast, ruffling its ears as he bent to pour himself a cup from the battered pot of enameled metal.
"Quiet, greedy guts," he said.
He glanced up. A raven sat on a branch that jutted over the rock, cocking a thoughtful eye at the wolf's meal, and another sat beside it with head beneath wing.
"And you two remember what happened the last time, and think twice."
Then he leaned back against the rock again, blowing on his chicory and waiting, relaxed as the wolf at his feet.
"I'm called Rudi Mackenzie,"
the young clansman said slowly, as he straightened and met the other's eye. Strength flowed into him with a hot drink, easing a weakness he hadn't sensed until that moment.
"But I'm thinking the now that I know your name, Lord."
The older man's features were jut-boned, bold of chin and nose, scored by age but still strong, as were the long-fingered hands that gripped his own cup.
"Call me Wanderer," he said.
He smiled a little. "And I know your father."
"Sir Nigel?"
Rudi asked. "Him too, but I was thinking of your blood father. You might say he bought a ticket to the table I set out. Him and many of his kin, from out of deep time." Rudi finished the cup and set it aside. The last of his discomfort seemed to vanish with it. He raised his head and met the other's gaze. The eye speared him. For a moment he seemed to be looking beyond it, as if the pupil were a window, to a place where everything that was smaller than that span across the eye. Then a flash, a searing that was more than light or heat, while being itself flexed and shattered and reformed in a wild tangle of energies. Then a wilderness of empty dark where stars lit, like campfires blossoming, and then guttering out as they fled apart until there was another darkness, one where the stuff of his body itself decayed into nothingness. And in that nothingness, a light that looked at him. Rudi blinked and swallowed, daunted but not glancing aside. The deep voice went on. "Shall I show you your fate, boy? Shall I tell you if you die untimely or live long?"
"No, my Lord Wanderer,"
Rudi said softly.
"My mother is a weaver, and I know that every thread has its place and is part of the whole. All men die. None die untimely, and no man may live a day longer than he lives. So if you've come to lead me away, I am ready."
He dared a smile.
"Though I've heard you send your daughters for that job. And there's a good deal I'd rather do first," he thought.
Suddenly an image came to him, painfully bright. A room with a bed, and Maddie's face exhausted and triumphant as she looked up to him from the red, crumpled-looking infant cradled in the crook of her arm, and a shadow of his own exultant joy. The Wanderer laughed, and though it was a soft chuckle, there was an overtone to it like the crackle of lights over the mountains in winter. There was approval there, but by something greater than men, or their hopes and sorrows. "Good."
though you won't be meeting Gundul as your father did. You've pledged yourself to another, and I'm not inclined to quarrel with her." Rudi's mouth quirked. "It seems you've something else in mind then, my lord the Wanderer," he said. The figure nodded. "But unasked, I will tell you this. You won't die in the straw of sickness, nor of an arrow in the back, even a cursed one, though you will not live to feel your shoulders bend with age, or see your hair grow grey." "How then?" "You will die by the blade, sword in hand. The king's death, the given sacrifice that goes consenting with open eyes, dying that his folk may live." "As my father did, whose blood renewed the land." "Thank you then, Lord Wanderer, though I've seldom called on you by name." The Wanderer flicked away the grounds in his tin cup and tossed it to the damp earth beside the fire. "No," he said, "but your mother has called on me, in her grove, when you lay wounded and near to death. And you have as well. Come." He put his hand on Rudi's shoulder. They took 3 steps to the edge of the trail to look downward, and his poncho flared in the wind, seeming longer now. A dead leaf flickered out of it as it masked Rudi's face for a moment, and then he sucked in his breath. "I know that path," he thought. It was nightfall on the roadway that ran westward from the waterfall and mill to the gates of Dun Juniper, where the school children practiced an hour or two shooting at the mark most evenings. The trees beyond and below were Douglas fir, taller and thicker and closer set than the pine forests of the Tetons, each dark green branch heavy with its load of snow. It was a softer fall than the blizzard about him, of flakes larger and wetter. The snow of a winter in the western foothills of the Cascades, one that would lay a few days at most, not grip the land like cold iron until the end of May. Close at hand, a column of kilted children were walking through the gathering dark, cased bows and capped quivers over their shoulders, with a few adult warriors among them. One had a lamp slung on a spear over her shoulder, a globe of yellow light in the fog white of the snow. "That's Aoife Barstow," he said slowly. "She and her lover died fighting for me when the Protector's men came, only a little later. I offer at their graves every year." The children started singing. He recognized one clear, high 10-year-old's voice. It was his own. "Upon his shoulder ravens, his face like stone engraven, astride an 8-foot Stygian beast, he gathers the fruit of the gallows tree. Driving legions to victory, the bringer of war walks tonight." "By the name you invoked, by the blood she spilled, by the offering made beneath the tree where she died," the man said softly. "By these you called, and I answer at the appointed time." "She named others than you, Lord Wanderer, as have I, full often." Images passed before his eyes. He couldn't be sure if they were shapes formed in the swirling snow, or his own imaginings, or as real as the blood he could feel beating in his throat, because that too might be an illusion. A tall charioteer's shape, edged and crowned with fire, tossing up a spear that was a streak of gold across the sky, and kissing it as he rode laughing to battle as to a bridal feast. A woman vast and sooty and bent, wielding a scythe that reaped men. A raven whose wings beat out the life and death of worlds. His hand went to the scar between his brows, where a real raven's beak had touched him in the sacred wood. "When I hung 9 days from the tree, I became a god of death," the one-eyed figure said. "When I grasped the runes of wisdom, I learned many names." He looked up. One of the great blackbirds moved in the skeletal branches above them. It cocked its head and gave a harsh cry and launched itself away, gliding down the slope on broad-stretched wings. "And Raven and I are old friends." They turned back to the fire. "If this isn't the final journey, then I must be dreaming," Rudi thought.
as they crouched by the red flickering warmth, across from each other, sitting easily on their hams. The gray-haired man reached into a pocket, brought out tobacco and papers, rolled himself a cigarette single-handed, then lit it with an ember he picked out with a twig. He handed it across the fire. The Mackenzie took it and inhaled the smoke. He'd done the same before, visiting with the 3 tribes. For a flickering instant, as he inhaled the harsh bite across his tongue, the shape on the other side of the flames had a prick-eared, long-muzzled face, and 2 braids of hair beside it beneath the hat. "Are you truly that one men named the Wanderer?" Rudi asked boldly. He could feel his fear, but it was slightly distant, like the cold of the wind. And well might a man be afraid, to meet him on a lonely mountainside. He was a god of death, the lord of poetry and craft who'd given the runes to men and established kingship, but also bringer of the red madness of battle, of everything that lifted humankind beyond themselves. His favorites got victory, but they died young, and often by treachery. A puff of smoke. What would your mother say? She'd answer a question with a question, some distant part of Rudi thought wryly. And if I complain, say that you can only truly learn the truth you find yourself. Aloud. That the forms the god wears, or the goddess, are many, and that they are true, not mere seemings or masks, but that they're not complete, as are the little gods and the spirits of the land, or the fathers and mothers of the animal kind. They speak to us as we need them, if we'll but listen. For how can a man tell all his mind to a child, or a god to a man? The other nodded. The great wolf raised its head and looked at him, then put its massive muzzle on its paws again. A wise woman, Lady Juniper. A very wise woman. And not least in knowing that what she knows isn't everything that is. You'll be talking to me in riddles and hints then, I suppose, Lord Wanderer. The eye pierced him. For a moment he felt transparent as glass, as if he could suddenly see his entire life, not in memory, but through an infinity of Rudi's, stretching back like a great serpent to the moment of his birth, and his conception, and before, as if all time and possibility were an eternal now. Look then, the Wanderer said, if you can bear it. For a moment, the mountains about him stood stark and bare, only here and there a charred root exposed by the gullies cut by long-gone monsoon floods. Heat lay on it like a blanket, through air grey and clear and thick with the tears of boiling oceans. Then it changed and was green once more, but different somehow. There was a wrongness to the way the trees were placed, a regularity that held patterns as complex as those you saw in a kaleidoscope, layer within layer. A rabbit hopped by, and silvery tendrils looped around it, thinner than the finest wire. The beast gave one long squeal and then froze as they plunged beneath its skin. Then it seemed to blur, as if it were dissolving, until nothing was left but a damp patch on the ground. Involuntarily, Rudi looked down at his own feet. The mother's earth was beneath him, and he expected to feed it with his body and bones some day. But not like that, he thought. Those were evil fates, Lord Wanderer, he said, and true ones, I'm thinking. Evil for more than men, came the reply. Now tell me, son of the bear, what would you do with a little child you saw running with a sharp knife? Rudi's mouth quirked. Take it from her, Lord Wanderer. Swat her backside so that she'd remember, if she were too young for words. And a child who took a lighter and burned down your mother's hall and all its treasures, so that many were hurt? The same, perhaps with a bit of a harder swat. And call in the heart healers to find the source of her hurt, and I'd see that she was watched more carefully, and better taught. Walker nodded. You wouldn't kill her? Even if you thought she might do the same again, and all within would die?
Rudi made a sign. "Lord and Lady bless, no," he said in revulsion, and then wondered if he'd spoken too quickly. "What a thought! If it was necessary, I would keep her guarded, always." Some men, and some women, would have that thought. Some would act on it and kill the child. The single eye looked out into a world that was once again pines glimpsed through snow. And some would have joy in the thought, or inwardly thank the chance that gave them the argument that it was necessary. "Lord Wanderer, I don't understand." "You don't need to. Just remember this. The world." Somehow Rudi knew he meant more than merely Earth, is shaped by mind, and the world in turn shapes the stuff of mind. And now a question for you. What is the symbol of time itself? "An arrow?" Rudi asked. The tall figure laughed. "A hero's answer, if I ever heard one. And I'm something of a connoisseur of heroes. That's natural enough. You're at the age for it, for war and wild faring. So, watch." He turned and took up the great spear, its head graven with the same symbols that glowed on the brooch of his blue-lined gray cloak. Then his arm went back, paused, whipped forward with the unstoppable certainty of a catapult. The spear disappeared into the snow in a blurred streak. "Was that a straight cast?" Wanderer asked. "Very straight, Lord, and I wouldn't like to be in its way." They paused, in a silence broken only by the whistle of the wind. The single gray eye watched him, a chill amusement in it. Something warned Rudi, perhaps a whistle of cloven air that wasn't part of the storm's music. He turned and jumped backward with a yell, nearly stepping on the wolf's tail. The spear flashed past, smashing a sapling to splinters as it came, and then there was a deep, hard smack as the wanderer caught it. His long arms swayed back with the impact, and then he grounded the weapon and leaned on it, the head glinting above his head as the dark wind blew flecks of ice past into the night. "That was a straight cast," Wanderer said. "But the line only seems straight because you can't see its full course. Draw it long enough and it meets itself, like Jörmungandr." "I don't understand," Rudi said again, baffled. "You don't need to. Yet," the Grey One said. "No man can harvest a field till it is ripe, but the seed must be planted. The heroes offer to me for luck and victory, but the kings, they ask for wisdom, if they have any to begin with." "I'd be glad of that," Rudi said. He felt like arguing, but that wouldn't be wise at all. "Would you?" "Then know this. Fact becomes history. History becomes legend. Legend becomes myth. Myth turns again to the beginning and creates itself. The figure for time isn't an arrow. That is illusion, just as the straight line is. Time is a serpent." Rudi blinked. He noticed the bracelet around one thick wrist, where the coat rode up. It was in the form of a snake, wrought of gold so finely that the scales were a manifold shiver that seemed to spin away in infinite sets. Wanderer stepped closer. "Your friends are waiting for you, Artos, son of bear and raven," the tall gray-haired figure said. "Go." He clapped a hand to Rudi's back. The touch was white fire, and the Mackenzie stiffened as if existence shattered about him. "I've got it," he heard a voice say. "Gods and holy men, never a straight answer," he thought, as he bit back a groan. The white fire still ran in his veins. It narrowed down to a patch on his lower back, and he could hear the voice again. It was Father Ignatius. "Holy Mary and every saint and God the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit be thanked." That was why. Shuddering, Rudi felt the sting as something swabbed at the wound, and a hand dropped a pus-stained bandage into a bucket. He could smell the sweetish odor of it, oily and with a hint of something like vinegar. Then real fire bathed it. "I'm sorry, Rudi, but it's necessary," the priest's voice soothed. A hand took his. He knew it was Matilda's and tried to remember not to crush her fingers. Then he realized he couldn't, not even if he tried. Her hand was careful, gentle on his. His whole body felt like the limp, blood and matter-soaked rag, hot and weak and stiff at the same time, with localized throbbing aches in his shoulder and back. He could speak, but he simply did not wish it. Even lifting his eyelids was too much effort. There was a fragment of the arrowhead still in the wound, Ignatius said as he worked. But this time the probe found it as I was debriding the dead tissue. Praise to the Lord in his infinite mercy, and praise him that Rudi was delirious through it. It's far too close to the great sciatic. "Will he heal now?" Matilda said anxiously. "That is with God, but there's a better chance." Another's voice, Odard's. "He needs proper food and warmth and a real bed," the Baron said. "So does Mary. My lady, let me take a little food and try and find a settlement. Ingolf, you said that they're not all cutters in this part of the country, south of Yellowstone." "Yes," the big Easterner said. "But the operative word is not all. And my information's a year out of date. A year ago, Deseret was holding out, too." "I'm willing to chance it," Odard said. "Are you willing to not talk if they do take you?" Ingolf said. "I think so," Odard said. "Thank you, my old friend," Matilda said softly. Then a complex whistle came from outside. Ignatius' hands finished fastening the band across Rudi's back, and he heard the soft wheep of a sword leaving a scabbard, and the little rustle of an arrow twitched out of a quiver. "Gilsile Erin lu I govid vin," Ritva's voice, and then in English, "I found friends." Then, in a strong ranch country twang, "Gade, gade, pregade, presmagade, bodhisvi, y'all." "We've got to move you, Chief," a Dane Aylward Mackenzie said gently. The blue-green eyes opened, more like jewels than ever in the shockingly wasted face, and Rudi smiled at him. "Good. Glad to be going somewhere," he said. A Dane swallowed. "It's gonna hurt?" "Means I'm not dead yet," Rudi said. "He looks different," a Dane thought. "Better, but still sort of like glass." "Glad to have you back with us, Chief," he said. The strangers had a stretcher with long poles on the cave floor now, next to the injured man. It could be rigged as a horse litter, and it was padded with sheepskins. Together they eased him onto it. The thin face convulsed a little as they set him down. "Sorry, Chief," a Dane said. "Glad to have you there, boyo," Rudi said. "I don't know why," he said suddenly, as if a boil had burst inside him. "I got you wounded. And—" Rudi opened his eyes again. He looked tired, but more there. "Bullshit," he said crisply. "What?" A Dane rocked backward, as if slapped on the cheek. "You were going to say you couldn't save Rebecca. But you did save her, in the fight with the Rovers, remember?" A Dane shook his head. "And killed her later. So you couldn't save her always. You're not going to live forever, boyo. You saved my life more than once, but I'm not going to live forever either. Someday I'll die whatever you do, or I do. It's not just going on that makes life. That's fear talking. Or the fear of losing someone. I've wrestled Thanatos knee to knee this last while, and I know it's when you beat fear every day. That's when you're immortal. And I want you with me." He reached out and caught a Dane's wrist. "You're my friend. You're my comrade of the sword, and my brother. My brother doesn't run out on me." A Dane gulped and took a deep breath. "Right, Chief. It's just grief's hard. That it is." He straightened his shoulders. "So's the work halfway through harvest, but that never stopped me." Chapter 11. Pendleton, Eastern Oregon. September 15th. Change year 23, 2021 AD. "They're holding out there," Sarivo said. "St. Michael must be looking out for them." "You're right," Tefane said. She resisted a temptation to sip at her canteen, despite the dry dust blowing across the land. What she had to go through to pee in one of these steel suits. Ivo crossed himself, and she reflected that sometimes it was a bit lonely, being one of the last agnostics. "God grant that they're still alive when we get there," she said with pious hypocrisy. "Even my girlfriend's a believer," she thought. "Just a different set of beliefs." She raised her binoculars again, adjusting her visor as it went tick against the leather-covered metal of the field glasses. The thin chamois on the palms and fingers of her gauntlets let her adjust the screw easily enough. The action was nearly 2 miles west of the Pendleton city wall, on a hill about 1,200 feet high. It was bare and not too steep, and several hundred of the enemy cavalry were swirling around it like bees around sugar, surging up the slope to shoot with their recurves, and then back again in the Quicksilver Eastern style. The binoculars brought it suddenly, startlingly close. There were about a dozen Dunedain on their feet, hiding behind rocks and ridges, and as many wounded. A party of the Pendleton horsemen surged up to their position with sheets in hand, and then a giant figure rose beneath the hooves. A long blade glittered as it hacked through both the pony's forelegs to cast the rider screaming down at the man's feet, where he died an instant later. The rest of the Easterners rode away, shooting behind them as they retreated. "This is so tempting," she thought. What a song the bards would make of Astrid's last stand. That overgrown peasant Hortel with a circle of his foes at his feet and a broken sword in his hand. Blood-stained banners, faces to the foe, eternal glory. No, I promised Sandra. Her knights were out of sight from the enemy's position, eastward behind a ridge. In the little dry valley ahead waited 200 of the Cora cowboys under Bob Brown of Suffrage Ranch. Their commander was looking back at her. She raised a gauntlet and chopped it forward with her hand extended like a blade. The cowboys had their bows out and arrows ready on the string. They started their mounts forward. The agile quarter horses managed to build speed even as they climbed the little rise ahead of them, and she could see the sudden alarm on the other side as the solid block of horses and men came over the crest. "Yip, yip, 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 yip." The alarm call rang out as the Easterners started to draw together to meet the Cora attack, turning westward and away from the beleaguered little party on the hill. Cowhorn trumpets blatted as the two loose swarms headed toward each other, and the Western rancher's shout went up. "Cora! Cora!" interspersed with raw catamount shrieks. "And about now," she murmured, and in that instant the foremost in either band rose in the stirrups and shot. The arrowheads twinkled in the mid-morning sun as they plunged downward. That was how they liked to fight out here in the cow country, only coming into close quarters when an enemy had been savaged by arrow fire. Normally, for heavy horse to try and strike them was like trying to beat water with a sledgehammer. Water whose spatters turned into viciously dangerous stinging wasps as it flew away. But if you can trick them into bunching up to receive a charge, she thought, with a slight cold smile, as she returned her binoculars to their padded steel case. Then it's more like using a sledgehammer on a bowl of eggs. She turned in the saddle. "Now, my ironheads, I'm going to do you a favor," she said, looking at the eager young faces, shadowed by raised visors or bisected by the nasal bars of the older helms. "Now I give you a chance to die with honor." They cheered, shaking their lances in the air. And they actually think I am doing them a favor, she thought. It's true what they said in the old days. Testosterone rots the brain, not to mention listening to the bards when you're young. She held out her own right hand, and Armand thrust the lance into it. Tefane rested the butt of the 12-foot weapon on the ring welded to her stirrup iron, shrugged her shield around, and brought it up. The banner of the lidless eye came up beside her, and the destriers began to walk. They'd keep the pace slow until just before arrow range. B.D. looked up from the wounded as she heard the high, harsh singing of the Portlander Oliphants, the long, curled silver trumpets holding the sustained scream that meant charge. It was faint with distance, but the sound was as startling as it would have been to hear a chorus of girls singing a festival hymn to the Lady of the Blossom Time. She'd grown so used to the thought that she would die here amongst angry strangers and the smell of wounds that it took a moment for what her ears heard to filter through to her mind. Out of the corner of her eye she saw Eilir's eyes move. Her head was a mass of bandages, seeping red where an ear had been sliced. There was another wound on one thigh, a sheet cut. "The Portlanders are here," B.D. said, and then repeated it in basic sign in case she was too dazed to read lips. Eilir sighed and closed her eyes. Not far away from her, Astrid roused a little and turned and tried to vomit. It was only a dry retching, and when she sank back, her face was gray. One of the wounded with a splinted leg dragged himself over and helped her drink. Abstractly, B.D. sympathized. The pain would be savage, and a concussion like the one she'd gotten from her own sword hilt would keep her immobilized for weeks and might cripple. But it was Astrid's plan that had gotten them into this mess. B.D. didn't want her dead, but she had to admit there would have been some justice in her getting hit so hard the brains spurted out of her ears. It would have been worth it to avoid a battle, she thought, but it looks like we're going to have the battle anyway. Part of it was taking place right below. The Easterners had better things to do than lob arrows at the little cluster of rangers atop the hill, and she risked rising from behind a ridge of rock and clay to watch. Most of the horsemen were fighting the Corpsmen, at close quarters and hand strokes now that their quivers were empty. Dust hid most of the action, but the sun glinted off the edges of sabers and sheets and axes. Eddies in the earth mist showed men who hacked and died. She saw a dull, tiny figure topple to earth and go beneath the hooves, anonymous in ranch country leather and wool, and another dragged from the saddle by a flung lasso. The sound of their curses and war shouts came up the slope that was also littered with bodies of men and horses, some still thrashing or trying to crawl away, others motionless. Overhead, turkey vultures waited, sweeping in broad circles with their black and gray wings outstretched. Ravens skittered lower on the wind. One went over close enough for her to see the clever black eye it cocked at the ground, judging its time. They are always on the winning side, she thought. Then the association's trumpets screamed again, much louder this time, and closer. From here, she could see what the men lost in dust and rage below couldn't. The line of 100 lances catching the morning sun as they came over the low rise to the westward. The pennants were snapping with the speed of their passage, and the big horses had had time enough to build momentum. The Corpsmen withdrew if they could, most of them turning north and south in clumps and ones and twos, their mission done. The wind from the west blew the dust away, just in time for the eastern ranchers to see what was coming at them. Some tried to turn their agile cow ponies and run. Some charged forward or shot the last arrows cunningly hoarded against extremity. Shafts hammered into shields or rang off the sloping surfaces of helmets and the steel lames of the barding that covered the horses' necks and shoulders. But the Portlander knights were at the full gallop, their tall mounts faster over the short distance remaining, their enemies' ponies tired and confused. The long lances dipped in a shining ripple. The hammer of 400 hooves pounded the earth like war drums, like thunder. Even here she could feel the vibration in the bones of earth, and divots of the hard, dry soil flew skyward. Plumed helmets bent forward as the men-at-arms braced themselves in the high-cantled saddles, shields up under the visors to present nothing but shapes of wood and bullhide and steel to their enemies. Even in that noise, the deep-voiced shouts of "Harrow!" were loud. Then they struck. There was no crash. Instead, a series of heavy, hard thud sounds as the lance heads slammed into flesh with a ton-weight of armored horse and armored man behind them. Men were lifted out of the saddle, rising in the air like obscene kebabs until their weight cracked the tough ashwood of the lance shafts. The destriers bowled the lighter eastern horses over by main force as they struck beast to beast. She saw one pony pitch over backward and land full on its screaming rider. Then the knights were through the loose mass of their enemies, throwing aside broken lances. The swords came out, bright and long, or men snatched up the war hammers slung to the saddle bows, and the knights went raging among their lightly armored foes like steel-clad tigers. BD sank back down, wincing a little. No need to watch. She'd grown used to what edged metal did to the godlike human form, but there was no point in looking at it if you didn't have to. Hooves thudded up the slope, and Elaine Loring and John Hortle stood to raise their blades in salute as Tefane Dath reined in. The Grand Constable had the stumps of 3 arrows in her shield, and another in the high cantle of her saddle. Her sword glistened with a coat of liquid red so fresh it had not even begun to clot, and more spattered up her arm and across the articulated lames of her breastplate. She used the edge of her shield to push up the visor, and her face showed framed in the mail coif, red and running with sweat as she drew in air through a wide-open mouth. Fighting in armor was brutal labor at best, worse than hauling a plow like an ox. "We'd best get going," she said, timing the words to her breath. "They'll be here in strength soon. It's going to be a busy day. I've got ambulances." The light, well-sprung vehicles were bouncing up the slope behind her, 2 tall spoked wheels for each, and a pair of fast horses to draw them. "We've got the boss man," Hortle said, jerking his thumb at a man who lay bound hand and foot. "Wasn't half a nuisance, dragging him through the tunnels." "Then we got something out of this," Tefane said. "Not as much as we thought," Elaine said. "Thurston and the Prophet are both in Pendleton. And Estraita Peters, too, for them to use as a puppet." Elaine turned and helped his wife to her feet. She blinked, squinted, and then raised one hand in acknowledgement. "I commend the army to your care, Lady Dath," she said. There was a lump the size of a robin's egg on her forehead, just above her nose, and she squinted and blinked at the tall, steel-clad figure. "To both of you," she added owlishly, then swallowed and forced clarity on herself with a visible effort. "I've seen the new Dark Lord. This time, he's the genuine article." "I'm a gardener," Chuck Barstow Mackenzie thought. That had been his first love, growing things, though the Barstow family had already been 2 generations off the farm when he'd been born. One of his first memories was helping his father plant a Japanese cherry tree in the backyard, his small hands pressing the peat moss and potting soil down around the little sapling, and he'd checked it daily and laughed with delight at the first blossoms. He'd been working the city parks department in Eugene when the change happened, and 30 years old. "How the hell did I end up a general?" the first armsman of Clan Mackenzie thought. Okay, so I was in the society. "Halt!" he called, and his signaller, his younger son Rowan, unslung the cow-horn trumpet and sounded it. Hoo, hoo, hoo. The column braked to a stop, the dust of their trail bikes falling ahead of them. He was on horseback, and a few others, but most Mackenzie Crofts didn't run to a riding horse, and a bicycle didn't need to be fed or tended when you weren't using it. Their faces were glistening with sweat. It was no joke biking cross-country in 30 pounds of brigantine and helmet
with a quiver across your back and 2 more slung on either side of the rear wheel, but it beat marching for effort and speed both.
"The Grand Constable says you're to deploy there, my lord," the Portlander courier said, pointing ahead to the low crest ahead of them. "The bear killers and the contingent from the Warm Springs tribes will be on your right."
"Very well," he said. "You may tell Lady Doth that we'll hold the position."
And I don't like taking Tefane Doth's orders either, he thought.
She had killed his foster daughter Aoife in the War of the Eye, with her own hands during the abduction of Rudi, back when she'd been Sandra Arminger's personal black body-stocking girl ninja.
Okay, that was war, and Aoife was armed and fighting back. And now we're all allies. It still sucks.
The rest of the Mackenzie contingent set their bicycles on the kickstands, lining them up with the front wheels pointing west. The carts and ambulances and the healers set up nearby. Everyone else followed him 1,000 yards eastward, loping along at a ground-eating trot. Chuck reined in and waited until they were all within range, and then raised his voice to Carrie. There was a trick to doing it without screeching.
"Mackenzies," he said. "The Prophet's men came onto our land and killed our own folk in Sutterdown last Samhain, when we'd never harmed them. When our dead come visiting this Samhain night, what will we tell them?" "Blood for blood," someone shouted. "That we've taken the heads of them and nailed them up over the door."
A long growl answered from the broad semicircle of snarling painted faces. Fists or bows thrust into the air in a rippling wave.
"Okay, I like the old stories too, but let's not get ridiculous."
The problem was that you could never be quite sure what the younger generation would take from the ancient tales. Chuck continued.
"We came here because we thought the Prophet's men might come and use Pendleton as a base against us, and his friend, the Tyrant of Boise. Which would have been unfair to the old general, but fits his son Martin like a glove," he thought. "And probably a lot of these kids volunteered because they were bored with working on their home crafts, and because Lady Juniper asked it. I'm glad I don't have Junie's job, by the Horned Lord."
He grinned at them and put his hands on the horn of his saddle.
"Well, it turns out they're both here. Not just their men, but the leaders themselves, to be sure. Lady Juniper knew what she was talking about, eh? So there are more of the enemy than we hoped or expected, and that's war for you. Don't think of it as being outnumbered. Think of it as having lots of targets."
Someone finished the old joke, and there was a roar of laughter.
"That's not all we've learned," he went on. "We've had a letter from our Tanist, Rudi Mackenzie. Artos himself, the very sword of the lady off on his quest to the Sunrise Lands."
That brought them all leaning forward, eyes intent.
"This Prophet Scab-Tierra attacked him, yes, and set evil magic against him and his friends, and took his Anamchara Matilda prisoner. They scorn all other men and all gods save theirs. But Artos walked into their camp at night and brought her out for all their sorcerers or swordsmen could do. And when he left, there were a fair number of them making their accounting to the Guardians. For the Morrigu was with him, and his sword, her scythe, reaping men."
He paused and said with mock solemnity,
"Earth must be fed."
That brought more laughter, some a little scandalized, and another long cheer with shouts of "Rudi!" and "Artos!" all rising into the racking banshee shriek of the Mackenzie battle yell, stunning loud from 1,000 throats at close quarters. Chuck raised a hand to quiet it. "The Lord of the Long Spear is with us, and the Crow Goddess. We're fighting for our homes, our kin, our clan, and the land your parents spent their blood and their sweat to win," he said, just quietly enough that they had to strain to hear him. "But Earth must be fed. Not all of us will walk away from this field. And this war won't be ended with a single battle. So listen to your bow captains, stand by your blade mates, and shoot fast, straight, and hard.
Their pipers struck up, leading the contingents to their places, the skirling drones pealing out the jaunty menace of the raven's pibroch. Behind them, there was a faint rat-tat-tat, and then a shattering boom. Even expecting it, he had to control a start. He'd read somewhere before the change that a big lambeg drum had about the same decibel level as the engine of a Piper Cub. Nothing else in the world today came close to massed lambegs, unless it was thunder or an avalanche of anvils falling on rock. That was something Juniper Mackenzie had taken from her father's people, who'd been Ulster Scots before they began the long trek west. This was the music they'd used to shatter their enemies' hearts and lash their own folk into the blood frenzy. Boom! Then boom, 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 boom! Repeating over and over with a maddening irregularity. It wove through the piping until he could taste it at the back of his throat, like blood and hot brass. He dismounted, handed off the reins, and walked a dozen paces eastward. That put him on the crest of a low ridge running north-south, with a long slope before them, a patchwork of stubble fields among the broader gray-brown of bunchgrass and sage. It was good ground, as long as the sun wasn't in their eyes, and it was already too high above the horizon for that to be a real problem. It did gild the dust clouds that the feet and hooves of the advancing enemy raised, twinkling on spear points like stars through mist. A long ripple of comment went down the ranks of the clan's archers. All along the front, the bow captains plucked out tufts of the dry grass and tossed them into the air to test the breeze. It was faint, but directly from the west. Rowan planted the green flag with a crescent moon between antlers beside him. The Mackenzies waited in their three-deep harrow formation, a long, slightly curving line like a very shallow S that followed the crest, each Dunn's fighters by the neighbors who would take home the news of their honor or their shame. He waited until they were set before barking, "Plant the swine feathers!" Spread out like this, they couldn't all hear his voice, but Rowan put the horn to his mouth and blew a series of long and shorts, the blatting snarl cutting through the rumble of an army shaking itself out into battle formation. Each of the clan's warriors reached over their backs to a bag slung beside their quivers and pulled out a pair of yard-long ashwood shafts, tied together with thongs. There was a flurry of purposeful movement, and a long snick-snick-clack as the metal collar and tongue joints were fitted together. That left every Mackenzie holding a 6-foot pole with a long spearhead on one end and a narrow-bladed shovel on the other. They jammed the shovel blades into the ground and hammered them home with boot heels. The shunk of steel in dry soil sounded over and over again for a few seconds. When it was done, a forest of spear points jutted forward, 3 ranks deep and slanted at just the right height to catch the chest of a horse. Then the whole formation took 4 steps back, and they had a barrier ahead of them that most horses would refuse to take, at least at a gallop. He looked left and right while the clan's folk worked. Northward was a battery of the Corvallen field artillery, their glaives stacked as they labored like maniacs with pick and shovel to pile up berms in front of their throwing engines. Beyond them, the first of the Portlander infantry, leaning on their spears with their shields still slung across their backs. In the distance there he could just make out to Fane Doth's banner, floating amid a forest of upright lances. The first armsman of the Mackenzies filled his lungs again. "Make ready!" The bows came out of their carrying loops beside the quivers. Here and there some of the clansfolk stretched and twisted or rotated their right arms. From each contingent, one trotted out to the front, planting a red-painted stick every so often out to 300 yards, extreme battle range, to help the archers judge distance. "Good open ground," Oak called to his father, grinning. He was leading the Dun-Juniper contingent, nearest the standard, which put him within conversational distance. "Fine weather, the wind at our backs, and downhill. Praise to the long spear and the battle hag." Chuck nodded back, matching the smile. but it was a conscious gesture for him. He envied the youngsters their calm acceptance of it all. There was still a touch of unreality to this for him, as if he'd wandered into a tale. Hooves thudded behind him. He glanced back. The carts with the spare arrows were already trotting along behind the Mackenzie line. Youngsters like Rowan, just a year or two too young to stand in the battle line, grabbed bundles and rushed them forward, planting them point down by the warriors' feet until each had 3 or 4, and then poising ready to bring more as needed. A Mackenzie war quiver held 48 shafts, but those were the chosen handmade arrows that each bought or crafted to suit their own fancy for precision work. These were from the stored reserves, and making them to the standard pattern was winter work, done as a part of the chief's portion that every dun paid from its crops and labor for the clan's common purposes. All the heads were alike, too, narrow bodkins shaped like a metalworker's punch, of hardened alloy steel. When the work was complete, the ground around the clan's warriors seemed to bristle like the hide of some monstrous boar, topped with the gray goose feathers of the fletching. Chuck took a sip from his canteen and spat to clear the alkaline dust of this dry eastern land. Some of the others did likewise. More were lifting their kilts and taking a last chance to empty their bladders downslope towards the enemy. That always happened, for you went tight when danger approached. The bawdy jokes were as traditional as the harsh ammonia smell. Horsemen cantered up before him, led by Winnemucca of the 3 tribes, and Eric Larson of the Bear Killers, with the ostrich feather plumes on his helm making him even more of a steel tower. Winnemucca looked as if he'd already seen some action. There was a sheen of sweat on his broad features, making the paint on his face run a little below the eagle-plumed steel cap. The design was black, with circles of white around his eyes. "Whoa, that's war paint," he said, looking at the crimson, gold, black, green designs that swirled over the faces of the nearer Mackenzies. "You white-eyes always go overboard with an idea, once you steal it." A few of the archers who could hear elevated their middle fingers in neighborly wise. Chuck grinned at him. "The road was traditional long before we decided to relocate, Shorn it was," he said, exaggerating the Mackenzie lilt that had become second nature over the years. "Along with scalping and headhunting." "No accounting for taste," the Indian said. Then he went serious. "They're going to be here soon. Light cavalry, ranchers. They've got a good screen, but I saw a lot of them massed further back, nearly 1,000 horse archers. Then the cutler-mounted levies, and then the sword of the prophet behind them. They've got bow and lance both. The Boisians are over north, opposite the Portlanders, horse and foot, mostly infantry, and the Pendleton City Militia in the center. Pikemen mostly, it looks like. We can't hold the Pendleton ranchers off you much longer. Too many. Most of their cavalry is on this flank, but it looks like they're concentrating their field artillery in the center and the northern wing." The 3 leaders looked at each other. The northern edge of the Allied army was anchored on steep ravines, but the country southward was open and rolling, ideal for a horseman's battle. "Well," Eric said to his son and Mike Hobble, Jr., who rode behind him with the snarling bear's head banner of the outfit, on a staff that was also a very practical lance, "now you're going to see how a fighting retreat is managed. And that's a lot more difficult to pull off than a pursuit." He nodded to Chuck. "We'll hold 'em off while you get out," he said. "But you'll have to rake them hard first." "Sathaz is going to regret ordering the horse in there," General President Martin Thurston said, leveling his binoculars. The long glitter of the swine feathers showed close through the lenses, and behind them, the archers leaning on their weapons or squatting, waiting patiently or talking to each other. A few were even napping, amid the furs of arrows stuck in the ground. God alone knew how anyone could sleep near the savage music of the pipes and drums. "God, I'd love to have those longbowmen on my side. And someday I will," he thought, and popped a piece of the tasteless, twice-baked hardtack into his mouth. There hadn't been time for breakfast, or even much sleep, and he chewed doggedly at the compacted sawdust taste of it. No time after that clusterfuck at the boss man's house last night.
His memory shied away from that a little.
And Sethaza's people act damned odd sometimes. Well, they're lunatics, but even so. I thought Sethaz was a cynic exploiting fanatics. Maybe he's more sincere than that.
You think it's a mistake to attack? His aide said. About even odds, 1,000 or so each. And they're light infantry. If the Pendleton cavalry can unravel them, the whole enemy position goes into the pot, and we could bag them all.
I've seen Mackenzie shoot, Martin said. 2 of them at least.
If they were within a couple of miles of typical, rushing 1,000 of them head-on is a bad idea. Or maybe Sethaz won't regret it. The Holy Prophet is sending our glorious local allies in first over there, I notice. The Boisean command group were on a slight rise behind the line. Thurston's brown face was considering as the mass of Pendleton light horse finished sweeping their Cora equivalents out of the way and charged towards the Mackenzie archers. He took a deep breath, full of the smell of war, acrid dust, sweat of humans and horses, dung, piss, oiled metal, leather, dirty socks, the musk of fear and tension. "Yeah, the wogs'll do to soak up arrows," the aide said, and a chuckle ran through the men around Thurston. "And if they get killed by the shitload, then afterwards there are that many less around to cause trouble." "Those cutter maniacs are polygamists, aren't they?" another said. "Lots of widows." The line of kilted archers was silent, and then a chant began. Too faint to hear at first, but building until it rang clear even over the hammer of the drums and the noise of the hooves. "We are the point, we are the edge, we are the wolves that Hecate fed." Then a cow-horn trumpet snarled and blatted, and the chant stopped. Another call, and 1,000 yew bows came up and drew, each arrowhead pointing halfway to the vertical as the yellow staves bent. "Oh, notice the ranging stakes in front of each unit?" Thurston said. "That's clever. That's really quite clever." The aide was from a prominent military family who'd supported his assumption of his father's power, and was beside Thurston because of it. But he was no fool. He blinked at the bristling unison of the movement, bringing up his own binoculars. "They've got good fire discipline," he said. "I would have expected a fangs-out, hair-on-fire charge, what with the war paint and the—" He grimaced in a mime of ferocity, mock flapping his arms and making a movement that suggested jumping up and down. The traverse red crest on his helmet wobbled with emotion. Wutta stuff. It's like something out of ancient history." They had good instructors right at the beginning. British SAS men, and a Blues and Royals colonel of all things. Right. The Pendleton horse are really starting to move. The Pendleton men went forward in a body, calling out the name of their kidnapped bossman as a war cry, not in any particular order, but spreading out in loose clumps and clots around the banners of their ranches marked with their brands. They rose in the stirrups as they came in range, loosing as they did, or possibly a little out of range, as the first shafts fell short of the glittering menace of the swine feathers. In every battle Martin had seen, someone overestimated how far he could shoot. 300 yards. 250. The first arrows from the ranchers' bows were dropping on the Mackenzie warriors when an order ran down the Harrow formation. It was too far to hear it, particularly with the drumming thunder of 4,000 hooves and endless grumbling rumble between. But Martin had learned to read lips. His own followed what he saw through the binoculars, repeating softly, "Let the gray geese fly. Wholly together, shoot." Despite his trained calm, the General President of Boise felt the tiny hairs along his spine crawl at the massed snap of waxed linen bowstrings striking the leather bracers on each left wrist, and beneath that a whickering, whistling sound. The arrows arched into the sky like a forest of rising threads, more and more, and still more. 3 more from each bow in the air before the first 1,000 struck.
The whole Mackenzie line was a shiver of motion as the archers snatched shafts from the bundles at their feet, set them to the strings, drew and loosed in a single smooth wrench of arm and shoulder and body. He focused on one bowman with a wolf's mask painted across his own face and mentally timed the sequence. 3 or 4 seconds per arrow. Christ, better than 300 a second all up. Call it 20,000 a minute. Crossing the killing ground even at a gallop. Those saddle bunnies are going to have to eat close to 100,000 of those arrows. The narrow steel arrowheads blinked in a manifold ripple like sunlight on distant water as they reached the top of their arch and seemed to hang poised for a second. Then they turned and plunged. The whistle of their flight was much louder as they came down, and the air above was a continuous sparkling flicker as thousands more followed in wave after wave. They can see and hear them coming, he thought. Glad I'm not out there, by God. Nor my men. The whole mass of charging horsemen faltered and shook as men sawed at the reins. Then the first volley struck. The noise was like a storm in the mountains, driving hail or heavy rain on a shingle roof. But there was nothing in flesh or bone or the light armor of the range country horsemen to stop the bodkins. The whole first swath went down, mounts dropping like limp puppets or tumbling or plunging and squealing and kicking in astonished agony, men falling out of the saddle or clawing at the iron in face or body, or screaming as horses fell and rolled across them. The rising threnody of pain was loud even on a battlefield. Those behind ran up against the wall of kicking flesh and halted, rearing, or slowed to pick their way between the bodies, and still the arrows fell out of the sky in a pulsing, hissing sleet. 3,000 of them in the time a man could count to 10. The party around Martin was silent as the survivors turned and fled as fast as they could flog their horses. Men followed them on foot, running or staggering or crawling. A mass of human and horse flesh lay where the arrow storm had struck, some of it still twitching or writhing or screaming for its mothers, or simply screaming and moaning. Only when it stopped did you realize how loud the sheer rush of arrows had been. "You know, sir, I'm sort of glad you wanted the northern part of the line," Thurston's aide said. "Even if the ravines are steep off there." Martin Thurston grinned. "Courier, to the most holy prophet of the Church Universal and Triumphant, I respectfully suggest that he try to work around their flank." The party of Boisean officers chuckled. Martin went on. "Now, gentlemen, this Allied army has 3 commanders, which means it's a disaster waiting to happen. But we do outnumber the enemy by 2 to 1, so let's get to work. To your units." He looked to his front. There were the Portlander infantry, blocks of spearmen and crossbowmen, and beyond them the knights, sitting ready. "Colonel Jacobson," he said. "Sir!" The cavalryman was standing at the head of his horse. "You keep those lancers in play. I don't expect you to beat them, but keep them busy while we chew our way through their foot." He saluted and vaulted into the saddle. Martin Thurston looked down at the solid, disciplined ranks of Boise infantry, standing easy with the lower rims of their big, curved oval shields resting on the ground. He raised his hand and then chopped it downward, and the signalers raised their tuba. The brass bellowed out the order, "Ready." The men picked up their shields by the central grips, each holding an extra heavy javelin there, too. Their right hands hefted the first pila, the long iron shanks sloping forward. Then, "Advance!" 2,000 men stepped off, an audible thud through the hard ground as the hobnails struck. Ahead of them, the eagle standard swayed, carried by a man who wore a wolfskin over his helmet, and along the lines the upright hands on poles that marked the battalions. "The game begins," Martin Thurston said. Then, "Courier." His brain was busy with distances and numbers and contingencies, but behind that was an image of his wife and the son just born to them,
My son, he thought, from sea to shining sea, and every bit of it will be yours. Chapter 12. Chenrezig Monastery, Western Wyoming. November 15th, CY 23, 2021 AD.
The fever has broken,
someone said. Rudi Mackenzie opened his eyes, conscious of cleanliness and warmth, and a faint odor of incense beneath the more familiar hint of wood smoke. Pine of some sort. He was lying in a bed with brown linen sheets and blankets of some lustrous fabric that had the warmth of wool, but less weight. Father Ignatius was standing at the foot of his bed, looking less drawn than Rudi remembered, and in his dark Benedictine robe. Beside him was a shaven-headed man in a saffron-colored wrap that left one shoulder bare, lean and middle-aged, and wearing a stethoscope as well. And another man in the same odd dress, but far older. His flat, high-cheeked brown face was a mass of wrinkles that nearly swallowed his narrow black eyes when he smiled, which he looked to do often. The younger shavehead lifted Rudi's head and trickled water into his mouth from a cup with a spout. The young Mackenzie recognized a healer's bedside manner. He felt weak, but clear-headed.
"I'm very hungry,"
he said, and was a little shocked at how faint his voice was. When he tried to move, the physician clucked at him, and Father Ignatius shook a finger. But he was smiling, obviously in relief. The shooting pain in Rudi's right shoulder was what stopped him. He looked down and saw that it was bandaged, and the wasted arms strapped across his chest. In a few moments, another robed attendant came in, younger still than the physician, with jug ears on either side of his shaved white dome of skull and friendly blue eyes. He carried a steaming bowl and a kettle and a cup on a tray, and Rudi gratefully accepted the smooth warmth of the bean soup. The tea was stranger, with salty butter added to the herbal infusion, but it made a welcome warmth in his belly, and eased aches he hadn't noticed much until they were gone. When it was finished, he felt stronger. "My thanks for your hospitality," he said. The room came into clearer focus. The walls were plastered fieldstone, he thought, and undoubtedly whitewashed. One bore a colorful circle of abstract designs, a mandala, but none that his folk used. A small tile stove in a corner kept it comfortable. "Where am I?"
"You are in the monastery of Chenrezig, in the Valley of the Sun," the old man said, "or, in the old terminology, in the Rocky Mountains of western Wyoming."
His voice had a trace of another accent under the plains and mountain English.
"I am Rinpoche, in your language teacher, here, and my name is Tsewang Dorje. You are our guests, and you must rest and grow well, and your sister likewise."
Rudi's brows went up. Ignatius answered. "Mary was seriously injured fighting the Cutter Scouts, but she's on the mend now too, God be thanked. They are excellent physicians here, and we are safe from pursuit for now, thanks to her and Ritva. Everyone else is fine, although a Dane and the princess have been hunting your bedside. What you need most now is food and rest." The physician spoke.
"The infusion will help you sleep and lessen pain. You should sleep as much as possible for the next several days."
Rudi nodded. The abbot smiled again and made a gesture of blessing with the palms of his hands pressed together, and everyone left.
"Thank you for the shelter of your wings, lady,"
Rudi said into the silence.
"And you, wanderer."
There were glass windows in the side of the room opposite the mandala, double-glazed and aluminum-framed, obviously salvaged. They gave on a courtyard where flagstones had been swept clear of snow, and a few trees stood in pots. Folk were at exercise there, some monks or nuns of Chenrezig, others more ordinary-looking, though the older ones who gave instruction all had their heads shaved. All wore practical boots and trousers and jackets, and some had helmets and practice armor of boiled and molded leather.
"Must be cold out there,"
Rudi thought. Their breath showed in white plumes, and the bright sunlight had that pale look that went with a hard freeze. From the length of the shadows, it was in the afternoon. Some of them were using quarterstaffs, thrusting and sweeping in unison, or sparring with a clatter of wood on wood. Others practiced with spears, or halberds, or swords much like the Eastern sheet, or arcane weapons that looked like bladed hooks on chains, or bows. A half-dozen pairs drilled in unarmed combat, their movements fluid and sure, throwing and grappling and striking. He recognized some of the techniques, but others were strange to him. The focusing shouts, the exhalation from your center, were loud enough to be heard faintly through the thick walls of his sick room. Then a bell sounded, not quite like any he'd heard before, like the birth of an age of bronze in the crisp, still air. All the shaven heads bowed to their partners and filed out, 2 by 2, their palms pressed together, and their heads bowed as they chanted. The sound lulled Rudi as strongly as the herbs in the tea he'd drunk, and he leaned back against the pillow and let his eyelids droop. "You're not hungry?" Ingolf said, worried. His spoon halted halfway to his mouth. Mary Havel was prodding her spoon at the turned wood bowl that held her soup. Even without the bandage covering her left eye, there wouldn't have been a problem in telling her from her sister Ritva's blooming health now. She looked pale, paler than winter could account for, even in someone so fair, and her face was gaunt, showing the elegant bones beneath. And she moved slowly, with only a shadow of the fluid grace her sister still had. "What I need is a steak," she said fretfully. "We've been here for weeks, and I'm not a rabbit. Or a roast chicken, or a rack of barbecue lamb ribs with honey mustard glaze, or pork chops with sautéed onions, or even venison stew, Lady Varda help us." "Stop," her sister Ritva said. "Venison stew is starting to make my mouth water, too." She and her sister laughed. At the others' looks, Mary went on. "Back in Mithrilwood, it's the staple diet for winter. We Dunedain have a joke. When the sun rises in the east, we shall have venison stew for dinner. I never thought I'd get nostalgic for it." Ingolf laughed. Odar did as well. Then his eyes narrowed, and he rose and left. Mary smiled with them, but the tug at her eye wound must have hurt a little, and the expression died. She'd been very patient with actual pain while she was really ill, but she wasn't a good convalescent. "This will do," she said resignedly, and mopped up the last of the soup in her bowl with the heel of the loaf. They were in the refectory the monastery kept for guests, non-novice students, and the sick who were well enough to walk. It was a pleasant room, plain but comfortable, and well heated by the sealed stoves. Some of the older monks preferred to sit on cushions or mats, but the rest used benches and chairs, and nobody expected outsiders to do otherwise. "The food's actually pretty good," Ingolf thought, finishing his own. "But yeah, I could use some roast pork with crackling." There was potato soup done with barley and onions, hard white cheese grated on it, warm dark bread and butter, pickled cucumbers, hard-boiled eggs and sauerkraut, and dried apples and berries. The young nun who had served it looked at Mary indignantly. "Besides imposing a karmic burden, food which requires killing animals is unnecessary," she said loftily. Then, "And if you must, there are places in the town which serve it, when you are better. I admit that it is not wasteful, since we have abundant pasture." "Prig," Mary muttered to herself as the girl moved away. She was about the Dunedain's own age. "Naig nedadel." Ingolf's eyes went upward, and his lips moved slowly. He'd been learning some Sindarin. It was fiendishly complicated, and the only two people in this part of the world who could talk it were right beside him. But he'd kept at it doggedly. It would have helped if they had some books, but the only material they'd brought on the trip was a small print section of the histories, Ingolf thought.
think of them as the histories, damn it. Mary takes that seriously. There is a pain in the... he began. Ritva grinned. Pain in the ass, she said. Then with concern as Mary pushed the bowl away. You tired, sis? Bored with being sick, Mary said. I know I'm a lot better off than Rudi, but it's still a drag. We should be getting going. There were windows in the refectory, south-facing ones. It was getting dark already, and would have been even if the winter sun didn't set early. You could just see the powder snow the wind was driving at the glass, until one of the monastery staff went around cranking the shutters closed. Even when that was done, the sound of the wind came through the stout log and fieldstone walls. This reminds me of winter at home, Ingolf said, and that means we're not going anywhere for a good long while. You want to get caught in another blizzard? It can be done, Mary said. Yeah, and so can juggling sharp knives on horseback, Ingolf said. A couple of hunters on snowshoes or skis, sure. 9 people? With horses? Big horses that need grain feed, some of them? We're lucky we didn't lose more getting here. I might as well go back to bed, Mary said with a martyred sigh. Something happened, didn't it? Matilda asked, while we were in the cave. Well, I came close to dying, Rudi said, mock cheerfully. Even that was hard when you felt as wretched as he did right now. In the daytime he was merely weak, but after dark like this, before sleep came, there were times when he felt as if the fever were back. An aching in every part of his body, not just the stabbing, itching ache of the healing wounds, as if he were utterly tired and at the same time too uncomfortable to rest. And when the simple comfort of the room was like a prison, wrapping him in tight bands from head to toe, like a corpse trussed for the funeral pyre. And that's when it's a struggle not to snap at people, Rudi thought. Yet it's also when you don't want to be alone. The mother's blessing on you, Anamchara. Matilda raised his head with a hand and fed him more of the bittersweet herbal tea. The low gutter of the lamp on the bedside table underlit her face, bringing out the strong contours and highlighting small green flecks in her hazel-brown eyes. The acrid scent and taste of the liquid were comforting, and the heat relaxed him a little as it made its way down to his grateful stomach. Your problem is you're used to being Lou come again, she said severely, when she turned back from replacing the kettle on the stove. And now you're not, for a while. He rolled his head on the pillow and smiled a little at her. She looked a bit shocked, which meant he wasn't doing it as well as he'd hoped. I had a vision, Anamchara, he said, and waited for a little, until the herbs took some of the ache away. Well, your family is prone to them, she said, and smoothed a lock of hair back from his forehead. While we were in the cave, he said, I thought I was dead for a moment, and on the trail to the Summerlands with the Dread Lord. Then I met... She swallowed and crossed herself when the tale was done. It might have been just a dream, she said. His smile quirked a little. I doubt it. But it made me realize something. What? His eyes went to the shadowed rafters and planks of the ceiling. That this journey's end is my own death, he said softly. I am walking towards a sword indeed, and to take it up is to take up my own mortality. All our perils and struggle just bring the altar and the knife closer. Maddie took his hand. We're all on a journey towards that, she said stoutly. He shook his head slightly. Let's not play with words, you and I, my heart. I'm the sword of the lady. My blood is my people's ransom, the price paid for their hearts and their happiness. That's my fate, my weird. It's a hero's death, to be sure, but I'd rather it wasn't so soon. A hero's life makes a fine song, but the living of it is another thing altogether. It's one thing to risk your death in battle, or a hunt, or even climbing a tree. It's another to walk a path with only one ending, every step a pace closer. Most men run from death. There was a long silence.
Then her hand moved on his forehead again.
You could.
Another pause.
I could what? He said.
He laughed faintly and then stopped because it hurt.
Matty, I wish I could run off with you and start a farm somewhere, seeing your face every morning, and die at 86 with our grandchildren about us, and in between no worries but the weather and the day's work.
Her hand squeezed his.
Me too, Rudi. Oh God, how I wish we could. But I can't. My fate is. All I can control is how I meet it, whether I can make it mean something. Your fathers did, she said.
Rudi nodded.
But my father didn't believe in fate. He laughed at it, and at the gods. He didn't know the story he was in, and I'm thinking that made it easier for him. I must walk the road with my eyes open, and renew my consent to it every moment.
Something splashed on his hand. He turned his head. She was holding his hand between both of hers, tears falling silently. With an effort he freed himself and cupped his palm against her cheek. She turned and kissed the palm.
"Och, darling, all men are born fey," he said. "It's your part in this I regret, even more. For I know now that a long life would be sweet with you, and if you and I are together, it will be to your sorrow."
Matilda took a long breath.
"I don't believe in fate," she said. "We make our own. Well, there's the will of God, but that's not the same thing."
Rudi sighed.
I have to tell her, he thought, but I don't have to work to convince her. Honor's not that demanding a mistress. Right now, the only path you've got to walk is the one marked recovery, or health, she said,
and he could feel her pushing foreknowledge away.
Now that's true, and there's no doubt in it.
He closed his eyes.
Strange folk, Christians, he thought.
Aloud.
Would you mind singing that song for me again?
She nodded and began. There was a quaver in her voice at first, but it strengthened into the soft melody.
"O ladies, bring your flowers fair, fresh as the morning dew. In virgin white and through the night I will make sweet love to you. The petals soon grow soft and fall, upon which we may breast. With gentle sigh I'll softly lie, my head upon your breast."
Very quietly, he began to sing along with it, more a suggestion than real sound.
"And dreams like many wondrous flowers will blossom from our sleep. With steady arm from any harm my lover I will keep. Through soft spring days and summer's haze I will be with you till when, as fall draws near, I disappear till spring has come again."
He closed his eyes and smiled.
"Ah, that was a breath of home. Now tell me of your problems and worries, my heart's friend."
She laughed softly. That gurgling chuckle he'd always liked. Not even the fact that it was her mother's laugh could hide the warmth in it.
"My worst problem is boredom," she said. "I've been sparring."
This time his sigh was pure sea-green envy.
To move again. "And reading in the library here, and talking with the monks, and sitting with Mary a little. She's recovering fast now."
"How are the others taking it?"
"Pretty well. Odard—"
Rudi chuckled. As he did, he felt sleep coming over him, fading the world. The low shh of snow against the window, the muted howl of the wind, the low, friendly, rippling sound from the closed stove.
"Odard's not a bad sort,"
he murmured drowsily.
"He's just a bit of an asshole at times."
His eyelids fluttered downward. He felt Maddie bend to kiss him lightly on the forehead, but her last words faded away.
"Actually, the problem is that he's a lot less of an asshole these days."
Mary rose from the refectory table and wobbled a little. Ingolf stepped in. not reaching for her, but putting his steadying presence close enough for her to grab if she had to. The corridor outside was a lot darker and colder than the dining hall. It was a relief to get to the room the two women shared, which had its own stove. He helped her into bed and pulled up the blankets while Ritva opened the iron door, tossed in a couple of chunks of wood from the basket, and then closed it and adjusted the flue. It was an airtight model based on pre-change models, and it could keep the little room at something they all considered good enough, though he'd noticed back home that older people thought that range of temperatures a bit cool for comfort. There was a heating element on top for boiling water, too. Ritva put the kettle on and added herbs when it began to jet steam. The willow bark tea eased the ache and itch of her sister's healing wound. "Time to do my bit," Ingolf said, and took the lute from a corner and tuned it. "And hell, I'm bored." Winter was the stay-indoors season at home, too, but there was always enough to keep the dismals at bay, making things, fixing things, looking after the stock, practicing with arms, some hunting now and then, and the sheriffs and farmers visited back and forth, having the leisure and the means for it. Sometimes they'd get sleds and go for a long trip down the frozen river. "And there's making music and telling stories," he thought with a wry smile, and went on aloud. "Like a song?" Mary smiled and relaxed. "Something from your home," she said. He started in on one. The wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, and then Northwest Passage. Then he passed the lute to Ritva. She was only passable at playing, but had a fine singing voice, and she did one of the Dunedain songs. He didn't get more than 1 word in 3, but he had to admit that the language was pretty as all hell. "Tell me more about Reedstown," Mary said, when the tune, from something called Nanishin Hurin, was finished. "Reedstown?" Ingolf said, surprised. "Well, it's in the valley of the Kickapoo. The Injuns named it that before white men came there, and it means goes here, then there. That's one twisty river. Just about the right size for a canoe, most of it, but it gets bigger as it goes south and joins the Wisconsin. Sometimes the cliffs close in and you're between these walls of red sandstone covered with moss. And other places they open out, and the fields go rolling away to the woods and hills and the forests." He could see it as he spoke, the flame of autumn on the ridges, the silk of the cornfields yellow with October, the smoke rising from the chimneys of strong, stolid yeomen, the smell of the dark, damp-turned earth behind the oxen in spring. The ache surprised him, and he was glad to fall silent. Ritva was reading from the histories, the creation of the world, which was more interesting than the Bible version, when Odard came in. They all looked up at him. A drift of cold air came in with him, and he was wearing his outdoor gear. Quilted wool pants and a sheepskin jacket with the fleece turned in, and a hood with a flap that hid most of the face. Snow dripped off him as he triumphantly set the basket he carried on the table at the foot of the bed. It was wrapped in a thick blanket and tied with string. He couldn't get the knots undone and stood blowing on his fingers near the stove, while Ingolf picked them free. "Well, well, well," the Richlander said, as a savory smell followed the unwrapping. There were a couple of heated bricks in there, too, to keep things warm. His mouth watered. He liked meat, too, when he could get it. The Kickapoo was good livestock country. The forests there were thick with game, and he'd been raised a sheriff's son, after all, in a family who were lords of broad acres and many herds. "Barbecue pork sandwiches," the Portlander nobleman said, "and some fried chicken." And he pulled out 4 beer bottles. Pre-change glass with modern wood and wax plugs. "Not everybody's a Buddhist around here," he said triumphantly, "and not all the Buddhists are as pure about it as the monks and nuns. There were plenty of them at Ford's Cowboy Kyansa Bar and Grill down in the town." "You must have been hungry to go outside in that," Ritva said. The window vibrated in its frame to illustrate her point, and there were trickles of cold air despite all the thick log walls could do. Odard peeled himself out of his integuments with an effort and then stacked them outside the door. The room was big enough for 2 beds, but not much more. "They've got a pathway marked with poles and ropes," he said. "I wouldn't have tried it otherwise. St. Dismas couldn't find his way through that, and it's getting worse. I'm never going to complain about all the rain and the black months back home, ever again." There were plates in the basket, too. They loaded one for Mary, and then dug into the rest themselves. Ingolf took a long drink. The beer went well with the rich, spicy sandwich, and he'd missed both. They made a noble brew back home, and Sutterdown, Dun Juniper, and Boise had all had maltsters of note. This was different. Bitter with something that wasn't hops, but it was definitely beer, and welcome after weeks of water and milk. Mary managed to get one of the sandwiches down. They were little loaves split lengthwise, and a few bites of the chicken as well. The beer on top made her sleepy fairly quickly, and the 2 men packed up the remainder and stole out into the dim chill of the corridor as her sister tucked her in. "Thanks, Odard," Ingolf said, and extended his hand. The Portlander's brows went up, but he took it. "No trouble," he said. "Hell, it wasn't," Ingolf said, grinning. "It's the better part of a mile to the village, and you're not as used to this sort of weather as I am." He considered the younger man carefully. The slanted blue eyes weren't as guarded as they usually were. "Funny. Most times when you've fought by a man's side and traveled with him, that's when you get to know him. Not with Odard. But this is a little surprising." "Let's say I've had plenty of time to think," Odard said as they walked back towards the male side of the monastery's guest quarters. "And plenty of distance and deeds to get some perspective on things back home." "Yeah," Ingolf said. "I had the same feeling after I left Reedstown. It all seemed sort of small after a while." "Did you ever consider going back?" Odard said curiously. "Nah. I missed it. The place, most of the people. But it wasn't home anymore after my father died." "Ah," Odard said. There was nothing mysterious to him about the plight of a younger son, though he wasn't one himself. "I envy you. My father died in the Protector's War when I was around 8. I don't remember him well." Ingolf fell silent for a long moment, remembering the way his father had looked towards the end, the haunted set of his eyes, as his memories went back to the time right after the change. His son didn't remember them well at all. He'd been around 6, and all he could recall was how frightening it had been that the adults were so terrified. Reedstown had been a little rural hamlet surrounded by dairy country and mixed farming. They hadn't been hungry, but there had been a fair bit of fighting with starving refugees. His home was just close enough to the cities that they'd have been overrun and eaten out if they hadn't fought, after they'd taken in every soul they could. He remembered his father cursing the Amish around Rockton because they wouldn't help, and the whispers about the raid. "Mine was a man who did what had to be done," he said. Odard's mouth quirked. "So was mine." After a hesitation, he said, "You're sort of fond of Mary, aren't you?" "Yeah," Ingolf said, his gaze turning inward for a moment. "Didn't realize it really until she got hurt." He shrugged. "You were there when Saba died. Well, I realized when Mary came back that she could get hurt whether or not we were together." Odard nodded and set a hand on his shoulder for an instant. "I realized that she might not be there to tease," he said. "The twins and I have been sort of friends for a long time. But on this little trip, sort of won't do, will it?" They turned a corner. The monastery was really a series of buildings along the hillside, some pre-change, some built since or heavily rebuilt, all linked together with covered walkways. From the thickness of the bracing timbers overhead, most of them got buried deep every winter. This time they nearly ran into Matilda, probably returning from Rudi's bedside. "Princess," Odard said, with that funny-looking bow. "How is he?" "Better," she said, and made herself smile.
but still weak. He's sleeping now. That infection nearly killed him." "What's that?" Ingolf offered the basket. "There's still some of the chicken left," he said. "Mother of God," she said, and her hand darted in. "That's so good," she went on, her mouth full of drumstick. It was good, Ingolf thought. The batter isn't quite like anything I've tasted before. "Thanks, Ingolf," she said after she swallowed. "Thank Baron Liu," Ingolf said. "He's the one who waded through the snow and back to get it." Little cold draughts trickled around Ingolf's neck as he said it. The stoutly timbered roof over their head was shingled and then covered in thick sod, but even so you could tell that the storm was building. "That was good of you, Odard," Matilda said. He shrugged. "Mary's appetite needs tempting," he said. "And a very good night, Your Highness." "You must not overstrain yourself," Dorje said. "Sure, and I thought you Buddhists were given to discipline in the flesh," Rudi Mackenzie said. "Mind you, I haven't met many. And I'd go mad if I had to lie still any longer, the which would do my healing no good whatsoever or at all. I've enjoyed our talks, but I need to move." Dorje smiled as they walked slowly down the swept flagstones, their breath showing in white plumes in the cold, dry air. Rudi judged he would have been egg-bald even if the monks here didn't shave their heads, and a little stooped, but even erect he would barely have come to the young Mackenzie's breastbone. There was absolutely nothing frail about him, though. He was comfortable as a lynx in the sheepskin robe and saffron overrobe and sandals, despite the chill, and he was obviously suiting his pace to the convalescent's capacities. You could still see the shadow of the strong young mountain peasant in him. The white Stetson hat had seemed a little odd at first, but by now he was used to it. Doubtless it was an offering to the spirits of the place. "Here we teach the middle way," Dorje said. "When the Buddha first sought enlightenment, he attempted fierce austerities of hunger and pain, but he found they did not aid him. The starving man and the glutton are both slaves to their belly's need. If the glutton is worse, it is because he is self-enslaved." They came to a bench, and Rudi lowered himself carefully to it. The wound in his back had stopped draining and was closing, but it was still sore. He thrust aside worry about the shoulder. "And Fierbin could drub me with a feather duster right now, to be sure," he thought. The pine log pillars to their left had little lines and crescents of snow in the irregularities of the polished wood. Beyond it was an open court, and in its center the image of a man carrying a white lotus. A wooden carving, and none too skillful by Mackenzie standards, but the sincerity of it shone through nonetheless. The land beyond fell away in terraced slopes to the valley floor below, with bleached barley stubble poking through the snow where the winds had eaten it thin. A frozen river shone like a sword blade in the bright sun, twisting away with a lining of dark willows and leafless cottonwoods. Beyond rose mountains, scattered with pine woods, but bare, blazing white at their peaks, save where the dark rock bones of earth showed through. Smoke rose from a cluster of log cabins and frame houses in the middle distance, and a horseman was riding downward towards them. The snow of the roadway creaked under his horse's hooves, and the clank of a scabbard against a stirrup iron echoed. The whetted steel of his lance head cast painful bright blinks. "I thought Buddhists were pacifists," Rudi said. He took a slow, deep breath of air, leached of all but the ghosts of scent. A little wood smoke and pine sap, and a hint of a sharp herbal fragrance, before he went on. "As a general rule, at least, the which I am not, obviously. Though if the world would leave me and mine at peace, sure, I'd oblige them gladly. But if a warrior's presence offends against your faith—" "Obviously, it does not," Dorje said. "And I'm afraid that grateful as I am for your help and your wisdom, you're unlikely to convert me." Dorje took the younger man's hand in both of his,
turning it over so that the sword calluses showed.
"I have been assured by those wiser than I that a brave man, though he slay, and though he slay his many, is as a god in contrast to the men and women who are restrained from slaying only by cowardice. If the one who will not take life for any reason is higher on the way than a warrior, then they are lower, just as he who fights for justice and to shield the weak is higher than he who fights for plunder or for pride."
He patted Rudi's hand before he released it.
"I do not judge the necessities of your life, or the karma you have chosen. But here, at least, you may be at peace for a little time." "It is peaceful here," Rudi mused. "It's nice to have time to stop and think for a bit, with all the external things stripped away."
As he did, the sound of a bronze bell came through the cold air, still sounding a little strange. He knew now that it was because it was rung by a log hung beside it in rope slings, rather than by a clapper.
"I was raised to be a warrior, but I've seen enough of war lately that it disgusts me so. Not so much the fighting, but the waste of it, the things that are broken that should not be." "You have chosen a hard path, my son," the monk said, "one that will test your courage, and the risk of pain to yourself and the death of your body are the least of its trials. But be sure, if you have courage, it shall certainly be tested, because no quality in this universe goes unused. Walk the way you have chosen in its fullness. When you have reached its end, you will find that it is the beginning of another path."
"You don't think killing is the worst of sins, then?" he said curiously. Dorje sighed.
"No, but considered rightly, it is foolish. It is easy to kill. It is equally easy to destroy glass windows. Any fool can do either. Why is it only the wise who perceive that it is wisdom to let live, when even lunatics can sometimes understand that it is better to open a window than to smash the glass? But this world is mired in illusion, which is folly. As followers of the Way, we deplore the taking of life."
Then he chuckled, slapping his knees.
"Including our own. And more importantly, we deplore greedy or evil men taking the lives of those who look to us for instruction. There are few surviving pacifists in the world 22 years after the change. A desire for peace does not imply submission to those who choose to be violent as their first resort."
He sighed again.
"Yet, if men were truly wise. Within our valley here at least there is little bloodshed."
"You rule here, then?" Dorje's eyes sought the heights.
"We were here, many monks from many countries, for a conference, they called it."
His voice turned dry.
"If I remember correctly, the subject was to be Buddhism on the World Wide Web, with many learned panels on how the Internet might be used to transmit the Noble Eightfold Path. The hotel here gave us a reduced rate because the season for winter sports was nearly past. Then we experienced the, as one of our hosts put it, the mother of all service interruptions."
He chuckled again, though Rudi couldn't see why. But the young clansman knew a man in touch with the other world when he saw one. He who'd grown up in Juniper Mackenzie's household. It took some this way, a bubbling current of joy.
"And the people here turned to you for wisdom after the change," Rudi said. "Certainly the ones I've seen are happy with their arrangements, the which would be unlikely if you were a bad man, to be sure. Also, I still have some confidence in my judgment, despite Peekaboo. That most of us grew up scratching a living out of Highland farms was more useful at first," Dorje said, "and that hardship was nothing new to us. There were even yaks here. The ranchers found our help useful when their machines died, and many of the people here were tourists from the cities, or those who made their livings by serving them, and they were utterly lost. We helped as we could, and one thing led to another."
Rudi nodded. He'd seen that before. Unusual folk had often had an advantage after the change. His mother and her covenant friends not least.
"I have heard a little of your mother, the Lady Juniper," Dorje said. "Before the change, I studied your old religion somewhat. It, borrowed much from ours, and from the Hindus in the land where the Way was first preached."
"Meanin' Gardner stole your doctrines like a bandit loose in a treasure house," Rudi said cheerfully. Juniper Mackenzie tended to shock her co-religionists with her frank assessment of the origins of their faith. "And from many others." Dorje made a sound.
"To say that you stole would imply that we own the truths of the Way," he said. "But the reverse is the case, if anything. Let the truths that Gautama Buddha first sought go forth and lead those who hear them towards the Buddha nature that all carry within, however they call it."
Rudi nodded. That was enough like his own faith's teaching of many paths to the same goal that he was easy with it. Then he smiled wryly, thinking of things he'd heard from Mattie and her countrymen.
"You'll find Christians a little more proprietary about their doctrines, I think."
Dorje laughed.
"Your father Ignatius has been extremely polite," he said. "There is a young man earnest in his search for virtue, I think. Indeed, the greatest threat he will face is his own virtue, lest he become too much in love with it. He and the others have told me much of your journey and its purpose, and its enemies. We here have been troubled by the Cutter cult as well."
He looked up towards the eastern peaks.
"That something extraordinary occurred on Nantucket has long been rumored. Fascinating."
"It's more than that," Rudi said grimly. "The gods are taking a hand in these matters. I'm not sure how to put that." Dorje shrugged, in a manner that showed he'd been raised in the East.
"Are you familiar with the word bodhisattva? No? These are beings who have achieved enlightenment, and with it great powers, but who, from compassion for those still mired in illusion, return to help them."
He indicated the statue.
"That is an image of Shenrezi, the bodhisattva of compassion, who may be viewed as a god, an aspect of the Buddha nature, a personified idea, or a focus for meditation. And all these are true. This," he pointed to a painting on the wall behind them, of a man with one hand held up in the stop gesture and the other bestowing a blessing, "is Amitabha, the Buddha of pure light, who dwells in the West and is of the element of fire and assists in overcoming fear."
"Ah, immortal, powerful beings who concern themselves with humanity, and I suppose the other kindreds, animals, the world in general. Well, sure, and that sounds a good deal like a god to me." Dorje nodded.
"We should not split hairs over definitions and forms of words."
Then he chanted in a high, reedy voice.
"If the causes are fully ripened, Buddhas will appear there and then, in accordance with the needs of the disciples, the place and the time."
Then he laughed, gleeful as a boy, and clapped his hands together.
"But we do split hairs, we do. We split hairs so finely that often there is no hair, only the split. It is, what was the expression? A professional deformation of monks."
Rudi nodded, gathering his strength.
"I'm as weak as a child," he thought. "Worse, I had energy enough for two as a child, so they tell me. Now I'm just tired from thinking."
"Then what of devils?" he said aloud. "For I've met
things, forces on this journey, which I'd call by that name, sure." "Oh, yes," the abbot said. The glee leached out of his face, and he looked truly old for an instant. "In the time of the Great Leap, when hunger turned good neighbors into worse than beasts, and later when the Red Guards came to burn our scrolls, then I saw how men could become devils and torment each other. If mere men can do such great evil, how much worse are those with greater powers and insight, when they turn to doing devil's work?" The black eyes held his, and the monk's voice went on softly. "And only he who has by hard work conquered the devil in himself knows what a devil is, and what a devil he himself might be, and what an army for the devil's use are those who think that devils are delusion." "No," Master Howe said. A Dane wheezed fury at him from the ground where his shoulders had struck. The monk was at least 30 years older than the Mackenzie clansman, but he looked perfectly comfortable in his loose trousers and singlet, and even more comfortable within his skin. A Dane and he were both of medium height, but Howe lacked the younger man's thick shoulders and arms. He was like a stripped-down anatomical diagram of a fighting man, with every muscle showing like a flat band of living oak under his ivory-colored skin. It lacked the ruddy brown tint of the Rinpoche's face, and there was a subtle difference in the facial structure. Rudi had the impression they came from different countries. "No, you are fighting from anger," Howe barked at a Dane. "When I'm trying to kill someone, now wouldn't it be strange if I weren't angry with a bastard?" Rudi had been doing a slow, gentle series of exercises with a light fighting staff. Today was the first he'd been able to do even that. The indoor practice hall was very much like a barn. From the smell, he thought it probably did duty as one from time to time. But the board walls broke the force of the wind, and the dirt floor gave good footing and was passable for falling. His right shoulder twinged again, and he let the end of the quarterstaff fall so that he could lean on it, gripping with his left hand. "If you wish to defeat your enemy, you must first defeat yourself. Defeat your anger. Defeat your hate. Defeat yourself. Then your moves will be pure, and you will win. Direct your chi energy. It is more important than your fists or your feet. You already have good technique. You are strong and fearless and young, yet this skinny old man can defeat you again and again. Consider this." "Why didn't you say so, Master Howe? If that's what it takes to boot some head, sure and I'll do it." "He's saying he's so angry he'll overcome anger," Rudi thought. "My friend, I think in this case my mother would say your head is not firmly wired to your arse." Rudi kept quiet nonetheless. Help with throttled rage was precisely what a Dane needed. What had happened in Peekaboo wasn't going to leave him any time soon, or easily. Instead, he began another of the series of exercises. Some of them reminded him of Aunt Judy's methods. Patience. Patience. "But I, too, want to boot some head," he thought, and sighed. "And right now I can't even try." It was going to be a long winter. He racked the staff. A man beckoned from the pathway outside. "The Most Holy Rinpoche Tsewang Dorje would speak with you," the man said. His face was schooled to calm, but the censorious blue eyes were obviously rather disapproving that his superior was wasting so much time with this young, outland infidel. Rudi bowed slightly, keeping the smile off his face. He was reminded of a saying of his mother, that a fanatic was a man who did what he knew in his heart the gods would do, if only they had all the facts of the matter. And it was a pleasure simply to be able to walk properly again. He was breathing a little hard when they ascended a final flight of stairs, but it was his infinite relief after his lead-limbed weakness of a few weeks ago. Come in," the old abbot's voice said. The sanctum was— the phrase that sprang to Rudi's mind was pleasantly bare, even to eyes accustomed to the flamboyant Mackenzie style.
There were scrolls on a rack against one wall, and books on another, and an image of a bodhisattva in a niche. A low desk and a mat were the only other furniture, except for a compact metal heating unit and a cushion, obviously there for Rudi's convenience. The old man bustled about pouring tea for his guest. Rudi had come to actually like it, with the salty yak butter added, and it certainly helped keep you warm in this upland winter, where your body burned fuel as a bonfire burned wood.
"Thank you for spending so much of your time with me," he said, when Dorje had seated himself again. "Though frankly, there's little I can do but talk at the present."
Dorje gestured at his own body.
"When you reach my age, my son, you will find that talking and thinking are the pleasures that do not fade, although silence is still greater and more lasting. As for the time," he shrugged, "there is little pressing business until spring. If the gods have given us time to pursue wisdom, it is prudent to use it. Refusing such a gift brings no fortune."
Rudi nodded, collecting his thoughts.
"Teacher."
Dorje held up a hand.
"Please, you can teach someone how to grow barley. I have done so. Wisdom is another matter. Concerning that, nothing can be taught, although the learner easily can be assisted to discover what is in himself, other than which there is no knowledge of importance except this, that what is in himself is everywhere."
Rudi grinned with a trace of impudence and quoted from the charge of the goddess.
"For if that which you seek you find not within yourself, you will never find it without. For behold, I have been with you from the beginning, and I am that which is attained at the end of desire."
Dorje laughed delightedly.
"Yes, how shall I put it? Borrowing."
"Or could it be that all who make wheels make them round?" Rudi said, and they shared the joke. Then he sobered. "But someone has been teaching the masters of the cut, I think."
"Yes,"
the Rinpoche said soberly,
"and they are become the most knowledgeable fools on all earth. A certain poet, and he was no fool, bade men take the cash and let the credit go. I find this good advice, albeit difficult to follow. Nevertheless, it is easier than what those men attempt who seek the aid of malevolence. They try to take the cash and let the debt go, and that is utterly impossible. For as we sow, we reap. Men who sell their souls invariably make a very bad bargain."
Rudi shivered a little, remembering the eyes and the dead hands squeezing his throat.
"I've had more to do with the gods since I started this trip than ever before in my life, but I know less than I did when I started out. The more I'm told, the less I understand."
"And knowing that, you know more than you did," Dorje said. "There is a saying of my people, that around the virgin daughter of a king are guardian walls, and before the walls are fierce men. So is it wonderful that God should cause his secrets to be guarded by ferocity, and that of many kinds?"
"The other side seemed to get more help," Rudi said, baffled. "Not that I'd take that aid if it were offered on a golden plate. Why would anyone do that to themselves?"
Dorje made that expressive shrug.
"Why do men steal and violate and kill when no need drives them? And the lusts of the body are as nothing to the unmastered cravings of the mind. Subdue the body, and still the lusts of the spirit may consume you like fire. Death pursues life. Is there anything without its opposite? Can light exist without shadow? So, I tell you that when you seek to do the will of the gods, and help men rise through the cycles, your very inmost thoughts awaken hosts of enemies that otherwise had slept. As sound awakens echoes, so the pursuit of wisdom awakens the devil's guard.
As above, so below, Rudi said, and his face went grim. I have to fight them, then. But how? That's the question.
I cannot advise you on matters of statecraft, not beyond this valley and its surroundings at least. But I do say that if you are in league with gods to learn life and to live it, you shall not only find enemies, you shall find help unexpectedly from strangers who, it may be, know not why. Has this not already been the case?
Rudi thought. That it has. Sort of an equal and opposite thing. And I have my friends, Rudi said, which was a comfort. It's a lonely thing, having so much depend on you. Dorje's chuckle was dry.
My son, when you have come to a decision between right and wrong, then act, not waiting on approval. If you do right, it will add no virtue to the right that friends gave their assent beforehand. Be your own judge, but commit no trespass, remembering that where another's liberty begins, your own inevitably meets its boundary.
Can't we help each other then? Rudi said.
Oh, most certainly. But though you strive in friendship, be that friendship as ennobling as the gods' goodwill, I tell you that each must enter one by one. But of the three, faith, hope, and friendship, the last is not least. To him who truly seeks the middle way will open. One step forward is enough.
Then I'd like to ask your help, Rudi said. For my comrade Ingolf. He was a prisoner of the cutters for a long while, and I think they did things to him. To his mind. Things that leave him vulnerable.
Ah,
Dorje said, leaning forward slightly.
Tell me more. With this, we may be of assistance. Father.
Yes, my child, Ignatius said, controlling his breathing and suppressing a stab of irritation. He bowed to the monk with whom he'd been sparring and returned the practice sword to the wall. A Dane was trying another fall with the instructor in unarmed combat, who was extremely good, and Odard, Ingolf, the twins, and Fred Thurston were taking turns at sword and buckler. He judged his own condition clinically. He was fully recovered in strength and flexibility from their time in the mountains, but still a little behind in endurance. It would be hard to build that again while the snow kept them inside. And I am still disturbed in spirit by the things which we saw with the cutters, he knew. I must think and pray and meditate. But a soul in need is always a priest's task. He sat on a bench and Matilda joined him.
I've been reading in their library here, she said. And it's a bit odd.
What is?
It's odd how much of it seems, well, similar to what the church teaches. Not the devas and whatevers and layers of being and western paradises and everything, but the stuff you're supposed to do, and what's good and bad.
No, it's not odd at all, Ignatius said. It's only to be expected. Why do you think our pagan friends, he nodded towards them, speak of their God as dying and reborn, and renewing the land with his blood?
Well, that's just a pagan myth.
Exactly. But the passion and resurrection of our Lord are also myths. At her shocked look, he went on. But they are true myths. Myths that have become history. Not in some timeless land of legends, but in a particular place and a specific time.
Then why should people like the Mackenzies or the Buddhists get the same answers as we do from something that was real?
Because those events are so real that they cast their shadow forward and backward through all time, whenever men think of these matters at all. Even if they are mired in ignorance, they will see fragments of the truth, as men imprisoned in a cave see shadows cast by the sun, Likewise, all men derive their moral intuitions from God. How not? There is no other source, just as there is no other way to make a wheel than to make it round. In Scripture, He tells us directly what He wishes of us, but simply by being His children in His world, we hear a whisper of the Logos, the divine Word. He saw her frown thoughtfully.
"That makes sense," she said, then smiled. It made her strong-boned face beautiful for a second. "Thank you, Father."
"I can't take the credit for the thought, but if the words reach you, my child, then I'm doing my job." He sighed. "I find this place both strange and familiar. It is interesting, and it makes me long for Mount Angel. Marvelous are the works of God."
"But none so marvelous as humankind," Matilda finished. "Thanks, Father. I'd better get back to Rudi now. He overdoes it if he's not watched." "Thanks for the help, Fred. It's mad I'd go, gibbering and running into the woods waving my arms and crowing like a rooster, if I didn't get away from the women for a while. Well-meaning darlings that they are, my sisters and Matilda both, the blessings of the Mother upon them."
Frederick Thurston nodded and took a sip of the chicory. He'd grown up calling it coffee, just like everyone else in the interior, though traders from the coast reached Boise a bit more often than they did this far into the Rockies. And the real bean wasn't to be had at Ford's Cayenne Cowboy Bar and Grill for any price. Right now it was crowded here. Ranchers in from the Long Valley roundabout, farmers from the foothills, militiamen in from patrolling on skis, enough to combine with a big fieldstone fireplace to make it comfortably warm. The air was thick with a sense of frying potatoes and grilling meat, of rawhide boots drying by the fire and sheepskin coats steaming on their pegs by the door, and beer and fruit brandy. And someone had put a cup of it in front of an image in a niche he supposed must be Cayenne. The owner paused by their table. "Everything okay?" he said.
"Mr. Ford, it's like a breath of home, so it is," Rudi said with that easy charm Fred envied. "The monastery is a splendid place, sure, but—"
The innkeeper grinned. "And I make my living off the but," he said, and passed on. He was a lean gray man who must have been striking once. And the staff and stables and kitchen were mostly his children and grandchildren. Fred remembered someone saying the owner had built the place with his own hands.
"It sort of reminds me of the time I managed to get away and do that bar crawl with a guard corporal, Jeremy,"
he thought reminiscently. It had been just after his 16th birthday.
"God, I thought Mom was going to have a cow, particularly when she heard about the girls. I'm glad Dad didn't ream the guy out too badly."
His father had looked like he was halfway between being angry and laughing, fighting to keep the grin off his face as the course of the evening's dissipation was revealed, right down to the women's underwear found in their possession. Not that his father had been one to coddle the children. He squeezed his eyes shut for an instant, almost gasping as he saw that final glimpse again. Martin bending over Dad and...
"No," he thought. "I can't go on reliving that. I'm headed the other way, and Martin can keep."
Instead, he reached for his cup. Something clinked, and he saw Rudi Mackenzie pouring from a silver flask into it. He upended the oblong shape and shook the last drops free.
"There, that's the last of the Dun Juniper brandy. My friend Terry Martins Mackenzie makes it. And well, he learned the art from his father, who was a brewmaster and distiller of note." "Hey, I can't take the last of it," Fred said. "It's Yule, or nearly, the season for gifts. And you look as if you need it more than I."
The brown-skinned young man sipped. It did mellow the harsh taste of the toasted chicory root, even more than the cream he'd laced it with.
"Yeah, you don't look like you're going to fold up and blow away anymore," he said. "Though you still look like shit, frankly," he added to himself. "Or like a ghost of yourself."
He had trouble connecting the figure before him with the blood-spattered warrior
who'd gone striding through the Cutter camp to rescue his friends like a god of war, with men dead and crippled in his wake. Rudi Mackenzie was still far too thin, the flesh tight on his strong bones, and there were lines of strain around his blue-green eyes that hadn't been there before. Only the thick red-gold hair that fell to his shoulders was as it had been before. That, and his smile. "I'm feeling much better," the Mackenzie tannist said, with a flash of white teeth. "Which is to say, as if I'm only at death's door, not halfway through the gate, screaming as my fingernails tear out while I grip the posts, sure." "How's the shoulder?" Fred asked. He'd be most concerned with his sword arm in the other's place. "I'm practicing more sword work with my left hand," Rudi said matter-of-factly. Then he shrugged at Fred's wince. "It's not so bad. I'm ambidextrous anyway." "Really?" "Nearly. Slightly. It's important to keep a positive attitude, my mother always told me." They shared a chuckle, and Rudi went on. "And the strength is coming back, slowly. I'll have enough in the right arm for shield work, and enough control. It's the range of motion I'm having problems with, though the exercises the monks have me doing help." "They've certainly got some good weapons instructors here," Fred said. "I've been learning a lot, and I had the best trainers in Boise." He shook his head. "Sort of odd to think of Buddhists having a military school." "Well, a lot of the followers of the old religion also had qualms about war training back before the change, from what the oldsters say at times. But the survivors didn't," Rudi said. "From what the Rimpushers told me, there were monks of 6 different schools here when the day came, and some of them had always walked the warrior's way." Fred frowned. "You know, it's odd, but in a way, Abbot Dorje reminds me of my father. Which is odd because they're nothing at all alike. Dad went to church sometimes, but he was never religious, really." A waitress turned up with her food, a loaf of brown bread, butter, a platter of plump, aromatic sausages, hot and steaming and sputtering juices from cracks in their skins, beets with herbs, cabbage, some strong-tasting boiled green that looked like spinach but wasn't, glistening slices of pan-fried potatoes. Weather like this gave you an appetite. He spooned some mustard onto the side of his plate, butter onto the cabbage, and dug in. Rudi did likewise, eating more slowly, as if he had to decide to take each mouthful. "Well, they're both men who gave everything to what they did, and gave everything to their people," the clansman said after a moment. "Sure, and the Rimpush reminds me of my mother. But that's a more obvious comparison." "Dad talked about a government of laws and not of men a lot," Frederick said. "But you know, I've been thinking as we travel. It means a lot what sort of men you have ruling. If they are the wrong people, no matter how good the laws are, they don't do much." Rudi nodded. "Though good laws can restrain a bad ruler somewhat, depending, of course, on the customs of the folk and the badness of the man." "Or woman," he added after a moment, obviously thinking of someone, and just as obviously not wanting to say who. "Matilda's mother," Fred thought, "who frightens everyone. Even Dad was cautious about her. Everyone wanted him to fight Portland over the Palaus, but he agreed to split it with her. But Matilda's wonderful." He blushed, and had the uncomfortable feeling that Rudi had followed his thoughts and was amused by them. "Hell, friends have a right to laugh at each other. We fought side by side, and we are friends. And we've got stuff in common, too. We grew up around rulers. That's something that most of us in this bunch have. And it's different to have people who really understand around." The waitress came back with 2 mugs of hot cider, pungent with something that smelled of berries. She put Rudi's down and gave him a motherly pat. The glance she gave Fred was anything but. He blushed and reached for some of the bread to mop his plate, and ignored her disappointed sigh. "If you're called to rule, you just have to do the best you can," Rudi said. "But you need something to guide you," Fred said earnestly, the woman's smile as forgotten as the hunk of barley bread in his hand. "You need Something more than just finding money to pay the soldiers and keep the irrigation canals going, and patrols to catch bandits.
That you do, Rudi said. Men are ruled by the visions inside their heads, as much as by swords or castles or tax-gatherers. Sure, in those laws your father mentioned, if they're to be anything at all, it's a dream in the hearts of men, not just words on a page.
He sighed and watched the sway of their waitress's hips as she took the empty tray back to the kitchens.
Not even the foam-born Cyprian with a rope tied to it. Not right now, Otron. The sorrow and the pity,
he murmured to himself, and then turned his eyes back to Fred.
A king is not just a war leader or a head clerk. He's also a priest, he is. A priest to those mysteries his people reverence, whatever they call them. And his lady, a priestess.
The late dawn of Christmas Eve came bright and cold after a week of storms. Father Ignatius stopped at the top of the ridge and looked down over the roofs of the Chenrezig Monastery. The town below, the mist of driven snow that swirled along the surface of the frozen lake at the mountain's foot, and the distant ruins of a pre-change settlement. The sky was bleakly clear from the mountain fangs eastward to those behind him, the one gilded with bright sunrise until he had to squint into them, the other still turning from night dark to ruddy pink, but otherwise bone white against cobalt blue.
So simple, so elegant, so pure,
Ignatius thought, inhaling air that smelled of nothing but itself and a little pine.
God is the greatest of artists. How good of him to give us this world and the chance to imitate him by bettering it.
Riley.
If only we did not mar it and ourselves so often.
Then the sun rose a little more, and the light was like diamond on the fresh snow, with only a hint of green from the pine trees ahead. He climbed steadily towards them, eyes wide as the crystals sparkled and flew free to glitter in plumes from the branches. His head felt a little light. He'd been fasting for the last day or two, and had taken only a little bread and milk this morning. The light powder was knee-deep, but he had good stout-laced boots lined with fleece, and quilted trousers of local make. After a moment he found the place he wanted, a little clearing with a view down the mountainside and a convenient stump where a lodgepole pine had been pushed over by some storm. Snow hid the trunk, but the splintered base was thigh-high. He drew his sword and drove the point downward into the wood, so that the cross-hilt shape stood black against the sun, and looped his rosary and crucifix about it so that the cross clinked against the steel. Then he knelt and began to pray, hands folded before him. The familiar words and gestures quieted his mind, which was one of their purposes. Some corner of his mind remembered what Abbot Dimboski had said to the novices of his class once. Silent prayer is the highest form, but God gives us a set of steps for a reason, and you must tread every one of them to reach the heights. Better to stay on a step where you can keep your footing until you are ready than climb too fast and fall. The adversary can corrupt even prayer if your pride gives him an opening. High is heaven, and holy, he murmured at last, his eyes on the mountain peaks and dazzled by the sun. Lord, I seek to do your will. Have I chosen rightly? Subdue my rebellious heart, Lord, which is full of fear and murmuring. I hear rumors of war in the west, of a great battle where my brothers of the order defended your church and your people from the minions of the adversary. I have seen diabolism abroad in the land. Where does my duty truly lie? Free me of doubt, I beg. Make me your instrument. Silence stretched like a plucked harp-string, and the light poured down the mountains opposite like wine. He stopped the straining of his mind, seeking only to listen. Do not fear, brave miles of Christ, a soft voice said, a woman's voice, quiet, but with an undertone like a chorus of trumpets. For he is ever with you. A shadow fell across him as the one who'd spoken approached, lit by the rising sun. He blinked his eyes in surprise as they adjusted. He'd come here for solitude, and if anyone else was near, he would have expected a woodsman or a ski patrol. Then he could see her. It was a woman of... I cannot say if she is young or old. Simply ageless, he thought, his mouth going dry. No. Who are you? He whispered. She was dressed in a simple belted robe of undyed wool, honestly made, but the sort of homespun a peasant's wife would wear, or a village craftsman's, and her hands were work-worn. A long blue mantle rested across her head and shoulders, thrown over one shoulder to frame her features and the waving black hair. The face beneath it was olive-skinned, with a firm curve of nose and great dark eyes that reminded him of the Byzantine mosaics Abbot Domboski loved. A Jewish face, kindly and wise and a little sad. Her feet pressed the snow in sandals of goatskin, and a breath of warmer air came with her. Air scented with lavender and thyme, a hint of sunny, dusty hillsides and hamlet fires of olive twigs and vine clippings. Under my father's roof, they called me the wished-for child, Miriam in the tongue of my people. Then he met her eyes and cried out, throwing up a hand. So bright, like fire. Like staring into the heart of some great star, burning in the vastness of space, like the sudden shock of being plunged into its furnace heat and transmuted as elements combined and died. Yet there was no pain in it, only a warmth that penetrated to every atom of his being, as if all that he was shone with it. The light was knowledge of his self, that showed him every mistake and sin and ignoble failing that had gone into him. Yet the light was still there, and had always been, would always be. And yet she was the peasant woman he had seen, arms stretched a little toward him with calloused palms upturned. Do not be afraid, Karl Bergfried, she said again, using his baptismal name, and the tenderness in her voice was as overwhelming as the light. You who have been father in the spirit to my son's children. Lady, he choked, the hand he had put between them slowly dropping to clasp his other, caught between terror and a rush of joy that was like all his homecomings at once, together with what he'd felt when he first raised the host as a priest. Lady, I am awake, he thought. I am more awake than I have ever been. Every particle of snow, every roughness of bark or breath of air upon his skin seemed to glow. Time passed in a drumbeat of seconds, sounding as if its hooves would shake loose the mountains and break the sky, as if the stuff of existence itself creaked at the strain. I am more myself than ever before, but I am faded to a shadow, and the world is an image cast upon silver glass. Lady of Sorrows, Queen of Angels, he said, and tears ran down his cheeks, startlingly cold against the flushed skin. I am not worthy. A miracle. Her lips curved. And yet my son's blood was shed for you, child of Eve, she said, the smile taking away the chiding. And have you not been the instrument of miracle? The earthly bread and wine becoming his blood and flesh in your hands? Have you not granted forgiveness in his name? Ignatius nodded. What must I do? He whispered. You will be tested beyond what you can bear unless you throw yourself upon him and his love. In them is strength beyond all the deceits and wickedness you have seen, strength to put them behind you. Do I do right to follow the princess? He said. To whom did you promise obedience under God? To the head of my order, and through him to the princes of the Church and the Holy Father. The blue-mantled head nodded.
Humanity has suffered the fire from the sky, a punishment greater than the deluge, she said. But even in the Father's anger there is always mercy. And my son is thrifty. He uses what is to hand. The young woman your earthly superior entrusted to your care also serves his purposes. Guard her then in the trials she will face, with the sword and counsel of the world and of the Spirit. In service to her you serve me, and through me, the Most High. You shall be my knight, Karl Bergfried. She rested one hand on the cross hilt of his sword. The other reached out and touched him gently on the brow, and the universe dissolved in song.
Chapter 13. West of Pendleton, Eastern Oregon. September 15th. Change year 23, 2021 AD.
"Right face!"
Martin Thurston shouted, as the Portlander Knights loomed up again out of the dust to the northward. He'd learned their trumpet calls today.
"Hold hard the fighting Sixth! Prepare to receive cavalry!"
The battalion turned front and snapped its shields up as the Boise and Tube screamed, a motion like the bristling of a hawk's feathers.
"Hoorah!"
The long guttural shout went up as the soldiers of the Republic braced for contact.
"USA! USA! Harrow, Portland! Holy Mary for Portland!"
answered them from behind the couched lances and painted shields. Even then the war cry irritated him. They were fighting for their respective rulers, not for the putative mother of a hypothetical god, though he supposed "Sandra, the bitch," just didn't compare as a battle shout. Centurions stalked between the ranks, and the Optios in the rear braced their brass-tipped staffs against men's backs, firming the line and giving that little extra sense of solidity in the chaos and whirling terror that were a foot soldier's view of combat. Pila jutted out between the locked shields, and the first rank knelt to brace the butts against the hard, gritty soil. Seconds later, the lances struck, slamming through the hard plywood and sheet steel with huge crack sounds, bowling men over or punching through their own body armor. Shafts cracked across, pinwheeling up fragments through the mist of powdered soil. More pila arched forward over the front ranks' heads, and men pushed forward to take the places of the fallen, punching at the metal-clad heads of the horses with the bosses and steel-rimmed edges of their great curved shields, stabbing with their swords, trying to swarm the horsemen under now that they were halted. Men and horses alike were armored animals who cursed and struggled and bled and screamed, killed and died, blind with sweat and blood and the dirt churned up by the hooves and boots all the day long, voices croaking with thirst. The knights' long blades and spiked warhammers slammed down, and the destriers reared and struck with feet like milling clubs. The ugly crunching sounds when they struck the bodies of men were audible even through the huge scrap metal and riot blur of noise. Here and there a mount went down, or a man, with a pila point sticking from a joint in the armor or from the horses' vulnerable bellies. Martin watched as a dismounted knight swung his longsword in both hands, and 3 Boise troopers struck in trained unison, one to block the blade, the other 2 stabbing with the flickering speed of a shrike snapping its beak forward, probing for the weak points in the armor. Steel sparked on steel, and then the plumed helmet wavered and went down. The Oliphants shrieked again, a higher note than the brass horns the Boise men used, and the men-at-arms backed their horses and turned, cantering out of catapult range, and then walking their mounts. Infantry couldn't force horsemen to fight if they didn't want to. When they were 1,000 yards away, they turned and waited. He could see ambulances coming forward for their wounded and... Remounts. God damn them, they've still got fresh destriers ready. They must have been breeding and training them ever since the change. It had cost a fortune. Boise's light horse were trying to reform their tattered screen between his flank and the Portlander Lancers. His head swiveled eastward, ahead. There, his men had been steadily chewing their way through the Portland Protective Association's infantry, like a saw through hard wood, but they'd had to halt while he refused the flank to take the attack of the heavy horse. Now the enemy foot were backing, breaking contact, still with a disciplined bristle of spears over the kite-shaped shields. Blocks of crossbowmen were between them, retreating by files. The man at the head of each rank of 6 fired his weapon and then turned and walked backward to the end of the column, pumping the cocking lever set into the forestocks of their crossbows as they went. The man behind them shot and then followed, reloading as well. Thurston's men crouched behind their heavy shields against the continuous flickering ripple of bolts. The sound was a steady thock, thock, thock. Mostly the big shields stopped the short, heavy missiles. Mostly. But a steady trickle were falling limp, or screaming, or staggering backwards towards the medics, and the Portlanders were too far away now for his men to reply with thrown pila. He looked southward to the section of the Allied line on his left. The pikes of the Pendleton City militia wavered as they advanced, and he suspected that the glaives of the registered refugee regiment at their backs had a good deal to do with the fact that they were still moving forward. A trio of 6-pound iron balls blurred into them from the enemy catapults, bouncing forward at knee height, and a whole 6-man file went down screaming, their 18-foot weapons collapsing like hay undercut by a mowing machine. A heavy tung, 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 tung sound came through the screams as one of his own batteries replied with globes of napalm, the burning fuses drawing black smoke trails through the air and then blossoming into blurred flowers of yellow gold as they landed and shattered. The pump teams behind the field pieces worked like maniacs to drive water through the armored hoses to the hydraulic jacks built into the frames, and the throwing arms bent back against the resistance of the heavy springs. The enemy catapults were already moving back, though. He could see their crews trotting beside the wheels of the field pieces. They'd hitched their teams and were stopping only when the auxiliary pumps attached to the axles had cocked the mechanisms. Then they'd let the trail fall from the limber, slap a bolt or ball into the groove, and fire, and snatch it up again to make another bound backwards. A 4-foot javelin from one of them went over his head with a malignant whort, making him duck involuntarily. There was an appalling wet smack behind him. He turned and saw that the bolt had pinned the body of his dead horse to the ground. Hooves thudded behind him. The messenger from his cavalry commander had a crudely splinted left arm, and her dark olive skin was muddy with pain and the exhaustion that grooved her face. She saluted smartly, though.
"Sir, Colonel Jacobson reports that he regretfully cannot slow any further charges by the Portlander Lances. Sir."
Her voice changed.
"Sir, they just have too much weight of metal for us to stop them. Not face to face without room to maneuver."
Thurston nodded. "Get that arm seen to, Sergeant Gonzalez," he said. "No return message." Then he looked up at the sun. It was 3 o'clock at least. "And I am not going to try to pursue in the dark with the cavalry we probably have left." Another pair of horsemen approached.
"No, God damn it, it's Estrellita Peters and her spawn, come to waste time I don't have."
They were both in breastplates and helmets, at least, and there were a dozen of their slave guardsmen around them. The boy was pale but determined, gulping at his first exposure to the atmosphere of a battlefield. A cross between a construction site, an open sewer, and a neglected butcher's shop on a really hot day, seasoned with men sobbing or shrieking or calling for their mamas as the ruins of them were dragged back to the aid stations. The boss man's consort was as calm with edged steel wickering through the air as she'd been in her own parlor greeting her guests. At least she wasn't trying to play general.
"We are forcing them back, Señor Presidente," she said.
Thurston nodded curtly.
"And paying far too much of a butcher's bill for it,"
he thought. The loss of every man hurt, and from his own ever-loyal 6th, doubly. "We'll hold the field," he said, his voice a grim bark, "and they'll leave your territory. Now, if you'll pardon me." The boy spoke, and there was a disturbing flash in his brown eyes.
"The prophet has foretold victory."
Thurston nodded curtly again.
And I could do the same, he thought.
For a wonder, Estrellita showed some tact and pulled the boy aside. Martin went on, "Courier, get south and find out what the hell's happening on our left flank. And tell the Corwinite commander, damned if I'll be polite at this late date, that unless he can turn their flank soon, a general pursuit is out of the question." Then to his signalers, "Sound the advance!" The Tube brayed like mules in agony, a long sustained note that meant get ready, and then 3 sharp blats. With a unison that shook the earth, the battalion stepped off, moving forward at a steady jog-trot, shields up and pilot cocked back to throw. Astonishingly, they began to sing as well, a raucous marching chant timed to the pounding beat of the advance. "Yanks to the charge!" cried Thurston. "The foe begins to yield. Strike for hearth and nation! Strike for the eagle shield!" "By God, with men like these, I'll whip the earth," Thurston said, and drew his own blade. It would come to that for the commanders, before the sun set.
"Plant the swine feathers!"
Chuck Barstow Mackenzie rasped. His voice was hoarse with the dust, raw with shouting. The signal blatted out, and the mass of kilted archers stopped their jog-trot to the rear. Each of them turned, jammed the shovel end of the weapon into the ground, back-heeled it to plant it, and then took a few steps backward as they reached over their shoulders for arrows. They were down to the quivers on their backs now, no time for spares to be brought forward. Westward, the dimly seen ridge they'd abandoned suddenly quivered and sparkled. The sun was behind the clan's warriors now, and it broke off the edged metal of the blades there, and on arrowheads.
"Let the gray geese fly! Shoot!"
The yew-bows bent and spat. This was close range, barely 50 yards. You could only just see an arrow from a heavy bow as a flicker through the air that close, and it was only a half-second later that the first struck. Men and horses went down. And this time they reined around and fled, back below the swell of ground that would put them out of sight. Only a few kept coming towards the Mackenzie line, a handful of them screaming out, "Cut! Cut! Cut!" They galloped along the Mackenzie front, lofting arrows towards their foes and dying as picked shots stepped out of the clan's ranks to take careful aim. Chuck dismissed them from his mind. The ones who'd sensibly dodged back behind the protection of the ridgeline were the ones he was worried about. There were a lot more of them. "Dropping shafts!" he shouted, and the bows went up. Arrows glittered as they arched up and over the rise, discouraging any of the enemy from lingering. Off to the southward, men were fighting and dying too. The Warm Springs tribes and the bear-killer A-listers against the sword of the prophet and the cutter irregulars as they lapped around the flank like a rising tide creeping up a beach, a bit higher with each wave. "Get ready to—" he began. The impact was like a punch in the chest, or a blow from a hammer. He grunted and took a step backward. Then the pain started, and he looked down to see the arrow standing in his chest. It had broken the rivets between 2 of the little metal plates inside his brigandine, just over the left branch of the horns that cradled the crescent moon. He grunted again, and this time there was a hot wetness in his mouth when he did. It leaked out between his teeth, and he could feel a gurgling as he sank to his knees and tried to take a breath. The pain started then, pulsing out in waves from the cold center where the iron had pierced rib and lung. He blinked. Rowan was holding him, and Oak was there, bending over him with a look of astonished fury.
Why is the boy mad at me?
He thought for an instant. Then he forced the black wings back from the corners of his eyes for a second.
Important,
he thought. That was hard. His mind was like a movie in the old days, but one all put together from bits and pieces. Dad holding him up on his shoulders as he came home from his mail route. His mother, children, grandchildren. The look on Judy's face the first time he called the goddess down to her. The overwhelming need to scream. A long, slow breath was the hardest thing he'd ever done, ignoring the blood pouring into his ravaged lung for the sake of air in the good one. Things were beginning to fade, graying around the edges, and he felt himself falling as if the ground beneath his back was a hole into infinity.
"Get them out,"
he said distinctly, coughing blood across the faces of son and foster son. Then,
"Judy."
Oak Barstow stood, his face contorted like something carved from blood-spattered wood, and his arms went wide as he emptied his lungs in one long, wailing shriek. Faces turned towards him, shocked and pale.
"Retreat," he called. "In good order."
The archers turned and trotted away, leaving the irregular rank of the swine feathers. The bicycles were near now. The clan's force threw their legs over the bars, set feet to pedals and turned northeast, following the dust of the ambulances and stores wagons as they pumped away in a column 3 ranks across. Rowan brought up his father's horse, blinking in astonishment at the still face, willing the still form to rise and speak, to give an order, to say something.
"Get going,"
Oak grated, cuffing him sharply across the back of his helmet and heaving the body over the saddle with one lift and wrench.
"Now."
That last charge was a mistake, Eric Larson thought. Men in the russet-brown armor of the sword and the patchwork harness of the Cuts rancher levies swarmed around him. Blades flickered, rippling in the dying sun as the melee boiled around the stalled bear-killer wedge.
"There's too fucking many of them, and they don't give up for shit."
He smashed the broken stump of his lance over a man's head and swept the backsword out. Images strobed across his vision, targets and threats. Everything else blurred. The sword lashed down on the junction of a man's neck and shoulder. Leather armor parted under the steel, and the edge drove halfway to the man's breastbone. Muscle and gristle locked around it. He wrenched it back with desperate strength and caught a sheet on his shield in the same motion, the curved bullhide booming under the stroke as the horses circled and chopped with hooves and teeth, wild-eyed and as battle-mad as their riders. Something else hit his thigh, but the armor stopped it, and he stabbed into a familiar, soft, heavy resistance and heard an ear-splitting shriek. He wrenched his mount about and let that motion drag the steel free.
"Time to go."
He looked for his signaler.
"Hake Pale!"
He didn't know if the war shout of the bear-killers came from his own throat or someone else's. A blow came at him out of the corner of his eye, and he whipped the shield around desperately. It was a man with a shaven head, leaking blood from a palm-sized graze where his helmet had been knocked off, his yellow goat beard bound with golden rings, and blue eyes glaring in a face inhuman with a rage beyond all bearing. A stylized wolf's head was painted across his lacquered hide breastplate, some eastern rancher's sigil.
"Cut!"
he screamed, and struck with a war pick whose haft was gripped in both hands, the horse moving beneath him as if it were part of his own body.
"Cut!"
The long steel beak struck Eric's shield. The awkward angle of it hammered his arm back against him, and the spike punched through the shield, and the armored gauntlet beneath, and into flesh. He'd been wounded before, but the pain was enormous, a cold wash of astonishment that paralyzed him while the man wrenched the weapon free and stood in the stirrups for the killing blow. For a confused moment he saw something, a horse and a shield and a shining spear.
"Saint Michael," he thought. "Warrior saint, aid." "Hake Pale!"
This time he knew it wasn't him yelling. All he was capable of shouting right now was, "Jesus, that hurts." And thankful it wasn't,
"Mother, Help!
Bright metal speared across the side of the goat-bearded man's throat from behind. It carried the outfit's banner, but the shaft below and the head above were an entirely practical lance. That was young Mike Hobble, Jr. He recoiled desperately, bringing up the shaft of the banner to block the counterstrike of the war pick. It worked, a little. The blunt back end of the terrible weapon smashed into the wood and bounced into the mail shirt on the young man's side. Eric let the ruined shield slide off his arm, but the jarring sent fresh waves up it and into his gut and balls, like a tooth being drilled, but all over his body. The sword slipped from nerveless fingers. Then his own son Billy was there, an arrow drawn to the ear as he galloped past. Perfect form with a recurve a single smooth C. Thunk! The bodkin punched into the side of the man with the war pick, so deeply that the gray feathers were all that showed. Billy Larson brought his horse up in a rearing halt. The beast pivoted like a cow pony despite the weight of an armored rider, and he snaked out the bow to catch at the reins of Eric's horse.
"The Mackenzies are out!" he shouted. "Let's go!"
"Sound retreat," Eric snarled. It was necessary. He still didn't like it. Eric Larson watched as the bodies were lifted onto the railcar. It was nearly dark, but flames underlit pillars of foul-tasting black smoke, with flickering red where pyramids of boxed supplies had been torched to keep them out of enemy hands. A dozen Mackenzies were fitting their bicycles into the slots in the light alloy car's surfaces, ready to pedal it up to speed, faster than anything a horse could do, and far more enduring. Others were already underway, stretching off towards the northeast along the rusty steel rails until they were moving dots against the flare of sunset. The Cora men and the bulk of the bear killers were a column of dust to the southwest, pulling back towards Bend and the passes of the Cascades.
"Mind if I hitch a ride?"
Eric said, cradling the mass of bandages that was his left hand against his chest. Every time he took a step, it was as if invisible cords inside the arm were stretched out and scraped with knives, all the way up his shoulder and into his chest. He knew a flicker of pride at the steadiness of his voice, but he certainly wasn't in any shape to get out of here on horseback.
Or anything else that requires more than lying on my back and whimpering.
The man overseeing the loading looked up. It was Chuck Barstow's foster son, Oak. Smears of dried blood across his face looked black in the fading light, leaving his blue eyes like jewels of turquoise set in jet.
"Sure, and you're welcome. 100,000 welcomes," he said. "We'd none of us have made it out if you hadn't held them until we broke contact."
Eric waved the others forward. Billy was there. Nothing but scrapes and bruises, memories of horror warring with the exhilaration of realizing, "By God, I'm alive," on his face. He was helping Mike Jr. along. The boy still had the broken shaft and the blood-clotted bear-killer banner clutched to his chest. Getting onto the rail car without fainting occupied his next few moments. Then he realized whose body he was next to.
"Oh, shit,"
he said, looking down at Chuck Barstow's still face, relaxed into an inhuman calm beneath the blood. Someone had closed his eyes.
"I didn't realize." "He died well,"
Oak said, his voice harsh despite the musical lilt.
"And he'll have company beyond the western gate before the last thread of this is woven."
Chuck Barstow stood and breathed. For a long moment the sheer wonder of that was enough, and the air was like all the Willamette springs he'd ever loved, and warm scented summer nights amid the fields, and the long wistful mornings of Indian summer, and a crisp autumn evening with the leaves blowing yellow about his feet thrown in. He was naked, but the feel of the grass on his bare feet was like a caress, and the forest floor was thick with white fawn lily and blue camas. Douglas fir towered over him, as majestic as redwoods, dropping their deep resinous scent into the still dim air. There was a thrill to it all, an eagerness for the day that he'd lost long ago, bit by bit, without even noticing it. Motion drew his eyes. There was a meadow ahead, hints of color and greenness amid a sunlight whose brightness was almost painful. 2 figures came out of it, shadows at first, and then a woman and a wolf. The great beast was chest high on her, and she walked with a hand resting on its ruff. The animal cocked head and ears and dangled a tongue like a red flag across bone-white fangs, its amber eyes amused. The woman was Judy, as he remembered her from that first meeting, solid in her festival robe and 3-colored belt, and beautiful. His own eyes went wide with alarm. "No," she said, smiling at him. That smile that had made him feel like a boy on his first date for 30 years of marriage. "Time's different here. You came first, but I've been waiting." He nodded. Somehow that made sense. The wolf made an impatient woof sound and jerked its nose towards the meadow where light shimmered on flowers of gold. Judy extended her hand. "Breakfast's ready," she said, and grinned as his stomach rumbled. "And Aoife's eager to see you again. You wouldn't believe the argument we had over who got to meet you first. Fortunately, Leith talked some sense into her." He took the infinitely familiar hand and grinned back at her. "Will there be gardens?" he said. She nodded as she turned to lead him into the brightness. "There's everything." Larsdalen, Bearkiller HQ, Hall of Remembrance. October 31st, CY23, 2021 AD. The great rectangular room fell silent as the food was cleared away from the long tables and the ceremonial drinking horn set out, rimmed and tipped with gold and carved with running interlaced animal patterns. The central hearth, beneath its copper smoke hood, flickered and boomed, for the night outside was cold and hissing with winter's rain. Light from that shone on the oak wainscoting between the tall windows, wrought in similar sinuous forms and hung with weapons and shields, round concave ones marked with the bear, back swords and lances and recurved bows, and captured trophies and banners. The fire scented the air, and the wax of candles from the wrought iron chandeliers overhead, and the memory of the feast's fresh hot bread and the roast pigs and a dozen other dishes. Now, military apprentices went their rounds with jugs of the wine from the Larsdalen vineyards and from elsewhere in the outfit's territories, that the dead might be hailed in the drink grown on the land their blood had defended. There had been a memorial mass in the Larsdalen church, and a bloat in the hof that Signy had built years ago, and private rites in each family. But this was a ceremony they all had in common. Both faiths accepted the arval, the grave ale. The feast hadn't been too somber despite the mourning. The Bearkillers remembered how their founder, Mike Havel, had joked with his comrades and his wife as he lay dying on the field of the cloth of gold, scorning death. Most of those present believed that the spirit outlived the body, in heaven, or the halls of the High One, or Hela's domain, or by rebirth. And they and the minority of unbelievers all shared a faith that a man lived not one day longer than he lived, and that what mattered was how he met his end, or hers. Strong, bearded faces waited, and women no less fierce, many of them also with a brand of the A-list between their brows. Youngsters newly blooded were there, and the solid landholders of the A-list steadings, and representatives from the others of the outfit, merchants of Rickreal, Larsdalen's craftsmen and engineers, and the commons from the strategic hamlets. The A-list's pride was that they were the first to fight, but they kept Mike Havel's law that every member of the outfit would defend the others at need, and to the death. The toasts ran up the tables. It was the custom for close kin to make them. Finally, they reached the head table, the one that stood crossways to the others, and centered about an empty chair. No human sat in it tonight, but a sheathed backsword rested across the arms.
The high back was draped with a bearskin cloak clasped with a gold brooch, and above it was a helmet. The simple bowl, with nasal bar and male aventail, the outfit had used in its earliest days, but with a snarling bear's head mounted on it so that the snout projected like a visor, and a fall of hide behind. On either side were the seats for the war leader Erik Larson and his sister Signy Havel, who held the Bear Lord's power until his children were grown. They both stood, ending the toasts to the fallen with a collective tribute. "I drink to our glorious dead," Erik Larson said, taking up his horn from its stand and signing it with the cross. "In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. May the Blessed Virgin intercede for them, and my patron Saint Michael, and all warrior saints welcome them to everlasting glory, they who fell fearlessly for home and kindred. In Jesus' holy name, Amen." There was a long murmur of Amen from those who followed his faith. Signy took up her horn in turn and used her right fist to sign it with a hammer. It was one of the set her grandfather had commissioned in a fit of youthful ethnic self-rediscovery 80 years ago, much copied since the change by the outfit's makers. With innocent eclecticism, the craftsmen of the 1930s had included Northwest Indian symbols along with the Norse, but that was appropriate. She had a little of that blood too, after all. Her voice rang out.
"I drink to our glorious dead. May they feast with the High One this night, and may his daughters bear them the mead of heroes, hailing the new-come Einherjar, thus at the gates of Valhall. Hail to thee, day! Hail, ye day's sons! Hail, night and daughter of night! With blithe eyes look on all of us, and grant to those sitting here victory. Hail, Aesir! Hail, Aesinger! Hail, earth that gives to all! Goodly spells and speech bespeak we from you, and healing hands in this life."
Then together the siblings raised the horns high and shouted,
"To our glorious dead, and to all the brothers and sisters of the A-list, always first to fight. Drink hail."
150 voices roared reply.
"Wassail!"
Signy looked at her twin brother with critical appraisal as they sat again. The stump of his left wrist was neatly bandaged, and he looked gaunt and pale, but strong in black boots and pants and high-collared jacket. The doctors said it had been healing well, and he'd certainly been bugging the craftsmen for a whole range of hooks, blades, gripping devices, and even a steel fist for when it was ready to hold a prosthetic. The military apprentices moved along the tables, refilling for those who'd drunk deep. She was pacing herself, and had taken only a long sip, but it glowed in her stomach after the feast. Just enough to give the great room a glow as well. Her mouth quirked as she thought what the ancestress who had built it as a ballroom back in Edwardian days, with a splendor of white silk hangings and chandeliers, would have thought of it now.
"Probably great-great-grandfather Sven would like it better, the old pirate."
That had been the man who came from a bitter little farm in Småland to the Pacific Northwest in the days when men like wolves snarling around an elk tore fortunes from the land with fangs of steel and steam. He'd started in a lumber camp and married the half-Tinglet woman who cooked for his bunkhouse, worked his way up to pay clerk, quit, made a minor silver strike in the Idaho mountains, parlayed that into a fortune, bought this country estate to complement his town mansion in Portland.
And his children went respectable in a major way, she thought.
His son married the daughter of a Lutheran pastor. His son, the daughter of a Swedish-American engineering magnate. His son, a Danish-German Milwaukee brewing fortune. And Signy's own father, a Boston Brahmin of Mayflower pedigree so distinguished her teeth were permanently locked on her vowels.
And whose ancestors came from the Danelaw, and were probably the descendants of Vikings themselves, she thought.
Luann Larson stood next, pride glowing on her dark, comely, Afro-mestizo face as she looked at her husband and eldest son and raised her horn.
"I drink to my son, William Larson, brother of the A-list,
who saved the life of his cousin Mike Havel Jr. on the field of battle," she said, the Tejano Texan accent still softening her voice. "Drink hail."
"Wassail."
Signy stood again, silent for a moment as she raised the horn, until all eyes were on her, and the loudest sounds were breathing and the crackle of the fire on the central hearth. She inhaled the pleasant pungency of burning firwood.
"I drink to my son, Mike Havel Jr., brother of the A-list, who saved the life of my brother Eric Larson on the field of battle at the risk of his life, shedding enemy blood and taking wounds. Drink hail."
"Wassail."
This time it was a roar. Mike Jr. flushed. He was seated at the high table for the first time, with the A-list brand between his brows still new enough to be raw. He was too young for the standard initiation, but there was an exception for valor in the field, and nobody had even whispered that he didn't deserve it, for saving Eric's life and for keeping the flag despite his broken ribs. They were still tight bandaged beneath his jacket, but he grinned shyly and ducked his head. The banner hung in the carved oak wainscoting of the wall behind them, the snarling crimson bear on brown, the bloodstains on it just barely visible in the lantern light. They cried the
"Wassail"
again and again until it turned into a chant. First,
"Hail, hail, hail,"
and then,
"Lord Bear, Lord Bear,"
amid fists pounding on oak until the holders that carried the horns shook and the red wine quivered over the gold-bound rims. Signy felt the words sing in her veins as it echoed through the great chamber. She leaned forward, suddenly quivering tense.
Would he take it?
She'd given him advice on what to say, but the boy had a mind of his own. The formalities would come later, but if her son stretched out his hand now... He stood, pale and looking older than his 15 years. The noise died away to a breathing hush, like the tension in a great cat before it leapt.
"Brothers and sisters of the A-list, free folk of the outfit," he said, and raised his horn. "I drink to my father, Mike Havel, corporal in the United States Marine Corps Force Recon, who never turned his back on an enemy or on a friend. My father who stood between the bear and his folk, who wrestled with sky and death itself on the day of the change, who brought us from the far cold mountains to this good earth. My father, who built our walls and made our laws, who judged justly, who killed the tyrant Arminger with his own hands, whose blood was the sacrifice that renewed the land. Hear us, Founder, Lawgiver, Landfather. We keep faith with you, Bear Lord. Drink hail."
"Wassail"
came in a quivering roar that shook the very chandeliers overhead until shadows swung gigantic on the walls. Her son lowered the horn from his lips. He waited until silence fell again, then walked to the empty chair and laid his free hand on the hilt of the great blade that rested across its arms. His face was very calm, and it looked so much like the one she remembered there.
"I'm proud to have shed my blood for the outfit," he said, his voice steady and pure, if still a little lighter than a grown man's. He waited out the cheer that followed before he continued. "And if our free folk hail me as Bear Lord when my time comes, I will take up my father's sword and the bear helm, and with it his Drighton might and right. Then I will give you my oaths to render good lordship, and take your freely plighted hold oaths, that your might be mine, and mine be yours. For the Lord and the land and the folk are one."
Utter quiet fell, a tribute more complete than any roar. She could see tears on some faces and slow nods of agreement from many more.
my son,"
she thought, through a glitter of her own tears, and a pain that was also joy.
"Oh, Mike, if only you could be here to see him now."
The youth went on.
"But first I must learn to fight like my uncle, Lord Eric, our war leader."
"Better than me, boy. Eric said, grinning hugely. "I shouldn't have made that last charge. It was one too many. Your father always said I had to watch my temper."
"And I must learn to lead as wisely as my mother Signy, Lady of the Bear Killers, whose forebearers' blood won this land long ago. Until then, let them rule, and let me learn from them."
He turned to her.
"I drink to Signy Hovel, sister of the A-list, whose wisdom saw the thread of the prophet and the tyrant Thurston. Drink hail." "Wassail."
Signy didn't drink the toast to herself, but the rush of pride was stronger than the wine could have been.
"That's my boy," she thought. "He wants it, yes, but he knows when to take it. High Lord, Lady Freya, all kindly Alfar, you've gifted him with brains and guts both. I drink to our war leader, Eric Larson, who got us out of that clusterfuck in Pendleton unreamed," he went on, "and who gave his hand to smash down a wolf that ravened at our throats. Drink hail." "Wassail."
Eric stood once more. "And I drink to my nephew and my son, because without them you'd be drinking toasts to my ashes in a goddamned urn. Drink hail." As the shout of "Wassail" rang out, there was laughter in it, the high tension of the moments before gone. It increased as the horn tilted back, and it became obvious that Eric was going to drain it or choke. Others did likewise. Mike and Eric's son William linked their arms each through the others as they drank, laughing with the red wine on their chins. Fists and feet pounded in rhythm with a flutter of Eric's Adam's apple, dissolving in cheers as he pulled it away from his mouth, wiped the back of his great gold-furred hand across his bearded mouth, and held it upside down to show that hardly a drop remained. "And now, let's just drink," he called. Dun Juniper, The Field of Flowers. October 31st, CY 23, 2021 AD. Juniper Mackenzie had planted flowers here on the slopes below the plateau many years ago, when this had been her winter retreat between the festivals and tournaments at which she busked for her living. Her great-uncle's grandfather had planted the gnarled apple trees, when this had been a working farm and the Mackenzie kin fresh from the Oregon Trail and the hills of East Tennessee. Even in the hungry days right after the change they'd tended it, and in the years since the place of beauty had grown. Now the flower beds and rose bushes spread along the slope to either side of the Dunn's gates, the flowering vines climbing the stucco halfway to the frieze of painted blossoms and half-hidden faces below the parapet. Most of the blossoms were past now. A few faded slashes of color clung amid careful mulch and pruning, brought out by the old gold light of sunset on a day that had dawned with rain and was ending with a clear sky. There was a silty smell of damp-turned earth and the musky scent of leaves and straw undergoing the slow decay of autumn.
"And so many of them Chuck did the planting of, and we planned it together,"
the chief of the Mackenzies thought. Chuck had been Lord of the Harvest long before he was first armsman. She remembered his face that first year when they started to dig the potatoes he'd planted.
"And he scoured the valley for seeds and cuttings for this garden, so that we might have beauty as well as food, when he had the time between the 10,000 other things. 32 years I knew you, Chuck, more than half my life. Even before you married Judy, you were a friend, and afterwards like the brother I never had. And you were there at my hand in all we built."
The meadows below the flowers were crowded. The voices of her people rang out, ending the ceremony.
"We all come from the Wise One, and to her we shall return, like a waning moon shining on the winter snow. We all come from the Maiden."
Judy Barstow Mackenzie took the urn with her man's ashes as the song ended, and walked down the rows of the garden, pouring them on the damp soil. Her sons and daughters followed, spading the gray powder into the rich brown earth. Beneath the hood-like fold of the arcade drawn over her head, Judy's face looked,
not older,
Juniper thought, Her friend was her age almost to the day, 53.
But as if she's moved through sorrow and beyond it. Well, that's why we keen the dead.
Her own throat was sore with it. There was a release in the cries, as if your spirit was walking part way with the dead, a last look at the beloved before you committed them to earth's embrace. A little life came back into Judy's face as she finished, and then she looked around her, a question on her face.
"What now?"
was as plain as if she'd spoken aloud. As if in answer, her daughter Tamsin and sons Rowan and Oak and their mates reached out to touch her, and the grandchildren crowded around with their small bodies leaning against hers.
Life is the answer to life,
Juniper thought, and spoke formally.
Who among his close kin will speak the last words for Chuck Barstow Mackenzie, our brother?
She was a little surprised when Oak stood forward. He bowed to her and turned to the folk assembled below. Everyone in Dun Juniper who wasn't helping prepare the feast for the dead, and many from elsewhere in the clan's territories as well, and a few from beyond. Chuck had been a well-loved man.
"I was an orphan of the change," he said. "Younger than my daughter Lutra here."
He touched her head, and the girl turned her tear-streaked face up to him. The fingers were infinitely gentle on her brown hair.
"I don't remember anything much before then, just bits and pieces. And the fear and hunger as we all waited on the school bus and the grown-ups were gone. Chuck took me and my sister Aoife and our foster brother Sanjay off that bus. He and Mother Judy raised us. They're the only parents I know. Chuck was the one who took me out and showed me the stars and told me their names, and the plants and their names and uses, and held me with Mother when I was sick or afraid. He taught me how to hunt and the rights of the woodland powers. He taught me how to tend the land and many others. He was a man of the earth above all, and there are thousands alive today who walk the ridge of the world because he could show them how to coax earth into yielding her fruits. He stood by my side when I was made an initiate of the mysteries. If I'm a man at all, it's his doing."
There was a long murmur from the assembled crowd. Oak raised his head and went on. Tears glistened in his yellow mustache.
"He taught me spear and blade and bow. He fought for us all. And now, like my sister and brother before him, he's given his body to the earth that feeds me and my children, and his blood to protect them. His last words were, 'Get them out,' and my mother's name."
The murmur grew louder and then died away again. Oak's voice rose for a long moment into one long wail of grief. Then he spoke in words again.
"Lady Juniper, chief of the clan, goddess on earth, hear my oath." "I will hear your oath, Oak, son of Chuck, whose totem is wolf," Juniper said steadily. "By what will you swear?" "I swear by earth beneath my feet, by sky above, by the water in my veins and the fire that is my life, by Brigid and Lou and all the gods of my people, by the spirits that watch over the house hearth, and the byre, and the field and the forest, and by Father Wolf who walked in my dream. And I call to witness that part of my father's soul that is not in the Summerlands, and the chief of the clan, and the folk of the clan."
He bent down and picked up a pinch of the mingled earth and ash, and drew it across his forehead. When he continued, his voice had the raw challenge of a bull elk's.
"Once I keened my father on the field where he fell. Once I have keened him here, where we returned his ashes to Earth the Mother. I swear that when I keen him for the third time, it will be when his vengeance is won."
Then he drew the little black knife from his knee-hose and held out his hand as he pressed the point to the fleshy ball below his thumb. A line of red appeared, and drops fell through the darkening air to fall on the dirt, and a sigh went through the crowd.
"And if I fail in my oath, may earth shun me, and sky fall and crush me, and fire burn me, and the water of life that is my blood be spilled."
A long silence fell,
as Chuck's other children held out their hands and joined their blood to his.
"So mote it be,"
Juniper said softly into the echoing quiet. Chapter 14. Shenrezi Monastery, Western Wyoming. April 15th, CY 24, 2022 AD. The 50-pound sack of wet sand across his shoulders seemed to be pushing Rudi Mackenzie into the ground like a nail as he ran up the steep, south-facing hillside. Sweat ran down his bare flanks despite the cool spring day, and he gloried in the play of muscle as his legs pushed against turf and rock like powerful elastic springs. The air was thin, but so clean it made him feel as if he were washing his lungs by breathing it, pushing out all the poisons in his body with his breath and sweat. Last year's grass was still matted on the ground, but new growth was pushing through it. The pink-tinged white of spring beauties, yellow bells, sagebrush buttercups. When he reached the sloping meadow, they made drifts of rose and gold through the new grass. There was a spring, and he set the bag down and used his hand to cup up the icy, mineral-tasting waters. The snows were still there, only a little higher up the hillside. Master Howe was the next to the plateau. He found Rudi in a handstand, slowly lowering himself until his nose touched the earth and raising himself to full arm's length again. Sweat outlined the monk's lean, ropey muscles, stripped to the same loose pants that Rudi wore. A pole rested across his shoulders, carrying practice weapons and shields on either end, but despite his 50-odd years, he ran with an easy, springy stride that defied the weight of wood and metal and leather. It was as if gravity were a game, and he obeyed its rules only out of courtesy. Rudi joined him in untying the bundles while the others arrived. Ignatius followed, which surprised him a little, but the warrior priest had seemed very focused since Yule, even for a knight brother of the order. Matilda came after him, giving Rudi a grin and a thumbs up. The cleric had been pushing her hard, too. Odard and Frederick Thurston came in the middle, and then Mary and Ritva and Ingolf in a clump. The big sheriff's son was matching her pace, and Ritva was instinctively working the rear guard's position, checking behind her every few seconds. Master Howe stood scowling with his arms crossed as they stretched, and then went through the tumbling and leaping that he considered an indispensable preliminary to training. Rudi had always been agile, but he'd never worked as hard on gymnastics as he had this winter. At last they finished with a long series of running backflips across the wet, uneven surface of the plateau.
"At least he's teaching us himself," Rudi thought. "That's a compliment of sorts. He doesn't turn us over to the lesser instructors like beginners."
"This," Howe said, throwing twin sheets, what he called butterfly longswords, to Ingolf. "This." Rudi ended up with a long sword and buckler to his relief. It was hard enough regaining skills with the hilt of his sword in his left hand, but learning an entirely new weapon like the sickle blades on chains the monks favored was excruciating. Some of the group had taken to them like ducks to water, though. The twins loved them. He faced off against Odard, raised his padded wooden blade in salute, and began. They both had round shields about 2 feet across, rather similar to what bear killers used, and calling for a quite different style from the 4-foot-long kite shields Odard had trained on, and he wouldn't be used to facing a southpaw. Liu's sword was held above his head with the hilt forward, protectorate fashion. Rudi's blade looped out to strike at the knee, a hawking strike. Odard leapt straight up so that it hissed beneath his feet and smashed forward as he landed.
"Feel where your opponent's blade is to go,"
Master Howe said 10 minutes later when they backed away, panting. His calloused hand slapped the back of Odard's leather helmet.
"You think too much. You are clever and you rely upon it. Then when your opponent does not do what your so clever mind thinks, you are helpless, paralyzed." Now that was clever. That is Odard's great fault as a fighter, Rudi thought. "And you," Howe went on, turning on Rudi, You are very fast again. You are very strong again. You have the instinct for the blade. On all this you rely. Too much. You have pattern in your attack. Too much. Even good instincts will betray you if you use them the same way all the time.
Odard's eyes went wide in apprehension as Howe picked up a quarterstaff and motioned him out into the open, flicking it back and forth.
"Come, clever man,"
the monk said, his face as impassive as carved beechwood.
"Enlighten my stupidity."
Rudi grinned to himself and watched the others, rotating his shoulders and listening inwardly for the catch of pain in his right. It was fine, so far. Dane and Fred were in a shoving match, their short swords locked at the guards and their shields tucked into their shoulders.
"Are you two men or rutting buffalo?"
Howe called, apparently not needing to look away from where he stalked in a circle around Odard.
"Your aim is to hit your opponent, not to push him over like a dead tree."
Dane let one leg relax and stabbed low. Fred almost caught it. He'd realized what the Mackenzie was about to do, but momentum drove him forward. The tip of the padded wooden sword struck him in the pit of the stomach. Even with the tough rawhide of the practice armor, the thud sound made Rudi wince slightly in sympathy, and the young man's brown face went gray behind the bars of the drill helm. He staggered backward, whooping and desperately trying to cover himself. Dane slid forward, his face blankly intent.
"Enough,"
Howe said. The young Mackenzie stopped as if he'd run into an oak tree, shaking his head and blinking. The staff spun in Howe's hands, and Odard was hopping and cursing and shaking his right hand as his practice sword flew free.
"The sword is not your weapon,"
Howe said to him.
"The hand is the weapon. The sword merely extends it. Now you, Raven Man."
Rudi and the teacher bowed courteously to each other and faced off. Howe began turning the staff, hand over hand, the ends of the tough mountain ash blurring faster and faster as they made a figure eight in the air. After a moment, he could hear the whist of cloven air as they moved. The Mackenzie tannist let his consciousness sink into the ground, grow into the air, knew the salt water in his blood and the fire in his nerves. Then he attacked, smooth and swift, aiming for the hands in the center of that blurring circle.
Crack!
The staff struck wood as it battered his sword away, flinging it high and wide. Rudi's eyes went wide, even as he whipped his shield around to catch the other end of the 6-foot length of wood with a hollow boom that jarred all the way into the muscles of his back. Only frantic effort brought his sword up in time to ward off a full attack.
"Think a little, Raven Man. Raw speed is less useful than anticipation. I am older and slower than you, but I block your attacks by anticipation."
They circled again, blue-green eyes locked on brown.
"It's true,"
Rudi thought.
"He started his block before I moved, just a little."
Then grimly,
"Raven Man he called me, eh? Well, so I am. Moragoo," he whispered. "Black Wing, Red Hag of Battles, be with me now."
The world fell away from his vision. There was no pouring of something other into his self, but instead a focusing until there were only vectors, threats, targets, the ends of the staff, Master Howe's hands and face and feet, and the shadow of wings bearing him up, and a huge joy in the play of weapon and muscle and nerve. He lunged again, long leg and long arm and long sword outstretched.
Crack!
This time the deflection was minimal, just enough, but the lunge left him overextended. He was moving with delicate precision, but so was Master Howe. The staff struck the wooden sword just forward of his fingers, nearly slamming it out of his hand. Rudi drew on the certainty that flooded him, and turned the motion of the sword into a backhand slash. The same impulse drove his will forward like a spear's point. A shriek burst past his snarling lips, the Moragoo's own.
the screaming that guided the birds of the crow goddess to their feasting upon the acorns of the unplowed fields of battle, whose yield was the heads of men. The blow might well have dished in a man's skull, even with a soft padding around the wooden practice weapon. "Good!" Howe cried, and he was grinning now. Only a blurring duck and whirl saved him, but more than the battering counterstrike of the staff made Rudi stagger. Then Howe struck again, and something struck with him, and the universe seemed to vanish in a blaze of white light. He backed, reeling, sword and shield moving in a desperate dance of defense. "Good! Good! But the hand is not the weapon. The mind is the weapon, and the hand only its extension," Howe called, his words and breath in perfect unison with his motion. "Discipline your mind." Rudi did, baring his teeth and thrusting with his will. The sense that wood was flailing at him from every direction in a ceaseless cascade of motion died away, and he saw the staff floating towards the touch of his shield and sword, as if he and Howe danced in a dream. Now they were not fighting. They were priests of a ritual, all alone on a mountain-top, beneath a sky where ravens circled a single eye. A twinge brought him back to common day. He stepped back and looked around. The others were watching him, and blank-faced or wondering. Suddenly he felt a little tired, the good tiredness you felt after a day's work in the harvest fields. Howe looked at Rudi closely, then stepped closer and prodded at his right shoulder with a finger like a section of wrought iron rod. "Pain?" he said. "A bit," Rudi replied, honestly. "Then stop. Too much is worse than too little. The rest of you, continue." Rudi sank back on knees and heels, hands resting on his thighs. Ingolf was sparring with the twins. Ritva was using her usual long sword and shield, but Mary had one of the local weapons, a length of chain with a ball on one end and a sickle shape on the other. Both wooden for this practice. In real combat, they'd be steel. The two young women spread further apart than they usually had, too. The man from Wisconsin attacked first, using the twin Tao sheets in the whirling style the monks taught. "They're better balanced than sheets usually are," Rudi thought delightedly, "and that will give him an advantage once we've left here. The appearance is so similar." Ingolf attacked, pushing hard and circling around Mary's blind left side to maximize the disadvantage. Mary was turning her head regularly, and the chain slid out through her fingers to whip around one of the swords. When they'd exhausted the possibilities of the match, Ingolf had been killed 11 times, Mary 3, and Ritva only twice. "You will run back to the monastery," Howe announced. "You?" Rudi said. The monk usually did everything students did, backward and carrying heavier weights. "I will remain and give special instruction to that one," Howe said, pointing at Ingolf. "There is much to learn, and he is not a particularly apt student." Ingolf's ears flushed a little. "Let's get on with it," he said grimly. "Time to go," Rudi said a month later, "although it's been like a dream here. A good dream, of peace and beauty and rest." Dorje smiled. "Yet in leaving, you need not fear premature aging." At Rudi's bewilderment, he added, "Classical reference." The monastery had given them a tough, light, two-wheeled cart for their gear, and for the rest they were on horseback, with local ponies to replace the pack animals and remounts they'd lost to hunger and accident and avalanche in the Tetons. The Rinpoche and several of the monastery's dignitaries were with them, and an escort of cavalry in the Oriental-style lamellar armor and flared helmets of the Valley of the Sun. "You will find the people of the Wind River over the mountains." Dorje nodded eastward. "Friendly for the most part. They and the Shoshone and Arapaho have been allies. Beyond that, I cannot advise you directly. There are forces of the Cut in the Powder River Basin, and many of the ranchers there have submitted. Others still resist." Rudi nodded, inhaling the scents of water, a sweetness of cut grass that a pony kept heading towards the side of the road to snatch a mouthful, turned earth, horses sweating just a little in the spring's first really warm weather. The sound of hooves beating slow on the damp earth of the roadway stirred his blood, but
"I'm a little sorry to leave,"
he thought, turning in the saddle for a moment to look up to the distant peaks of the Tetons, still snow-covered down to the tree line.
"It's beautiful here, and I've learned much."
"It's pretty, but shorn it would be a cruel, hard place to farm," Adain said quietly as he rode beside him. "They'll have the spring planting finished by now back home, and it's a lot longer to the first frost there." May was a season of beauty in this high valley. Even the sagebrush looked fresh, and the leaves of the aspen groves were uncurling and trembling in the light breeze. The lakes along the almost vertical granite wall of the Tetons had finally melted. They reflected the high snow peaks in stretches of azure blue as pure as the sky, ringed with reeds where snowy herons waded, and strings of yellow goslings followed the Canada geese. Wings were thick above. The meadows were ablaze with bright dandelion and buttercup, yellow-bell lilies, bright pink shooting stars, mauve violets, and purple lupins. Ox teams pulled plows here and there as farmers readied the last of their fields for buckwheat and other crops hardy enough to yield in the short time of warmth, the soil brown and moist behind the steel of the shares. Water chuckled in irrigation ditches. Cowboys and shepherdesses alike, armed and mounted, followed herds of yaks, cattle, sheep, and llamas dotted over the green immensity. Many of the houses scattered here and there in sheltered spots had turf roofs as well, and their dense green surfaces were dotted with flowers. Many of the folk waved to the travelers as they rode past, or made reverence to the abbot of Shenrezi. The monks and the escorts stopped where the road began its rise towards Togwoti Pass. The 9 travelers dismounted, and so did the abbot and several of his chief followers. Some of them were wearing feathered headdresses like crimson-plumed helmets and crimson cloaks, but Rinpoche Tsewang Dorje had only his usual rather shabby robe, hiked up a bit for riding and showing his skinny, knotted calves, and Master Hao was in his usual singlet and loose trousers. Ignatius bowed to the Buddhist cleric. "My thanks, and that of my order for your hospitality and help," he said. "This valley is indeed a holy place." Dorje bowed in return.
"I can see that you have found a measure of enlightenment here," he said.
For a moment, joy shone from the priest's usually rather impassive face. "High is heaven, and holy," he said. "Mountains have always turned my thoughts towards God."
"And you, my child, seem to have achieved a measure of rest,"
Dorje said to Matilda. She nodded, smiling, and making the palms together gesture of greeting and farewell the monks used.
"It's been nice being just Matilda," she said, "and I also thank you for your hospitality, and for your care for our friends who were hurt."
Seriously,
"If ever I can do anything for you and yours—"
Dorje made a gesture of mild dismissal.
"Hospitality imposes no obligation but its return. We ask nothing for it. You can't stop me feeling an obligation, Guru, or fulfilling it. That's between me and my God."
The abbot smiled, a smile that showed every wrinkle and made him look like a boy again.
"I shall not seek to dissuade you from doing a virtuous deed," he said.
Then he turned to Ingolf.
"We have given you a shield. Your own wounds only you can heal, however."
The Richlander nodded soberly. "I know." Mary and Ritva were standing at the heads of their dappled Arabs side by side. Mary wore a black eye patch with the trees and stars of the Dunedain embroidered on it. They bowed gravely to him, and he to them. Then he turned to Frederick Thurston.
"You, I think, were nearly of the opinion that justice was nowhere to be found among men, save as a lie for fools, and that all was treachery in the pursuit of power," he said to him, I hope you have learned better here."
Fred nodded soberly.
"I wasn't really that bad, but I could feel the temptation. Thing is, I've seen what that can lead to." "Yes, and to only one place by many roads. But do not fall into an equal and opposite reaction. Though your path lead to a gallows or a throne, if you walk the middle way, you need not fear becoming that which you hate."
Then he moved on to Rudi. The Mackenzie extended his hand, and Dorje took it between both of his for a moment. They felt like sandpaper that had been worn very smooth, old and leathery and strong.
"You have been an excellent student, for a chiling with an eccentric theology," he said.
"I regret having to leave so soon," Rudi said. His eyes went to the snow peaks on the western horizon. "This is a good place for thinking."
"Regret is vain, and leads to attachment, binding us to the wheel,"
Dorje said. Then he laughed again.
"But I too have regrets, that I will never see the peak of Kanchenjunga again, or smell the wind that blows from the roof of the world. Yet this is a good place to lay my bones."
Then he turned to them all and spoke.
3 men set forth seeking fortune. All 3 went by the same road, and the one found gold. Another came on good land, and he tilled it. But the third saw sunlight making jewels of the dew. Each one thought himself the richer. Farewell. We shall meet again."
Master Howe turned to follow him, then stopped. "And we shall as well. Some of you showed considerable promise," he added. His flat voice was harsh as ever, but several of the party blinked. That was more praise than any of them had gotten in their months here. He astonished them even more by smiling slightly as he continued, "We shall see how you implement what you have learned." Chapter 15. Thunder River Country, Eastern Wyoming. June 1st, CY 24, 2022 AD. "But the names you give the gods sound sort of weird," Frederick Thurston said. They were all sprawled around the fire, eating or just resting before dropping off to sleep. Rudi flipped a well-gnawed rib to Garb before he answered, and the half-mastiff caught it out of the air with a clomp of jaws like tombstones falling together in a quarry on a wet day. "Well then, you could call on them in the forms they took to your ancestors," Rudi said. "Mine called on Brigid and Lou and Ogma and the Morrigan, or at least a lot of them did, before the White Christ came." Fred laughed. "I'd be sort of lonely calling on the gods of the—" He searched his memory. "Yoruba? Ashanti? In Idaho, at least." "That's not your only heritage," Rudi answered, "on either the spear or cauldron side. There's the matter of your name, to be sure." "My name?" Rudi grinned and leaned back against his saddle. "Thurston means stone of Thor. English, I'd say. The Norse would have made it Thorstein. Thunor is how the Old English said that one's name. Dad never said where it came from. We're from Maryland, though, far back. Might have picked it up there. And your first name is Anglo-Saxon, too, or German. An Anglo-Saxon being a German who's forgotten he's half Welsh, as the saying goes. It means peaceful ruler." "It does?" Fred said. "Well, I'll be damned. Where can I find out more about that?" "Larsdalen, for starters," Rudi said, and nodded towards Mary and Ritva, who were combing each other's hair and rebraiding it. "Their mother, Signy Havel, is a priestess of that tradition. A Geithia, a godwoman. She studied first with my mother, but took things in a different direction." "Mom never could stand not being number one," Mary said. Then, "Not that she doesn't mean it, you know." Dane Aylward Mackenzie had been silent during the talk of gods. Now he spoke. "Someone's coming," he said. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder into the night, then licked his fingers and belched slightly.
Rudi slid down and pressed an ear to the ground. Ritva and Mary rose, donned their war cloaks, and ghosted into the darkness.
"That's interesting," Fred replied, elaborately casual, and cut off another slice of the buffalo hump. "How did he—" "Hey, it's the dog. Not fair."
He kept chewing. Bison weren't common in western Idaho, where he'd lived all his life until recently. It was the best meat he'd ever tasted. Flavorful, meltingly tender. You could eat it like candy. The contrast with the flat wheat griddle cakes wasn't too great if they were fresh and warm, though. He finished and stood, making sure his saber was loose in the scabbard. A Dane came to his feet as well and strung his longbow. Then he rested his hand soothingly on Garb's head, where she pointed her nose northward into the darkness. Fred looked over to where Rudi was lounging on his bedroll. The Mackenzie nodded slightly, and the young man from Boise raised his voice.
"You're welcome to share our fire."
There was silence from beyond the reach of the light, but that wasn't very far. The tough greasewood stems had sunk to a low reddish glow in the pit they dug through the thick prairie sod. The meat rested on a spit above the embers, with fat making them spit and flare now and then as it dripped from the flesh or out of the spray of fine bones. The smell of it, and the wheat cakes, and the pot of beans drifted into the prairie summer night, beneath the huge fresh scent of the grasslands. A kettle of chicory stood on 3 rocks, keeping warm enough for a slight plume of acrid vapor. There was a moment of intense silence. The wind had died, and the moon was down, and only the stamp of a hobbled horse broke the quiet beneath the great dome of stars. Traveling the plains was a great way of making you realize how big this land was. They'd only covered a quarter of it, and it was more than half a year since he'd left.
Maybe Dad was wrong. Maybe it's just too big to be all one country again. Meanwhile, let's keep our attention on whoever the hell this is.
Fred went on.
"And in case you were wondering, there are 2 of us in back of you by now. Even if you're moving on, show yourself. And we'd be happier about it if you came in slow. Less chance of someone's fingers slipping off a bowstring that way." "I'm coming in," a voice called sharply. "I'm peaceable."
Fred's eyebrows went up. That was a woman's voice. Tight with control, and hoarse with strain and tiredness as well. Rudi sat upright, looking casual and relaxed to anyone who didn't know how fast he could move. He'd been pressing his ear against the ground.
"Only 1 horse anywhere near," he said quietly. "That's a good trick, Ingolf."
"Only works well when the dirt's dry and hard," Ingolf replied. "I learned it from a Pawnee scout when we were fighting the Sioux." The slow clop of hoofbeats became audible. Then the slight jingle of spurs. The rider was walking and leading her horse. 50 yards away, the figure became vaguely discernible. The bright starlight was enough to show it was wearing a wide-brimmed hat, and to show the violent start as the twins rose like sections of the grass itself in their war cloaks. Starlight caught on the heads of the arrows, ready on their bows.
"I said I'm peaceable like, damn it,"
the stranger said in a strong range country accent. It was stronger and harsher than Fred's own. He'd grown up in Boise, which had never stopped being a city even when it shrank drastically. Out here, where the largest settlements were generally a ranch home place, speech had drifted faster and further from the old world standards.
"That's nice," Ritva replied. "A lot of people who might be dreadfully bitchy otherwise are peaceable with an arrow pointed at their briskets."
The stranger peered at her, and apparently found what she saw behind the arrowhead reassuring, which showed she was either overconfident or more perceptive than the usual run. She came on, looking around their camp as she approached. The 2 mules that pulled the cart were hobbled, dim shapes grazing not too far away. So were a dozen of the horses. The other 9 were tethered to a picket line much closer, where they could be saddled quickly in an emergency. A heap of cut grass lay in front of them. Epona was neither hobbled nor tethered. She raised her muzzle from a doze at the scent of the stranger's gelding, snorted, and shut her eyes again. There wasn't much else, except the sleeping bags and saddles arranged around the fire pit, though Fred noticed how the fire underlit everyone's faces, making them look a bit sinister.
And if I was a lone woman coming in out of the dark, I'd be a bit cautious, he thought,
and tossed on a few more sticks. The stranger dropped her reins, and the horse stood. That might be good training, or it might just be exhausted.
Both,
the young man thought. It looked like a good horse that had been ridden too far and too fast, and there were silver studs on the bridle and breast collar and saddle, and on the big tooled leather tapaderos that covered the stirrups. The silver was tarnished or rubbed with mud, and the rest of the gear, coiled leather lariat, cased recurve bow and small round shield, checked shirt, leather breeches, boots, chaps, a quiver of arrows over her back on a bandolier, also looked good, but hard used. She had a sheet and a bowie knife at her broad belt and a pair of soft leather gauntlets tucked through it. The buckle was worked steel in the shape of a coyote's head. The woman—
No, it's a girl. She's not 30 the way I thought at first glance, Fred decided. She's about my age or a little less. Just dirty and dusty and falling down tired.
Looked around the circle of faces. Ignatius was out on watch, and the stranger's glance flicked at the twins and Matilda for a moment longer, which was logical. Women along and armed made it less likely they were a bandit gang, slavers, or others of dubious character. Not impossible, but less likely. She sighed and relaxed a bit, tapping the wide felt hat against her chaps. Her face was narrow and straight-nosed beneath the trail dirt, and her hair was bound back in a single braid. It looked to be brown, perhaps with a hint of auburn, and her eyes were blue when the firelight flared a bit. He judged that her height would be about halfway between the twins and Matilda, 5'8" and a bit.
Well, you're not cutters at least, she said after a second. No friends of theirs.
Emphatically unfriends of theirs, miss, Rudi said, standing. She blinked up at the height of him, noticed the kilt, and then looked over at a Dane, a bit startled.
Still and all, are they on your trail? Your company is pleasant.
Theirs wouldn't be at all, at all.
They were, but I lost them 2 days ago, I'm pretty sure.
She took a deep breath.
Kane is my name. Virginia Kane, of nowhere in particular.
She seemed to relax a little further when nobody recognized her name. Rudi introduced himself, and then the others. Fred gestured at the fire.
Help yourself. And there's water. A good seep in the slough over there for your horse. Barrel's full and we purified it. Yeah, my horse smelled the slough a couple of miles back, she said. We're pretty dry.
She stopped to let Garb smell her hand, watered and unsaddled her horse, rubbing it down and hobbling it before washing her hands and face in a little of the water and drinking cup after cup from the barrel on the cart. Then she dropped her saddle and bedroll in an empty spot and came over to crouch by the fire. Her hands shook very slightly as she spooned beans into a tin plate from her kit and cut meat from the hump with a clasp knife. Fred noted with interest that the little knife had been honed to a wire edge and that she used it with a pulling stroke that showed experience. She piled the slices onto a couple of flat wheat cakes and wrapped them to make tubular sandwiches. Despite that tremor of eagerness, she didn't gobble, although she ate with concentrated intensity for a good 15 minutes. She wasn't gaunt, so it had probably been only the last few days that she'd been missing meals. Fred judged she'd been well fed before that, but active. She had the lean, hard look of it, though with enough in breast and hip to please a man's eye. When she'd finished, she rolled a cigarette and poured a cup of the chicory.
Look at the hands, he thought.
His father had told him that was the best quick way to read someone.
They're not soft, but they're not a working ranch hand's either, or a servant girl's. Not enough battering, and that dirt's not ground into her knuckles and pores. And her fingernails are well trimmed. Plus, tobacco is expensive. Thank you kindly, she said.
Odard was lying against his saddle, idly strumming at his lute. He didn't look up from the instrument as he said, "Left home in a hurry, demoiselle. Anyone after you that we should know about? Someone who might just kill any company you'd picked up? Us, for instance?" Her hand moved towards the hilt of her sheet. Then she unbuckled the weapons belt and set it aside slightly. Though Fred noticed she didn't put it so far away that she couldn't draw the steel quickly.
"My ranch that I was living on got taken over by the cut," she said carefully. "By a couple of neighbors who'd gone over to the cutters, at least. And there were cutter troops around to back them up. A new bunch, not just their levies. Sort of the Prophet, regulars out of Cowan. I had to clear out fast. The cutters don't live like human beings, if you ask me, and it's worse for a woman. That was in the Powder River country north of Sheridan."
That didn't mean anything to most of them. Ingolf whistled softly. "That's a long way to come on one horse, miss," he said. Virginia looked at him. Her eyes narrowed slightly, noting the difference in accent between him and the others who'd spoken. His Wisconsin rasp wasn't much like her twang, but it was a lot closer than Rudy's lilt or the archaic Portlander dialect or the way Cinderin influenced the way the twins sounded.
"I had a remuda," she said, "but they were after me. I had to push my horses hard and leave a couple that foundered or went lame."
"Are you heading anywhere in particular?" Rudi said. She looked at him, visibly considered, and said with a trace of bitterness,
"Mister, it's more a matter of heading away from anywhere those maniacs is likely to go."
Then she yawned. Her head drooped until she pulled it up with a jerk.
"You can put your bedroll over here on the girl's side," Matilda said, "and tell us more about it in the morning." "Guide me and guard me, this day and all days, by your grace, with harm to none, blessed be."
Rudi lowered his arms as the disk of the sun cleared the eastern horizon. The plain there was nearly featureless, though it was rising ground and rolled very slightly more than the flatness behind them. Even a slight roll here was deceptive, making you think you could see further than you could. Was that the slightest trace of blue irregularity on the northeast, the Black Hills? Or was knowledge born of maps fooling him?
"Hard to tell," he thought. "It's tricky to measure distance here by eye. And who knew the sky could be so big?"
Dawn and evening were the best hours on the plains, he'd found. For a few long moments it was a mystery of brown and green and blue, of long shadows and enormous distance. The morning was cool, and for an instant there had been dew in the grass. But the great cloudless dome of blue all around them augured for a warm day. Grass ran in rippling calf-high waves to the edge of sight, still green in early June, with only the occasional big sage or white-blossomed yucca bush, but with a thick scattering of flowers, yellow and pink and blue. A herd of pronghorns flowed past in the middle distance. Prairie dogs whistled from a town whose little conical hillocks scattered the land ahead, and then they dove for cover as a golden eagle soared by on 7-foot wings, its shadow flowing ahead of it.
You guys aren't from around here, are you?"
Virginia said carefully. Rudi turned from where he and his sisters and a Dane had been making their morning prayer. Fred Thurston had joined in. A bit to his surprise, Ingolf had joined them too, standing beside Mary, though he hadn't actually recited the salute to the sun with them. "No, we're from the far west," he said, "except Ingolf here, and he's been all the way west to our home." Ignatius was looking a little unhappy about Ingolf, but too polite to say anything in public, and he was sticking close to Matilda anyway. Since Yule, he'd been like a goose with one gosling around her. Odard was with them, of course. He'd been getting more pious lately.
"You mean from that valley near the Tetons? Over past the Wind River country where they've got the funny religion and all the weird fighting tricks?"
"We passed through there," Rudi said, grinning. "But we're from further away than that, and our religion is even funnier than theirs." The ranch woman went on, still carefully.
Yeah, the skirts look a little strange. No offense.
We're from Oregon, Adane amplified. And these aren't skirts, they're kilts. We're Mackenzies. Everyone wears them in our clan. She smiled at him, revealing even white teeth. Except the women, she said, nodding at Mary and Ritva and Matilda, all of whom were in pants.
We're Dunedain, not Mackenzies, Ritva said. We wear pants or robes. All the Mackenzies wear kilts. Well, the older women wear arsaids sometimes. Matilda there's a Portlander associate. Women where she comes from wear skirts all the time. Except her. She gets a special break. And Father Ignatius is a Roman priest, yeah, she said, inclining her head politely to him. He had his Benedictine robe on over the rest of his clothes. Some of us were Catholic. I'm a Baptist myself, more or less. Fred Thurston came over to Rudi as she went to gather her gear. She's some rancher's daughter, he said quietly, his face serious. An important rancher. Probably a sheriff. Rudi suppressed a smile. It's a bit obvious, isn't it? She hasn't the manner of an underling. Or the gear of one, Fred said. That's expensive horse harness, not just the silver, the workmanship. But it's her working tack, not something kept for special occasions. It's a good horse, too. People like that have a hard time disappearing. A grin. I did. Rudi nodded. Which means that she might be worth the trouble of pursuing and draw enemies on us, he said thoughtfully. See if you can draw her out. The son of Boise's first ruler went over to get his cold meat and beans. Breakfast was leftovers from last night. Buffalo hump was so succulent that it still tasted good cold, and the flatbread was only a little stale. Garb gnawed on some ribs, delighted to get them raw with all the meat still attached. I'm from Idaho myself, Fred said in friendly fashion. She gave him a long, considering look. At least she wasn't acting like he was a kid. Even as the president's son, girls his own age had tended to treat him that way, when they weren't obviously trying to get to his dad through him. It's a bit of a relief to be just another guy, he thought. Boise? She said. Yeah. Her eyes narrowed. We heard some rumor that they've thrown in with the Cutters. Some of them have, he said bleakly. That's a lot of the reason why I left. Her smile was broad and genuine. Hell, this outfit here might as well have WHS for its brand. For We Hate Sithas. I wouldn't mind slapping that iron on a maverick. Or a Cutter's butt. When they'd finished breakfast, he tossed the remains of the hump to Garb. They still had most of the young yearling they'd killed 2 days ago, but it wouldn't last long in this weather unless they made a drying rack. 9 people could eat a deer down to the bones and hooves easily enough before it spoiled, but a yearling bull buffalo dressed out at 600 pounds of meat. Rudi looked after them as Fred took her to look at the remounts, talking animatedly. He smiled tolerantly. The girl was pretty, in a strong-boned, strong-willed way, and they were both young. Her own horse obviously needed a few days' rest, at least. Rudi was wondering whether it would be worthwhile to stop and jerk some of the buffalo. He hated the thought of waste, though of course the buzzards and coyotes had to eat too, when Ingolf came riding in from his early morning circuit. Visitors, he said, and gave Virginia a hard look. What direction? Rudi said. How many? At least 20 from the sound, you betcha. From the east. Well, boggarts bugger us and the dog'd club me dead, Rudi said in annoyance, controlling a prickle of alarm. That was where they were headed. Backtracking would be risky. Everyone looked at Virginia Kane. She said she'd lost her pursuers, and there had been no sign of any until now, but she came in from the west, Fred pointed out, not from the east. Virginia nodded. Cutters wouldn't loop around through the Lakota country, I don't think. You're already over the 7 Council Fires border. The Cutters are crazy, but not crazy stupid. "Gear up, everyone," Rudi said. "Mistress Kane, put your saddle on one of our remounts. Your horse isn't going to be fit for much any time soon." It was 22 riders when they could see the approaching party. They were spread out over a fair stretch of the grassland, taking their time to swing around the prairie dog town and drawing in at long bowshot away from the 9, now 10, travelers. 2 of them rode on, coming closer with arrogant confidence. "The which they're entitled to, since they outnumber us nearly 3-1, and this is their land," Rudi thought. Back home, there was usually somewhere to take cover, and you could place yourself by a swift glance at the mountains. "Here, and it's like a bug on a plate I feel hereabouts, waiting for the fork to come down." "Sioux, all right," Ingolf said out of the corner of his mouth. "Don't put their backs up, but don't let them think they can push you around either." "This porridge is just right," as the ill-mannered girl said when she wandered into Father Bear's house, Rudi said quietly back. He kept his hands carefully free of his weapons, but his skin prickled with an awareness of where they were. The 2 men pulled up halfway between the parties. Rudi and Ingolf walked their horses out to meet them. When they were in speaking distance, he raised his hand palm out. "Heu kola," he said, and used one of the phrases of greeting Ingolf had taught him. "Lehi hanni ke washte." "Yeah," one of them replied, the older of the pair. His tone was as pocky as his words. "And the top of the beautiful fucking morning to you, too, kilt boy." Both of the Sioux riders were in fringed buckskin trousers, beautifully tanned and supple. Their hair was parted in the center and hung to either side in braids wrapped with leather thongs. The younger wore nothing save pants, boots, the skin of a kit fox around his neck, and a feather in his brown hair with a red dot on it. He carried an odd-looking standard, with a curve a bit like a shepherd's crook on the end, lined with eagle feathers. The red flag attached to it had a device of 7 white teepees grouped in a circle. The other wore a long buckskin tunic as well, dyed yellow above and red below, with beads and quillwork and bone tubes in rows on the chest, and a steel cap that mounted a headdress of bison hair and horns. Both had bows in their hands, sheets at their belts, lariats, and shields slung at their saddlebows. The man in the steel cap was in his 40s and darker than his follower, with a few strands of gray in his raven black hair, and lines in his big-nosed, high-cheeked brown face. He had a pair of binoculars in a case as well. All the men behind them were well armed. A few had short lances as well as bows and blades, or stone-headed war clubs. All the ones Rudi could see were young but in their full strength, and looked wiry tough. Several wore leather breastplates, probably tough bison hide. One had a mail shirt, and all of them had light helmets at their saddlebows. Many had battle scars as well, sometimes proudly picked out with red paint. He hoped the tufts of hair on the lances and shields were just tufts of hair, horsehair, for example, or buffalo, and not hair. A herd of remounts followed them, with a few near-naked youths in breechclouts riding about to keep them bunched. The herdsmen were mounted bareback, but the grown warriors had good Western-style saddles. "We're just passing through," the Mackenzie said. The older Indian's eyes went to the buffalo hide pegged on the side of the wagon to dry, and to the quartered carcass hanging from the rear of it. "Passing through eating our tatonka," he said. "You know, we're sort of sensitive about armed white-eyes coming onto our land without permission, making themselves at home and killing our buffalo. Call it an ethnic quirk." Rudi spread his hands over his saddle horn in a peaceable gesture and smiled. "We didn't know it was a herd beast," he said. "It's not a herd beast," the Indian said. Rudi noted uneasily that he hadn't introduced himself yet either, or used any formula of hospitality. "We herd cattle and horses and sheep and llamas, not buffalo and pronghorn and elk and deer. Those are game, and all the game on the Lakota Nation's land belongs to us and our brothers of the 7 council fires." "There seem to be quite a few of the buffalo. We're ready to pay for it, sure. and you can have the hide and the meat if you'd rather." "Thanks a lot for offering to give us back our own," the Indian leader said. "Last time round we said, 'Sure, it can't hurt. There's a lot of buffalo and water and grass. Let 'em take a little now and then, when they're passing through.'" He paused for effect and held up a mock admonishing figure. "And that turned out to be a very bad mistake. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me." He looked at them, carefully scanning each individual. All the travelers had their fighting gear on. The Portlanders hadn't brought the latest articulated plate suits because they were too difficult to get into without a squire to assist. But Odard and Matilda and Ignatius all had full knee-length hauberks with greaves and vambraces and kite-shaped shields, 12-foot lances in their hands with the butts resting on the stirrup irons. They'd even had time to put the barding on their destriers. Rudi hadn't bothered with a pona, calculating that the extra weight would be more burden than it was worth out here where a horse had room to run as far as its legs would take it. The Indian finished the once-over and went on. "So unless you're looking for a fight, why don't you just turn around and go right back the way you came?" "Well, we'd be seriously inconvenienced if we did," Rudi said. "First, because we're heading for the Far East. Next, and more important, because the cutters would kill us all if they caught us, do you see? And there are so wretchedly many of them in that direction." He pointed westward over his shoulder. "The pity and the black sorrow of it, Ochon, Ochon." The younger man grunted, and the older's black eyes narrowed. "We're at peace with the Church Universal and Triumphant," he said, "and we're not supposed to take in refugees from their territory." But he said it as if the words made his mouth hurt. His companion grunted again and spat on the grass, then unexpectedly spoke. "We're not supposed to harm their missionaries either. But it's funny how many of them fall off their horses and break their necks or get run down by stampeding herds." Hooves sounded behind Rudi. He looked over his shoulder and swore silently. Virginia Kane was pushing her borrowed mount up beside him, and herself into a negotiation that wasn't going so well. She raised her hand in the greeting gesture and spoke herself. "Wakan Tugnaka," she said unexpectedly. "Aun Shilalia." The Indian's eyes went wide. "Virginia? Christ, you've grown," he blurted. "I remember you, Lexi Wapasa, even if I'm a woman now." "What about Dave?" "My father's dead," she said shortly. "The cutters killed him. It was supposed to be outlaws, but I never thought they'd stand by the terms of the peace treaty. And they weren't going to let me inherit. Damn, he was a good man. Yeah, of course you can have sanctuary. Dave Kane was my blood brother, and we don't forget. And for these people, too. They took me in and fed me without asking anything for it, just because the cutters were after me." The man studied her face. "Yeah, I'll stretch it that far. Sorry, Tonjan. You're welcome in our camps any time. But I know it's hard. I'm just glad Mom didn't live to see the cutters take over Skywater." He sighed and said a phrase that Rudi hadn't heard before and couldn't even render into syllables in his mind without repetition. The swift-rising, slow-falling sounds of Lakota were pleasant, but the strangeness to an English-speaking ear made Gaelic sound like a first cousin. Our lady guest must have learned some of it early, he thought. Virginia relaxed slightly. She didn't have any trouble following it. "Thank you for accepting my friends as guests, Uncle Redleaf," she said formally. The Sioux leader nodded to her, edged his horse closer, and extended a hand to Rudi. "John Redleaf, Kiuska Tayaspaye of the Ogallala and the Lakota Tunwan," he said resignedly as they shook, then smiled. "Also B.S. in Range Science from SDSU, class of 1997. This is my son, Rick Matayamni. Rick Three Bears. Welcome to our land, O sacred guests, yada yada yada." Three Bears looked faintly scandalized, at a guess because of his father's irreverence, but shook hands as well. The Mackenzie clansman sympathized. He'd had the same experience with people who'd grown up before the change. Sometimes they had no idea of what to take seriously. "Rudi Mackenzie, Tanist of the clan Mackenzie, Rudi said politely. My sept is Raven. Many thanks for your hospitality. We're from Oregon. Well, most of us. Ingolf Ogler, of nowhere in particular, Ingolf said. Virginia looked at the warriors behind Redleaf. Kit Fox's Uncle John? Yeah. I'm Makasita Chief right now. We're out patrolling the border. She looked at Rudi and winced slightly. She's going to be franker with her Uncle John than she was with us, Rudi decided. He smiled and inclined his head to her. And I wouldn't be blaming you, Moy Gleek Kaliag. I think I lost the ones who were after me. Vince Rickover decided right at Dad's funeral that it was time I had protection. Redleaf nodded. Figures. Wants to marry you to get the land, right? She nodded. But there was a unit of the sword at his place, the Bar Q. They were what gave him the nerve to move on us. My people would have fought, and we could handle the Bar Q easy enough, but trying to fight Corwin would just get them and their families killed. So I took some horses and ran for it. I think I lost them, but we'd better push it hard, Redleaf said. The damned Cutter's idea of a peace treaty is that it means whatever suits them from moment to moment, which is sort of unpleasantly familiar, though at least they didn't promise to leave us alone while the sun shone and the grass grew. Pushing it involved turning and riding a little north of east without losing any time about it, which was the way Rudi's band had been going. The pace was a lot harder, though. The Mackenzies didn't object. If the people with the local knowledge think it best, it's best, he thought, especially as this Redleaf has survived all the time since the change. As he thought, the Sioux leader spoke. So, Rudi Mackenzie, are you guys refugees, traitors, or what? Rudi thought for a moment. What? He said. Very much what? Oh, crap, John Redleaf said 4 hours of walk, trot, canter, trot, walk later. The Sioux pointed to a circle of vultures in the sky ahead. Again. He flung up his hand. The Lakota and Rudi's party had been riding along more or less in a loose clump, shifting as people wanted to talk. Now they came to a halt, with the loudest sound the endless shh of the wind through the ankle-high green grass. Virginia, he noted, had been accepted by the warriors as if she were everyone's younger sister, chaffing with them, in English and in scraps of the older tongue, which she spoke as well as anyone in this band, Redleaf included. These folks seemed to use it about the way Mackenzies did Gaelic, which was to say mostly for emphasis and the odd word for flavor, but rather more so since there were quite a few actual speakers. It's an odd language they'll be speaking in a few generations, he thought. The prairie rose and fell in long swales. It was hot now, enough to make Rudi unpin his plaid and fold it into a saddlebag, and it leached out the land until everything looked like a green-brown vacancy, with only the occasional sagebrush for visual relief. You know what that is they're circling? Rudi said, cocking an eye at the buzzards. I've got a strong suspicion. Same as last week. Oh well, we can water there. And my folk can change out of their armor so they could. Yeah, it looks heavy, Redleaf said. Sort of inconvenient having to stop and get in and out of it, I'd say. With our gear, you can be ready to fight any time. It's a bit of a nuisance, I'll grant, but worth it in a stand-up fight, the which is more common where we come from. The Indian nodded. I can see that. Less room to run and dodge out on the west coast. The whole group proceeded cautiously. More buzzards rose from the ground as they crested the low rise. The two buffalo ahead were very dead, mostly eaten and buzzing with flies, from the smell that had been a couple of days ago. The bones and heads lay near the edge of the muddy little stream. It would dry up later in the summer, but for now it still held a slow trickle between banks of grass, thicker and greener than that on the uplands to either side, with a few cottonwoods just coming into leaf. It also made the ground soft enough to hold prints. You could see clearly where the ambushers had pounced from the cover of a clump of rabbit bush, and the splashing, thrashing fight it had been,
until 2 young bulls were brought down. Epona danced a little nervously until Rudi ran a soothing hand down her neck. He swung to the ground, looped up the reins from her hackamore, and turned her loose. The big black mare mooched a few yards upstream and dipped her muzzle into the muddy water, being naturally too intelligent to drink down current from a body. He looked at the ground more closely and caught a faint rank odor, like a neglected cat box. The killers had been messy feeders, too, even before the birds and coyotes had gotten to work. Several of the broad-winged scavengers were circling resentfully overhead, waiting for the irritating humans to go away and let them get back to serious eating. Even in the midst of his annoyance, Redleaf gave Epona an admiring glance.
Sure, and she's a better introduction than a friendly dog,
Rudi thought. Redleaf dismounted in turn and handed his horse over to one of the teenagers in breechclouts. The Sioux war party had little apparent discipline, but organization seemed to appear like mushrooms after rain when they needed it. From what he and Virginia had said, the Kit Foxes were a brotherhood devoted to defending the tribal borders, and also a social club that organized everything from dances to marriages, and acted as a police force besides.
I'd say that's a tiger's prince,
Rudi said, squatting for a moment and tracing the great plate-broad pug marks with a finger.
But you don't have tigers hereabouts, I'm thinking. And that's at least 4 different animals. And tigers don't hunt in packs.
No, Redleaf replied.
We've got plenty of lobos these days. Some grizzlies just lately, but no tigers. We do get goddamned lions of all the crazy things the last few years. They follow the buffalo north from Texas and New Mexico when the snow melts. Now I hear some of them are wintering in the Black Hills. They breed like rabbits. Only rabbits don't have fangs and claws and 400 pounds of attitude. It doesn't look as if they'll take more than you can afford, Rudi said.
There was a herd of several dozen bison not half a mile away, a bachelor herd of bulls cropping at the new grass and shedding their winter coats. That made them look tattered, but they were plump and healthy. He could see pronghorns from here as well, and some horses that were probably mustangs, and elk, mule deer, cattle that were probably also at least half feral. When the travelers startled waterfowl out of the little stream, their wings had made a momentary thunder. This was a spare land compared to the Willamette, but next to some of the deserts Rudi had crossed since he came east of the Cascades, it swarmed with life. Redleaf glared at him.
"It's the principle of the thing," he said. "And they go for horses and stock as well. People, too, if they get a chance, probably."
This Redleaf was well named. He could use some time in Shenrezi Monastery, Rudi thought. He's a frustrated man, and lets that make him angry. Or to be sure, a spell with Aunt Judy.
"Sure, and it's not my fault," he pointed out.
"You white-eyes were always importing things. Starlings and tumbleweeds were bad enough, but lions?"
Rudi chuckled. "You could scarcely expect the ones running those— what were they called, Father? Sci-Fi parks?" Ignatius came up, telling his beads with his left hand, and looking around with the mild, intelligent pleasure he showed at any new thing. "Safari parks, I think, Rudi."
"Those are lion prints? Fascinating."
"There's an empty ecological niche here for an open country predator that can take down full-grown bison, I suppose, since the extinction of the American lion 10,000 years ago. They must be gradually adapting to the colder climate."
"Those safari parks to know the change was coming,"
Rudi pointed out. "My order's information is that dozens of species have naturalized themselves and are spreading rapidly. Giraffe, camels, ostrich, emu, baboons, rhino of both varieties, eland. No elephants, alas, and of course tigers over much of the continent."
"Immigrants all around. And speaking of white-eyes," the Mackenzie thought.
He cocked an eye at Redleaf's followers as they attended to watering their horses in the remount herd. About a quarter of them looked much like their leader. Broad, square, strong-jawed faces, narrow-eyed, high-cheeked and big-nosed, with ruddy brown complexions. A third wouldn't have suggested Indian at all as far as appearances went, if it weren't for the braids and feathers and fringes. There were several blondes, and one tall, skinny, narrow-faced young man with milk-white freckled skin and hair the color of new copper, come to that. The rest were every variety in between. And Redleaf's son Three Bears looked suspiciously lighter than his father, too. Folk had moved about a good deal almost everywhere after the change, settled where they could and mated as inclination and necessity dictated, with little time or attention at first to spare for the old world's notion of who was what.
The which it would probably not be tactful to mention, he thought. Sure, and there are enough Mackenzies who have similar delusions about being the ancient Gaels themselves. In the long run, believing makes things like that near as no matter true.
And I'm part Indian myself, he added. 1/8 to be precise about it. 1/4 for my father. Redleaf snorted. Cherokee, I suppose? Damn bunch of mutts. No, Anishinaabe, Ojibwa, Rudi amplified, before he caught Ingolf's covert shushing motion. A ringing silence fell. Redleaf said, You ever wonder why we're called Sioux by the Wassakunt? You guys, O sacred guest? No, Rudi said politely. I know that you call yourselves Lakota. It means friends or allies, doesn't it? Yeah, because we're the only friends we've got. Nedewisu is what the Anishinaabe called our ancestors. Sioux is what the English made of the French try at saying the Ojibwa word. Like what we called telephone tag when I was a kid, only through 3 languages. Ah, now isn't that curious? And it's always good to learn new things. What did the word itself mean? Nadewisu? It means, something like treacherous little rattlesnakes. It's not a compliment. We weren't so fond of them either. Ah, well, I won't be using it then, Rudi said cheerfully. Redleaf laughed, a little unwillingly. You don't phase easy, do you, Rudi Mackenzie? Not so that you'd notice, John Redleaf, Rudi said. There's no point in it as far as I can see. When they were out of quiet conversational range of any of the others, he went on. Who's Virginia Kane? Redleaf sighed and reached into a pouch and rolled himself a cigarette. When he'd flicked his lighter, he passed the smoldering twist to Rudi, who hid a smile at the thought of the last time he'd shared tobacco with anyone. If it counted when you were dreaming and the other party was a god. He took a puff, coughed slightly, and handed it back. She's Dave Kane's daughter, Redleaf said, and looked sideways at Rudi's face. Big wheel in the Powder River Ranchers Organization, the PRRO. And he and his father helped us a lot right after the change. Helped us get going, and brought his men to fight on our side when some folks decided that land was just plumb wasted on Injuns. And we backed him up a couple of times when the PRRO politics got dirty. Or bloody. And it's the truth a man should stand ready to fight for his friends, Rudi acknowledged, and stand between their friends' families and their enemies, if it's needful. Redleaf nodded. There was a rumor he was part Lakota, but I don't know if that's true. He was a good friend for certain, but a bad man to cross. Anyway, after that we were tight with him and the PRRO, the Southern Lakota at least. We visited back and forth, did some trading, that sort of thing. And that kept this part of the country fairly peaceful, which was damned useful when we were fighting the states, the Midwesterners. We got a little overambitious in that direction back when things were still up in the air. Thought we could take over our old stamping grounds in the Red River country, since Wakantanka had given the White Eyes the grandmother of all wedgies. It didn't work, I presume, Rudi said. I know it didn't because Ingolf fought in that war, the which I will not mention either. It's a diplomat I'm becoming, or a shameless equivocator, if there's a difference. Nah, too many Norsky farm boys with pikes and Swedes with axes in the way. Even with all the, volunteers from here and there we had joining up with us back about then, they outnumbered us bad. We should have gone after the cutters while they were still small potatoes, but that's my perfect hindsight talking. They weren't a problem then, and who wanted western goddamn Montana anyway?
Only a cutter or a crow would want it.
And so Virginia has a claim on you because of her kin?
Redleaf looked unhappy. Yeah, but that's not what's activating my ulcers. What is then? Now that Kane finally got chopped by the cutters, it means everything but the southern fringe of the Powder River country will be under Corwin's thumb. We were fighting them ourselves until about a year ago, up north in the Black Hills in what used to be Montana. Frankly, we got beat, though we hurt 'em bad. We offered the Kane sanctuary as part of the deal at the end of the war, but they were just too damn stubborn. Now the Prophet's boys might start in on us again if we shelter her. But we can't turn her over. It wouldn't be right. How'd she end up with you? Rode in last night, hungry and dry and about to keel over, and her horse in worse shape than that, Rudi said. All we did was give her a meal, of your tutonka, and a place by our fire. And just as a matter of interest, the cutters are fighting in the far west right now, and might be a little shy of starting up their war with Uso.
I seem to be developing into a collector of disinherited princes,
Rudi thought whimsically.
Well, the Rimpush warned me that I'd be collecting friends and enemies, the way a dog does fleas in summertime.
This is above my pay grade, Redleaf said.
What does that mean? Rudi thought. Is that a Sioux saying?
Above my level of responsibility, I mean. I'd better...
Kai! Kai!
The Indian's head snapped around. One of his scouts came galloping in from westward, waving his bow over his head. He drew rein beside the chief and gabbled details. The Sioux boiled into motion, tightening girths and checking weapons. After a moment, Rudi's band did likewise.
Hokahe!
Redleaf shouted.
Let's go!
Chapter 16. Approaching the Black Hills, eastern Wyoming. June 2nd, CY 24, 2022 AD.
Damn, Redleaf said. They outnumber us by quite a bit.
The Sioux and their guests had stopped at the top of a rise. The pursuers had halted a mile and a half further back, near the little stream, and they were watering their horses. Rudi leveled his own binoculars and rough counted, being careful to distinguish between warriors and remounts. He pursed his lips thoughtfully. 80 or 90, he said. 20 of them are sort of the Prophet from their gear. The others are cowboys. Yeah, locals from the Powder River spreads that have gone over to the cut. 3 to 1 all up. Bad odds. And they wouldn't have come this far onto our territory if they weren't ready to fight. I'm really worried about the sword. I've run into them before. Those guys are nuts. They want to die for the Prophet, and they like killing for him even better. And they won't give up for shit. We learned that in the war we just had. You're not telling me anything new, so, Rudi said dryly. I think I recognize their commander, and he's been chasing me since last Lunasat, or nearly, and over better than 1,000 miles of rough country. Lunasad? The summer harvest festival. Call it a little less than a year. Any chance of reinforcements from your folk? Not much, but let's do what we can. No point in keeping all the remounts. He shouted,
Hey, Wolf Paws! Brown Bear!
2 of the youths riding bareback trotted over. Take 4 horses each and get to the Hokoka. Tell them where we are and how many of the Wasakantoka there are after us, and tell them to hurry. They looked slightly mutinous, and he barked, Hokai! The youngsters turned and went, fast. Get going was evidently what Hokahe meant. When they did, the rest of the Sioux put on their war gear, which in most cases simply meant transferring their metal-strapped leather helmets from the saddlebow to the head and adding a few feathers to them, kept carefully wrapped against need. The covers came off their shields, revealing designs painted or pyrographed or picked out in feathers and beads on the tough bison hide. A buffalo's head, zigzag lines to represent thunder and lightning, a bear's paw, a dragonfly, eagles or falcons, deer, cougar, lions, and patterns of dots to show hailstorms. One had a whole stuffed weasel attached to his. The men were cheerful,
laughing and joking with each other as they took a few seconds to paint their faces, usually simply a few bars of black or yellow. The one did his face with red on the right side and yellow on the left. A Dane had managed to get the more complex Mackenzie war paint on. His was a stylized wolf's face, and it attracted some admiring comments.
Most times of year there would be bands scattered all through here. But this is the season we get together and do the social thing. We're about a day's hard ride from the nearest Hokoka. That's a big encampment,
Redleaf said to Rudi as the band rocked back into motion.
Any chance of running into a patrol?
Rudi said through the drumming of hooves.
We are the patrol. Wolf Paws and Brown Bear ride light. They can gallop all the way. They'll get there soon. But if we tried it, our horses would fall down dead. You got it. Not to mention the time we'd lose switching saddles. Once they get there, gathering a war party big enough won't take long, but getting it back to us, that'll take a bit longer.
And the cutters will be upon us earlier, Rudi said.
Yeah, looks like their horses are fresher, damn it, from the way they ate up the ground behind us. Either that or they started out with a lot of remounts, and they're abandoning them as they found her. Which means they're really, really determined.
Rudi sighed.
We'll leave you then. They're probably after us, and they'll let you go. You fucking well won't, Kilt Boy. Virginia's my Tonjan, my niece. Dave Kane was my blood brother. And we're not going to let them ride onto our land and do as they please. We spent 4 years fighting them to a draw. Well, nearly to a draw. And we're not going to roll over and show our bellies now.
Rudi nodded, honor satisfied. Redleaf went on.
I'll organize us into a column of twos. That ought to help, a bit. And there's a sort of convention we've got here. If we can just keep them off for a couple of hours.
He pulled his horse to one side and began to shout orders.
Wish we'd had time to change out of full armor,
Rudi thought. It would slow them and tire any horse they rode.
On the other hand, they'd probably catch us anyway, and we may last a little longer in our gear.
The column kept to a steady canter. Disconcertingly soon, the enemy came over the rise behind them at the same pace, but a little faster. They spread out as Rudi watched over his shoulder, working themselves into a loose crescent. The horns of it began to creep up on either side. When they advanced far enough, they could stab inward and surround the smaller band.
Now I am commencing a serious annoyance with these people, Rudi thought. If they persist, yet soon I will be angry.
Ah, shit, Redleaf said. They've got a lot of spare gear, see? They're driving their remounts along saddled, with the stirrups tied up on the horn. Makes it faster to switch horses, but it's expensive if you're abandoning the ones that have been ridden out.
Someone back there really has a hard-on for us. But I know a trick for that, too.
The sun grew hotter, and Rudi sweated under his brigantine and war gear. When Redleaf gave the order, he switched to a remount and rode it bareback, with Epona pacing beside him unburdened, saving her endurance for later. The others did the same. The roll of the land grew a little steeper, and the blue on the horizon was definitely hills. They splashed through another seasonal stream, and then onto a flat upland where the cutters came up on them faster.
Just about long?
One of the russet-armored sword troopers rose in the stirrups and drew, his bow pointed halfway to the sky from maximum range.
Bow shot,
Rudi thought. The first arrow twinkled towards them and landed with a dry shunk in the dirt not far behind the last of the Sioux. The second was never shot. A rancher whose saddle glinted with silver in the hot sunlight rode close and cut the man's bowstring with the head of his light lance. Suddenly unstrung, the powerful recurve bucked and twisted, and the trooper clapped his hands to his face.
Does that smart,
Rudi thought, grinning to himself.
Ouch!
The relentless pace of the pursuit faltered as a furious argument broke out between the rancher and his men and the soldiers from Corwin. Virginia left her place beside Fred for a moment.
That'll be Vince with a fancy saddle. The son of a bitch always did like to show off. He needs me alive, at least for a while. And if he did catch me, He'd wake up dead sometime soon. But they won't be spraying arrows at us long distance, not when one might hit me."
"That's good news," Redleaf said as the argument among their enemies died down. 3 arrows beat 1, pretty much, and that'll make them keep their distance. There's no reason we can't shoot at them. Hey, though, didn't I hear Vince was already married?
"He's a cutter now. They can have as many wives as they want. He is a bastard, too. Was even before he went over to the enemy."
As she spoke, a young cowboy spurred out from among the pursuers. He shook his bow overhead and screeched a challenge.
"I was hoping for that," Redleaf said. "They're going to challenge us to one-on-one fights. It's one of our ancient traditions here, both sides of the border."
"Ancient?" Rudi said. "Yeah, 10, 12, maybe even 14 years old. Immemorial antiquity, as my classics teacher used to say. They figure they can't lose since they outnumber us. We'll get whittled down until it's safe to charge us."
"Okay, Black Elk. Get 'em!"
Others shouted encouragement too.
"Oh, hey, Lakota! It's a good day to die! Nail his balls to the barn door!"
Both parties slowed a little.
A way to let the younger men prove themselves,
Rudi thought.
That made sense. And
he grinned.
That commander of the Sword of the Prophet must be trickling steam from both ears and his nose, not to mention his arse,
he thought happily.
Here he's caught up to us after month upon month of chasing, and now the locals won't let him just shoot us full of holes. But there's not enough of his men to ignore their sensibilities, that there is not. Most of them must be scattered elsewhere, looking for us.
It was worth bearing in mind for the future. No man was ever really just an instrument of another's will. Everyone had their own purposes. Then the grin died. The two young men had galloped towards each other, standing in the stirrups and shooting as fast as they could. Redleaf swore under his breath as the Sioux rocked back in the saddle, an arrow standing in his body. The cowboy cased his bow and pulled out his sheet. The curved blade glinted in the sun as he swept past the wounded man, and the Indian toppled to the earth. The victor reined in, a showy flourish as the agile quarter-horse reared and milled its feet, and sprang to earth.
"Yes,"
Redleaf said, as the crumpled form suddenly lashed out with a knife. Then,
"Damn, it didn't work. But you tried, Black Elk."
The cowboy skipped backward, then stabbed with his sheet. He left it standing in the body as he bent. There was a flash of knife blade, and then the man stood again, dripping scalp in one hand and knife in the other, shaking them aloft and screaming his triumph. Matilda swore and reined out, sliding the knight shield from her back. Redleaf spurred ahead of her.
"No," he said. "If you interfere, they'll do a mass charge. We want to spin this out."
Rudi nodded grimly. The whole thing made a certain sense. Battle customs often did. Not every fight was to the last man standing. This was something halfway between a tournament and an all-out fight to the death. The winner stripped Black Elk's body of weapons and grabbed the reins of his horse, riding back with his trophies and his loot. Both war bands had slowed down to a trot, halting altogether during the duels. The horns of the cutter's crescent were level with the forward part of the Sioux formation. By tacit agreement, they went no further, as long as the Indians didn't refuse the challenge. "It's our turn," Redleaf said, looking down the line of his men. Every one of them raised his voice, asking for the honor. He waved to one. "Go for it, Jimmy." Jimmy was slender, dark, and looked young, probably younger than he was, and he was naked to the waist except for the kit fox pelt that marked his membership in that warrior society.
Rudi thought. He also looks quick as a weasel.
The young warrior nodded soberly at the chief's call, sliding his round shield onto his left arm and taking a 2-foot stick from his belt, one with a feather at the end.
"He's toast, Tatankan,"
he replied, and rode back along the Sioux column with a whoop. "Challenger gets choice of weapons," Redleaf said. "Sorta." A cowboy spurred out to meet Jimmy. He had a metal-strapped leather breastplate,
and a helmet like a steel bowl topped with a horsetail that bobbed and fluttered with the motion of his gallop. There was a letter Q with a diagonal slash through it in white on the dark brown bullhide of his shield. He cased his bow and drew his sheet, which showed what Redleaf had meant by sorta. Evidently no bows were used if the challengers started with an impact weapon. The two horsemen met in the field between the warbands. Rudi didn't think the life and death of brave men should be just a show, but he was a warrior by trade, and it was frustrating not to be able to see the details. The men came together with the combined speeds of their horses, screaming their war cries, and there was a tangle as the cutter's blade chopped down. Rudi's breath caught for an instant as the sheet flashed, and then Jimmy was past, shaking his stick in the air and whooping, and the Powder River man was reeling backward in the heavy western saddle, pawing at his face with both hands. A groan that was half growl went up from the ranch hands on their patron. The Sioux gave a high, shrill cheer, one that contained the banshee Mackenzie shriek and shouts of "Harrow, Richland, Lacho Collard, Drago Morn," and "USA," as well as Father Ignatius' more restrained "Good." Redleaf grinned like a wolf. "They're about to find out Jimmy's other name." "Which is?" Rudi said, his eyes still glued to the two small figures. "Many coups. In the old days, sometimes they just whack someone with a coup stick and leave them to swallow the humiliation. But we're more practical now." Jimmy Manycoups brought his pony around in a tight circle, dust spurting up from under its hooves. He ducked under a wild swing of the cowboy's weapon. Rudi guessed that the first stroke had been a blinding slash across the eyes, and struck again. The sheet pinwheeled away from a broken hand, and the stick jabbed. The cowboy fell. This time it was the Sioux who screamed triumph, and led his enemy's horse back with the captured weapons across its saddle, waving the fresh scalp to an admiring chorus from the other Sioux. "Otike! You rock, Jim! Ohan Manycoups! Dude, that so does not suck!" The deadly game continued as the sun crept past noon. Father Ignatius punched his opponent neatly out of the saddle with his heavy lance, then dismounted to offer the dying man absolution, which, to the visible fury of the sword of the prophet, he accepted. Rudi nodded to himself. Not all the folk that cut it overrun really accepted its teachings. The sword trooper kept to their solid, disciplined block, but an hour later, the Sioux had lost 5 men and their opponents 7. Then, "I'll take this one," Rudi said. "Because honor demands it," he thought. "We can't let our hosts do all the fighting for us." Epona turned beneath him, so responsive that he didn't need to consciously think of directing her. So, my fine lady," he whispered, smoothing a hand down her sleek neck. Sweat ran on it, and she wasn't as young as she'd been. But she wasn't too tired either. Rudi guided her past the little 2-wheeled cart. It had kept up so far, and a Dane was driving it, being the worst horseman in the group. "Show them how a Mackenzie fights, Chief," he said. "I'll show them how the Moragou wards her own," Rudi replied grimly. He reached for his sallet helm and settled it on his head. The steel dome had a flare of raven feathers and holders at either side. The helm and the smooth semicircular visor were graven with feather patterns inlaid in the yellow, and the curve of the visor was drawn down in a point over his mouth like a beak. He'd switched his sword to his right hip, but he used that hand to pick up one of the lances in the wagon bed. "It'll do," he thought, hefting it. "Better than trying to use my left. I haven't had enough time to get the memory into the muscle there." He snapped the visor down with the edge of his shield, and the world shrank to a narrow horizontal slit. Then he tensed his thighs, and Epona came up to a canter. He halted in the space between the two bands, tossing the lance up and shrieking the clan's battle yell. There was a hesitation. The cowboys had already seen that these 12-foot lances were something entirely again from the light spears some of them used. Even if they didn't recognize the brigantine that armored Rudi's torso, they could see that he had a knight's 4-foot shield, plate shin guards and vambraces,
and mail sleeves, and mail covering on the outer sides of the leather breeches he'd pulled on beneath his kilt. Fighting a steel tower on a tall horse was simply outside their experience. After a few moments, one pulled out of the slow-moving crescent mass, coming forward at a hard gallop. The rancher's man left his round shield over his back and his sheet at his belt, but he didn't use his bow either. Evidently, he was going to stick to the rules that far. Instead, he unlimbered the coil lariat from his saddlebow and held it out to one side, spinning the lasso vertically as the horse rocked to a gallop.
"Well, friend, at least you're being different,"
Rudi called. Epona drifted forward, her long legs moving in an easy canter. Rudi kept the lance sloped up as long as he could. It protected his head from a cast of the rope. Only in the last 50 yards did he bring it down and clamp his thighs tight against the saddle and brace his feet. Both war parties roared as the horses headed towards each other at full tilt, their combined speed closing at 70 miles an hour. Rudi could see the taut grin on the cowboy's red-bearded face and the flexing of his greasy leather coat as his right arm moved in wider and wider circles. The foot-long lance head pointed at his chest didn't seem to bother him at all. An instant later, Rudi found out why. The plainsman threw himself sideways. For a moment, the Mackenzie thought he'd jumped out of the saddle altogether, and then he saw that he was crouched down with one knee around the horn. The spectators roared again, this time in admiration at the feat of horsemanship. The lance head punched through the space where he'd been, and the cowboy brought himself back into the saddle with a snapping flex of leg and body. Rudi turned Epona with desperate speed as she felt the appeal of his body and pirouetted with a speed astonishing in a horse her size. The noose settled over his head nonetheless, and over his left arm, pinning that and his shield to his shoulder. The lance was already falling as he released it. He grabbed the lariat instead, the braided 3/4-inch rawhide rope clamped tight in the soft chamois of his gauntlet's palm. Then he set his feet in the stirrups and hauled. Epona reared, adding her weight to the grip. Pain flexed deep in his shoulder despite all the healing, but the cowboy hadn't quite had time to snub the end of the lariat to his saddle horn. It ripped through his hands instead, and his horse staggered sideways as the force of the tug was transmitted through the rider's body and the grip of his legs. The man lurched to one side, the easy centaur grace of his seat on the quarter-horse destroyed for a moment at the shocking force of it. Then he drew his sheet, setting himself. Rudi's shield was on his left arm, the one he used for the sword now. He didn't attempt to juggle the weapons. Instead, he pushed in close. There was a thud as Epona's shoulder struck the cowpony. There wasn't enough momentum to pitch the lighter horse over, but even so, the big black mare's more than half-ton of weight made it stagger again, sinking back on its haunches. That spoiled the overarm slash aimed at Rudi's head. He smashed his shield up, and the curved, steel-rimmed upper edge caught the blade near the guard. That tore it from the cowboy's grasp, and in that instant, Rudi made his right hand into a fist and punched the metal-shod mass into the cowboy's face. Bone and teeth snapped, and the man's eyes rolled up, but even 3/4 unconscious, his superb horseman's reflexes kept him in the saddle. The cowpony whirled again, turning on its hind legs and coming down moving. Epona sped the gelding on its way with a hearty snap in the buttock and bugled a challenge at the plainsman's mounts, dancing lightly sideways with an unmistakable air of satisfaction. The Sioux gave a collective groan of disappointment, but Rudi wasn't too displeased that his opponent had survived. The Powder River men halted, several of them easing their comrade out of the saddle. However unwilling, the troop of the sword had to do likewise until their allies were ready to move on.
"Mr. Lariat won't be fighting any time soon, not with his face rearranged so thoroughly. And he was a brave man, and clever. That trick nearly worked."
The Mackenzie did take a moment then to dismount and recover the lance. It was a product of Isherman's weapon shops in Bend, 1,000 miles west as the crow flew, and considerably more as humankind had to travel, and replacing it would be difficult. It was a combination of Epona's tossed head and the drumming of hooves and the shout of outrage from the Sioux that warned him. It was a cutter who charged, grimly silent as he drew his bow to his ear.
At that range, armor probably wouldn't stop a hard-driven shaft, and the Corwinite's bow was thick with sinew and horn. His upper body hardly seemed to move at all despite the plunging gallop of his horse, and the narrow point of the arrowhead grew until it was like the head of a spear. He was taking no chances. Anticipation, some corner of Rudi's mind thought. Nobody could dodge an arrow at this range, but his body was already moving. The snap of string-on bracer, and the bang! As the curved steel of his helm shed the point, were so close together that they blended into one sound. The impact on the steel covering his head felt like a blow from a club, and white light flashed through his brain. But his hands brought the lance point up then, too quickly for the horse to be able to follow its natural instinct against running into an obstacle at speed. The sharp steel bit, and Rudi was thrown backward by the impact. The butt of the lance struck the hard ground as he landed flat on his back, pinned for an instant by his gear. Momentum drove it deep into the horse's chest, and then the ashwood snapped across 2/3 of the way from him. He rolled frantically to avoid the falling, thrashing body of the wounded horse. Its huge, astonished scream seemed to propel him like a giant's hand. He used the moment to flick himself erect, his sword coming out. The cutter had been thrown clear as his mount went down. The lacquered leather armor and padding protected him a little, and his horseman's instincts for a fall even more, and he managed to stagger erect and draw his blade as Rudi charged. Ting! The blades met, sparking as flat met edge, then slid down and locked. Rudi's right hand clamped down on the cutter's left as it reached for his dagger, and they strained against each other, motionless for a long moment except for the shifting of their feet as they shoved like rutting elk locking horns in the fall. His enemy's face filled the vision slit in the clansman's visor. Dark gray eyes, flared nose crossed by a white scar, tuft of brown beard. There was no fear in them even as his arms bent back under Rudi's inexorable strength, simply a cold intentness. The sheet slipped backward and the cutter released it and clawed for Rudi's face beneath the visor. The pommel of Rudi's sword clubbed down on his upper arm, and the limb went strengthless despite the tough leather armor. The smaller man staggered back and went to one knee, freezing as the point of the western longsword flashed to rest just below his chin. The world grew brighter as Rudi used his free hand to push up his visor, but the sword stayed precisely where it was, delicate as a surgeon's scalpel, a tiny trickle of blood sliding down from where it dimpled the weathered, stubbled skin of the other man's throat. The rank-smelling sweat of agony beaded the cutter's face. "What's your name?" Rudi said. The other man showed a little expression, surprise, and then an iron pride. "Major Peter Graber, 3rd Battalion, Sword of the Prophet of the Church Universal and Triumphant, tasked with your destruction." "Well, it seems to be working out the other way around, I'm thinking," Rudi said dryly, "despite your sticking to my arse like an importunate tick this last long while." "Kill me then," he said. "My life stream will join the Ascended Masters, and yours will be dispersed in the outer dark." Rudi's wrist moved, and the blade flicked off the man's helmet. "It's easy to kill," he said, "as easy as smashing glass. Any fool can do either. And dying is even simpler. Living well. Now that, my friend, is a more difficult matter. Think on that when you wake up." "Kill me," the man said, lunging up against the point, before the sheer agony of his broken arm stopped him. Rudi smiled. "No," he said, and flicked the flat of his sword sideways. Bonk! The stroke was precisely judged, though you could never tell exactly what a head injury would do. At the least, Major Graber would have a set of bad headaches. The man slumped down bonelessly. Rudi sheathed his blade, whistled, caught Epona's bridle as she was about to step on the man's face, accidentally on purpose. That would rather spoil the lesson, and swung into the saddle. As he trotted back to join his comrades, he worked the right shoulder. Just a little twinge, he thought.
Not bad since I was using it to 10/10, as old Sam Aylward puts it. But Master Howe was right. Too much is worse than too little. I'd just as soon rest it now."
He looked back. The sword troopers were grouped around their officer.
Probably splinting his arm at a guess. And it was a mercy to him that he'd be unconscious during the process of getting the armor off.
Though he wouldn't thank Rudi for the head he'd have when he woke up.
"But somehow, I don't think they're going to give up,"
he said as he drew in beside Redleaf. Matilda leaned over in her saddle to give him a hug and a kiss, always awkward beneath a raised visor, and Epona shouldered her horse rudely. The beast was a big, raw-boned grey destrier, but it was thoroughly in awe of the alpha mare, and shied. Matilda was still laughing as she lurched and took a moment to regain her seat.
"Is that beast your horse or your wife?" she said.
"I think she has her moments of doubt," Rudi replied.
Redleaf looked back, and Rudi did as well. The cowboys had left the swordmen to tend to their commander. Even as he watched, they legged their horses up from a trot to a canter, and then a gallop. The Sioux did likewise.
"You counted coup there pretty good, but I don't think they're in a mood for playing now," Redleaf said grimly.
The Sioux fanned out at Redleaf's command, unlimbering their bows and ready to shoot over their horses' rumps when the pursuit came in range. The cowboys brought their shields up, and most of them drew their sheets. They intended to cross the killing ground and come to handstrokes. A dead Virginia cane was of no use to their leader at all, and evidently their discipline was good enough to take the risk. A little rise ahead hurtled towards them. Suddenly Redleaf whooped.
"The land's fighting for us, Kit Foxes,"
he said.
"Pispaza! Prairie dogs! Keep going! Hokahe! Hokahe!"
They topped the rise. The land fell away before them, a slope as gentle as the other side, and it was dotted with the neat round mounds of a prairie dog town. The little ground squirrels were mostly gone underground at the noise of the hooves. A few lingered, standing erect with their paws dangling and noses up, but they whistled shrilly and vanished with a flicker of black-tipped tails as the whooping mass of riders bore down on them.
"Epona, protect your daughter,"
Rudi shouted, invoking the horse goddess for his mount. Only blind luck, and for some of the Sioux, superlative horsemanship, would decide who got through and whose horse would step in one of those hills as it galloped. He heard a cannon bone snap with a crack like a breaking lance shaft, and a cut-off scream of equine pain. A glance over his shoulder showed Virginia Cane down, lying stunned just beyond a horse with a broken neck. A Sioux was down too, the tall red-haired young man. Both managed to get to their feet, and then Fred Thurston and Matilda had both turned back.
"Shit!"
Rudi began to do likewise, then reached for an arrow instead. It would take too long for him to do them any good directly. Thurston leaned far over with his right arm extended and crooked. Whoever his father had kept to teach his son's horsemanship must have been a rodeo star of former times. The Powder River rancher's daughter turned and ran 5 steps in the same direction, then grabbed the young man's arm and bounced upwards, landing neatly astride the horse behind him. Rudi's eyes went wide. He'd have tried the same thing and counted his chance of bringing it off no more than even. Redleaf shouted again and swung up his bow. The Sioux halted their horses, turned, and drew their recurves to the ear, lined up just beyond the edge of the dangerous ground. Hooves thundered from beyond the ridge, and dust smoked above it. Rudi's eyes sought Matilda. She hadn't the strength to duplicate Thurston's feat, and her target was heavier as well. Instead, she slugged her destrier to a halt by the red-haired Sioux, and held it plunging while he scrambled up, steadying him as he put a foot on her stirrup and swung around pillion. The big horse would need a moment to get up to speed as well. It was carrying twice the usual weight and its own leather and steel barding. And the cowboys were over the rise, yipping and whooping as they saw their foes halted. They didn't notice the prairie dogs until they were well into the town, and the first of their horses went over in a whirling tangle of equine limbs and cracking bone. A galloping horse couldn't halt quickly, not even a cow pony of quarter-horse breed, and the fighting men of the Bar Q were more tightly bunched than their opponents had been. Their greater numbers left them unable to dodge even if they'd known what was coming. Some sawed at their reins anyway, and 6 pairs of horses collided and fell even without putting a hoof down a burrow. Many of the rest halted with horseman's reflex overcoming warrior instinct, and those behind them had to pull up or run into them. And then the Sioux bows began to snap, the first volley lashing out at 50 yards and into the milling confusion of the enemy formation. More screams followed. Some of the cowboys did make it through at a gallop. One stood in the stirrups and poised a spear to drive into Matilda's back, or the Sioux riding with her. Rudi cursed and wheeled Epona, but there were too many of the Sioux in the way. A gray-feathered arrow went through the space between Matilda's head and her passengers, brushing the fletching against the back of her head and his nose. The cowboy froze with a light lance poised to thrust, looked down at the goose fletching that had blossomed against the leather breastplate, and toppled like a cut-through tree. Then Matilda was with him, grinning under the raised visor of her helmet, but with her face gone pale. "Thanks," she shouted at a Dane. The young Aylward stood with his longbow on the bed of the cart, shaking the long yellow yew stave overhead and screeching the shrill ululations of the Mackenzie battle yell. Then he reached over his shoulder for another shaft. The Redhead and Virginia Cane slid down and did creditable 10-yard sprints to the remount herd, vaulting onto the bare backs of the spare mounts without breaking stride. The Sioux wheeled their horses and followed, and some of the cowboys were among them as they went up another long swale. The clash of steel on steel sounded, and the flat bang of a blade hitting the bison-hide surface of a shield, along with the thunder of hooves. More and more of the Bar Q men followed as they pulled themselves out of the tangle and picked their way through the dangerous ground. Rudi had hoped they'd be discouraged enough to quit, and from his expression, Redleaf was equally disappointed. The land here wasn't quite as table-flat as it had been an hour earlier. The foothills of the Black Hills were nearer now, and Rudi could see the first dark mantle of the pine forests that had given them their name. The mule-drawn cart was bouncing just ahead of them as they crested the ridge and plunged downward towards a shallow hollow with a little blue water in its lowest part. Garb rode the lashed-down cargo beside her master, and it was her bristle and roaring growl of challenge that alerted Rudi. That and a rank musky odor, like tomcat magnified 1,000 times. Then the whole cursing, shrieking, slashing mass of Sioux and cowboys were down the slope at full tilt, and the lions were starting to their feet from among the grass and the shade of the single cottonwood tree. His mind froze for an instant, just long enough to note that they were very large, about as big as most tigers he'd seen, and a little shaggy compared to the old pictures. One of the big black-maned males roared, a sound that shattered even the battle frenzy and sent well-trained horses into bucking, bolting panic as they realized what they'd been forced into. A Dane's mules bolted themselves, galloping in a flat-out frenzy with their teeth showing yellow, ears laid back and eyes bulging. Clods of the hard high plains dirt flew from beneath their hooves. The younger clansman dropped flat and gripped the ropes that held the cargo down as the light vehicle bounced shoulder-high and threatened to tip over at any moment. His other hand pinned Garb beside him, and she barked in a long, continuous quasi-howl. A tiny form squalled as the hooves and wheels passed over it. Tiny in comparison to the adult lions, though despite its kitten spots, it was the weight of a moderate-sized dog already. The pride had been on the verge of flight, but the sound drove the lioness mad. She leapt, and a Sioux and his horse went down as nearly 400 pounds of paternal fury struck, swinging paws the size of dinner plates with sledgehammer force, claws out and ripping, her fangs sinking into the man's shoulder and shaking him the way a terrier would a rat until he came to pieces. That sent the other lions leaping among the mounted humans. There were 4 adult males in their black-maned prime, and 20 females only a little smaller and far more savage with cubs to protect. Redleaf's horse jinked to the right and his son's to the left as one of them landed and whirled in a circle, lashing out with paws like knife-edged rams, moving so fast that they were tawny blurs.
The older man's mount recovered and galloped on, despite his attempts to sling it to a halt, with 5 bleeding grooves down one haunch. Three Bear's pony skidded on the dry, dusty earth and went down on its left flank with a hollow boom like a struck drum as its ribs hit the soil. The young Sioux tried to leap clear and almost made it. At the last instant, his foot caught a little in the stirrup, just enough to slam him down beside his mount and send him rolling. The lioness landed on the pony, her paws gripping its head as her jaws closed on its throat by reflex in the throttling bite that the big cats always used on their larger prey. Epona wore no bit, and even now she responded to Rudi's urgent hands on the hackamore and reins, rearing to a halt. Rudi leapt to the ground. It thudded up through his boot heels, but he kept his footing in a bounding lope that slowed to a halt just by the bruised, bleeding form of Rick Three Bears. A snatch, and the Indian was over his shoulder. He turned. The lioness had both forefeet on the dead pony not 15 feet away, and it was snarling at Epona, showing teeth like yellow ivory daggers, its face wrinkled into a bloodied mask of ferocity. Rudi whistled, and the great black horse turned and trotted towards him. That apparent flight triggered the big cat's reflex, and it sprang. Epona's head was over her shoulder, and her hind feet lashed out with precisely calculated force. The cat's spring turned into a tumble as it saw the paired horseshoes moving, but even its speed could only turn it sideways in time to receive the massive thump of impact. The big predator flew squalling, landed with another thump, and began to limp away with one foreleg held up against her breast, and no further interest in the fracas, except to get as far away from it as she could. Rudi fought down an almost hysterical laugh as Epona floated towards him, head and tail high, feet tapping out puffs of dust as they touched down, and pride glowing from every line of her. He heaved the younger man's limp form over the saddle and ran on, holding on to the stirrup leather to steady himself. Even for someone of his size and long legs, running in 60 pounds of armor was no easy thing. Redleaf was waiting for him. His wild-eyed horse made a final circle against the ruthless pressure of the reins, and then submitted.
"Look! Look!"
he shouted, after one swift glance at his son, pointing eastward.
"The cavalry!"
Rudi looked. 70 Lakota were pouring down into the hollow. Foam from the mount's dripping jaws coated their forequarters and the legs of the riders, but sheets and spears and bows waved in the warriors' hands. The cowboys and the lions seemed to pause for an instant, then fled in all directions, like a spatter of water on waxed leather. The rescue party were in no condition to pursue. As Rudi watched and panted like a bellows against the constriction of his armor, one of their horses went down by the hindquarters in a limp collapse.
"Sure, and I feel like doing the same,"
Rudi thought, leaning against Epona and panting like a dog.
"The cavalry to the rescue!"
Redleaf said, as he lifted his son down from the saddle, pulled the stopper from his water bottle with his teeth, and held it to the young man's mouth. Then,
"Well, sorta."
Rudi nodded, wheezing.
"My own folk?"
he asked himself. A quick survey showed them all, except a Dane, but the mule cart was small in the distance by now, and it would keep going until the mules recovered their nerves or dropped dead. He closed his eyes for a long moment, then pulled his canteen from Epona's saddlebow. He took off his helmet, filled it, held it for the mare's slobbering muzzle, and then rinsed out his mouth with the last swallows. There was blood in his mouth from a place where he'd cut the inside on his teeth, an injury he hadn't noticed until now. Now it stung like fire under the salt iron taste, and he probed gingerly at it with his tongue. Luckily, the teeth all seemed in order. He doubted there were any first-rate dentists within reach. As he looked up, Virginia Kane came to them. Fred Thurston was by her side, looking at her a little oddly. He saw why when she held up a dripping scalp of her own. It was one shade lighter than her sun-streaked auburn-brown locks.
"Vince Rickover," she said with satisfaction. "Guess he's going to be along to protect me after all."
She looked at the bloody lock of hair.
"Leastways, part of him will be."
Rudi blinked. "Remind me never to press an unwelcome suit with this one," he thought. Just then Matilda came up. Their eyes met, and they both smiled. He would have laughed, but his mouth hurt too much. Then, "What's that?" he blurted, looking down at the squirming bundle in Matilda's arms. Epona looked at it too and bared her eye teeth, rolling a great dark eye and sidling a little, snorting through wide red nostrils. "Stop that, you big baby," Matilda said to her. "It's just a kitten." Then she held up the cub, all head and eyes and huge paws absurdly disproportioned to its gangly little body. "Isn't it adorable?" The 3-week infant turned and tried to sink its needle fangs into her hand, then recoiled when they met armor. "Good thing you've got a first-rate pair of mail gloves, my briega," Rudi said. Suddenly, he needed to sit, but he looked around. Is there a spot nearby without bodies on it? Or at least blood? Chapter 17. Ogallala Hokoka, Western South Dakota. June 3rd, CY24, 2022 AD.
Wake up, people! Get up and wash your bodies. Drink a lot of water. Make your blood thin and healthy.
The crier was shouting at the top of his lungs and beating on an iron triangle as he walked as well. Now and then someone would stick their head out of a tent and shout back at him, usually something unfriendly, and sometimes involving invitations to do things with horses, sheep, or his mother. Rudi Mackenzie woke, yawned, and stretched beneath the comforting buffalo robe. Most of the aches and scrapes from yesterday's running fight were fading, though some of the bruises would have to go through the gamut of colors before they left him. Still, that was familiar enough. If you fought, you got thumped, and counted yourself lucky to have no more. The welcome was nearly as strenuous as the fight, he thought. It flickered through his memory in bright shards. The great ring of fires, the excited crowds pushing forward to hear Redleaf's impassioned description of the action, the discordant wailing from the womenfolk of the fallen in the background, louder chanting and nasal song from the throng, drums throbbing, cheers around him as the victors showed their captured horses and weapons and the grisly personal trophies and boasted of their deeds. And then Redleaf had gotten to the part where Rudi beat the cutter officer and saved Three Bears from the lion, hands lifting him out of the saddle, pounding him on the back, pulling him into the whooping, whirling, stamping, screeching, leaping delirium of the scalp and victory dance until he could scarcely stagger to his bed. He sat up and ran his hands through his hair as the crier outside called his message again, winced as he hit a tangle, then searched for his comb. The tent where he and the other men of the party had been put up was something new. He had expected teepees, and there had been a few in the encampment, some of them huge. But most of the dwellings were like this one, a round barrel shape 20 feet across on a wheeled platform, the walls 5 feet tall and topped by a conical roof rising a little higher than Rudi's head in the center. The structure was an interlaced pattern of thin withes, crossing each other in a diamond pattern and lashed together with thongs. The outside was covered in neatly sewn hides treated with some sort of glaze to make them waterproof, and from the look of it, the interior could take a quilted lining as well in cold weather. The floor was plywood covered in rugs. Everyone was stirring. Rudi took down a canvas water bottle from a peg and obeyed part of the herald's injunction. The more he looked around, the more he was impressed with the neat economy of space. Their weapons, armor, and other gear was all stowed overhead on racks that folded down from the ceiling, for example, and the middle of the tent had a metal plate inset to mount a stove in cold weather, with a flue running up to a hole in the central peak. Light came from actual glass windows set in the latticework walls, and there was an unlit lamp on a shelf over the door. The interior smelled of well-tanned leather and faintly of smoke. "Rise and shine, men," he called, as he rolled up his bedding and lashed it to the wall with the thongs provided. Groans and grunts answered him. Like his mother, he was always cheerful in the morning, and it had always mystified him why some people resented it. "Why waste the day?" There's things to be doing. But sure you can't convince the sleepyheads. He slipped on his kilt instead and picked up his shaving kit. Ingolf joined him, and they ducked out of the door, thoughtfully leaving it open to the bright early morning sunlight and cool air. A pillow thrown by Odard, who was not cheerful in the mornings, bounced off their backs. "Whatever's cooking smells very good indeed," Rudi said. It involved frying, and he thought onions. "Odard will crawl out when it penetrates." Men in breechclouts were walking past. The two travelers jumped down from the wagon platform and joined them at their friendly invitation. Seen by daylight, the Hokoko was a great horseshoe of the tents on wheels, with an opening to the east and the tent doors facing inward. Their white exteriors were painted in colorful geometric patterns, or stylized birds and beasts, or what looked like murals. Some of the larger ones had words inset in the decorations. At a glance he saw library and clinic. Rudi estimated at least 150 of the dwellings in all, not counting 2 huge conical teepees flanking the entrance, and another, even larger and colored red, in the center of the open space. Smoke drifted from cook fires, mostly under sheet metal tubs on legs or Dutch ovens, and the intoxicating smell of brewing chicory was strong. "And I'm even beginning to like the taste." The interior of the great encampment had been trodden to bare dust, but grass was soft beneath the soles of his feet when the crowd left it. Around was a view of mile upon mile of rolling green, splashed with drifts of the delicate white-pink prairie rose, taller purple coneflower, scarlet western lily, and yellow wild sunflower. The ground dropped off to a fair-sized river southward, and the black hills showed clear to the north. But most of the horizon was like a bowl dropped over a world of infinite spaces. A roped-off enclosure not far away held the ready-use horses, and herds of horses, red-coated cattle, and off-white sheep dotted the landscape. Outside the circle of living tents was a vehicle park, wagons of every size and shape and description, from ones that wouldn't have looked out of place on the Oregon Trail to cut-down pickup trucks and converted mobile homes. Redleaf waved, then came over as they walked down to the water. "Men bathe here," he said. "Women over there, and stock water below that." Rudi nodded. Mackenzies didn't have much of a nudity taboo in their communal bathhouses, but other folks were more prudish, he knew. There were a good 300 or 400 in the crowd who dove into the water and splashed around with much horseplay, from boys just a little too old to join the women, down to the few elders. His mind automatically noted that well over half were fit to bear arms, and looked as if they could, too. A lot of them had brought their weapons to the riverbank, with an easy grabbing range, even though it was obvious nobody expected real trouble. He swam in the cold water, scrubbed with soap and sand, cautiously around the sore spots, shaved with his straight razor, and headed back for the tent. "Should I try growing a beard again?" "No. Still too patchy." The warm, dry air had the last of the water off his skin by the time he'd gotten back. "And I'm a little reluctant to put the old clothes back on. Well, we'll have time to wash them." There was the first surprise. Their clothes had been taken away to be cleaned and repaired, and new outfits set out for all of them. His consisted of buckskin trousers with buffalo hair fringes down the seams, flanked by colorful quill work, and a linsey-woolsey tunic bleached creamy white with bands of beads in geometric patterns along the sleeves and in a triangle at the neck. Matilda and his sisters and Virginia Kane came back from the women's section of the river. They'd been decked out in dresses that had cape-like upper sections, with rows of shells across the yokes, flowers and birds along the hems, belts with hammered silver conchos, and moccasins done with a buffalo hoof design. Some of Redleaf's female relatives sat with them, dressing their hair in local style. Others headed for Rudi and the others with combs in their hands and determination in their eyes. Odard's bowl crop, Father Ignatius's neat tonsure, and Fred Thurston's short cap of wiry fuzz defeated them. But Rudi and Ingolf and Adane soon had twin braids, fur-wrapped, albeit rather shorter than the local fashion. Rudi's had 2 long raven feathers tucked in.
"Sure, and the raven is the bird of my sept," he said.
The girl doing his hair nodded.
"And she's the bird of the battlefields. These are for the 2 coups you counted yesterday. And this," she added an eagle feather, "is for saving my brother's life."
He stood to buckle his sword belt, and the girl, she was about 14, glanced up at him with an unconscious sigh, clasping her hands together. Out of the corner of his eye he caught Matilda looking at him with a pocky raised eyebrow. She mouthed, "Peacock," at him, and he replied with a silent, "You're another." My, don't you all look fine," Redleaf said when the work was done. He poked a finger at Rudi. "You know, you're a dead ringer for a guy on the cover of one of those sweet savage romance books I saw before the change. There was this Swedish woman who used to haunt the powwows. She read 'em by the cartload. Thought she was the reincarnation of an Indian princess. We called her Princess Yumpin Yiminy." Rick Three Bears grunted, probably because the massive bruise along his flank and the left side of his face made talking painful. He rolled his eyes and made the effort anyway. "Dad, nobody's interested in what happened before the change. At least, not right before. Let's go eat. Mom got up before dawn to start breakfast, and she'll have a cow if anything spoils." The visitors kept their faces polite, as was fitting for guests. Rudi suspected it was with a bit of effort.
"Because each of us has thought exactly the same thing about our own oldsters, haven't we now?"
From the wry smile, Redleaf knew what they were thinking. He led the way to his own extended family's quarters, located in the place of honor near the Hokoka's entrance. His household had a set of 5 of the round platform tents, with the sides rolled up to the roofline for better ventilation on the fine, early summer morning. The Atankan introduced his wife, Sangila Win, a matronly lady a little younger than he, presumably named Foxwoman for her hair, with pleasant green eyes, and their 4 children, from one barely walking, stumping around in a moss-stuffed hide diaper, to Rick Three Bears' early 20s. His wife, his 2 children, his widowed sister and her 3 children, and their spouses and infants, 4 young cousins, and a brace of servant girls, who ate with the rest, and a couple of guests. Evidently, an Atankan chief was expected to keep open house.
"Fair reminds me of home in the hall, it does,"
Rudi thought, accepting a plate from Three Bears' mother.
"What does Aunt Judy call it? A mishpacha? Sure, and it's a delight this hospitality is,"
he said as they settled cross-legged around a low folding table that made a complete circle of the biggest tent.
"I thank you for the trouble." "You saved my boy Rick,"
Foxwoman said flatly. Rudi blushed a little, made the invocation, and applied himself to the food. The women had been busy with 3 portable stoves, and not in vain. There was fry bread, lamb sausages redolent of garlic and sage, grilled walleye fillets fresh from the river, done with butter and pecans and steaming white and flaky on the fork, and plates of buffalo hump hash and scrambled eggs savory with herbs and wild onion. While they ate and drank the chicory and rosehip tea and talked, Rudi leaned closer to Ingolf. "You seem a little reserved, my friend," he said.
"Everyone else is happy as crickets. Nobody's trying to kill us, for starters, which is a pleasant change from yesterday, and too many days this last year. A Dane saved 2 lives with a close shot, which is something he needed to do. But you are a bit grim."
Ingolf chuckled. "Yeah. Thing is, back when I was your age or a bit younger, I spent years when the worst nightmare I had started with waking up in a Sioux camp. I nearly crapped myself this morning for a second before I remembered the circumstances." Rudi's brows went up.
"Well, I suppose these folk can be bad enemies. Though they think there's nothing too good for a friend, I'd say, from how they've treated us. The which makes me think well of them."
"Yeah. You know how the Anishinaabe called the Sioux the rattlesnakes?"
"I'm not likely to forget," he said, wincing a little with remembered embarrassment. "I should have noticed you were signaling me to shut up."
"Well, that's not the only name the neighbors had for them."
Oh, so.
Yeah. The torturers was a favorite, too.
Ingolf!
He looked up as Mary called.
Come on, let's have a walk. The girls say there's going to be some all-female do later.
The party broke up. 3 bears and some other younger men captured a Dane and demanded that he show them his longbow in operation, with Odard and Frederick in tow and Virginia following, elaborately casual. A collection of grave older men and women took Father Ignatius away to spend the day administering sacraments. There were evidently a fair number of Catholic Christians in the Hokoka, but a shortage of clergy. Redleaf looked a little surprised when Matilda automatically joined him and Rudi.
I don't think women are much put upon here,
Rudi thought. Certainly his host's wife and daughters hadn't been shy about offering opinions. They'd been strongly in favor of the men hunting down and killing all the lions, for instance.
But I get the impression war and politics are men's business, at least formally.
Ah, Rudi said.
We didn't have time for formal introductions beyond the basics. This is Princess Matilda Arminger, heir to the throne of the Portland Protective Association, which is—
Yeah, I've heard of them, Redleaf said. Knights in armor, which after yesterday sounds a lot more credible. I've also heard that they're at war with the Cutters now, that all you Westerners are. Them and Boise. Rudi nodded gravely, and Matilda made a gesture of stately politeness, like the beginning of a curtsy. Okay, I see your point. Come on, I'll show you both around the place. They strolled around the great circuit. Children and dogs followed them, but the people were mannerly. There seemed to be a code of conventions about when and how you could step within a family's section of the encampment, and for that matter, who could speak to, or even notice, who. Redleaf pointed out the public facilities, the school tents, in recess right now, the armories, the big teepees that were used for meetings of the warrior societies, starting with his own Kit Foxes, the women's societies like the Tanners and Virtuous Women. Or so they claim, Redleaf observed sardonically.
Oh, Matilda's as virtuous as you'd care to see,
Rudi said blandly, and suppressed a yelp as she prodded him cruelly in one of the bruises on his ribs. Some of the dwellers were setting out goods, weapons, tools, household gear, a vast array of leatherwork, including a few traders from towns like Newcastle that had coal mines to fire their foundries. There were craftsmen at work as well. Women spinning and weaving, a blacksmith with a portable forge, carpenters making the lattice-work frame of a tent, a saddler tooling intricate designs into the flaps of a silver-studded masterpiece.
Fewer than I'd have expected, though, Rudi said, from the abundance of well-made things.
Ah, you noticed, Redleaf said.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time in winter making things, when we're split up in our cold-season camps.
He nodded at 2 men a few years younger than himself. Those guys are talking a big livestock deal. Further out from the Hokoka, men and a few younger women were practicing with arms, shooting at marks on the ground, and from the saddle at targets or at hoops of rawhide thrown to bounce and skip. Others picked pegs out of the ground with light lances, or speared hide rings held on the ends of poles, or cut and parried with sheets and used lariats. Rudi grinned as one young man stood on the saddle of his galloping horse, dropped to one side with his hand on the pommel, vaulted over to the other flank, and then bounced back up as if he were on a trampoline, doing a handstand on the saddle before flipping himself down again.
Not bad, eh?
Redleaf said proudly.
Not bad at all.
Which is true enough, he thought.
They're fine shots and better than fine horsemen. Only middling with a blade, though, at best.
2 youngsters brought them saddled horses. Let's go up somewhere high and private, the Atankan said. Your folk have done well by themselves, Rudi said. They hobbled their horses, then sat and looked downward at the bustling activity as they shared a cigarette. From here you could see things kept at a sensible distance from the Hokoka, like the butchering ground well southward along the river, downstream. The smoke of the cook fires was a faint tang from here. The scent the noonday sun baked out of the prairie was like lying in a haymow, with a spicy undertone and the grassy, earthy smell of the horses. Matilda coughed a bit as she handed the cigarette back. "I know this is an acquired habit," she said. "But why would anyone acquire it? And the old folk, people who were around before the change, say it's bad for you." Redleaf gave a slight shrug and a smile. "It's sort of a religious thing here," he said. "Like sweetgrass. Besides which, the weed's so expensive these days you can't have enough to kill you." He sighed and looked at the butt, then carefully ground it out. Rudi had noted that all these plainsmen were very careful about fire. The last of the smoke blew away. The air had a hit of ozone to it as well, alien to someone raised in the well-watered Willamette, but not disagreeable. And under that huge sky, even the bustling Hokoko looked tiny, an anthill among the vastness. "He's friendly because I saved his son, and because we fought with his band," Rudi thought. "This is a man who takes honor's obligations seriously. But also, I'm thinking, he's interested in us because he knows we're not just travelers, and that what we are could serve his people's need, which is also the honor of a chief." "Yeah, we've done pretty well," the Lakota Etankan went on. "Sure as hell better than most people did after the change. Of course, when you're already flat on your face, falling doesn't hurt as much. And we were way the hell away from anywhere urban, unless you counted Sioux Falls as a big city." Evidently, he considered that funny for some reason. Probably a local joke, even a pre-change one. Rudi went on, remembering things his mother and the other older Mackenzies had told him. "And I imagine that a lot of your folk were more ready than most to believe that something had happened. Their spirits not being comfortably settled in the way things were before the change, so. One of our founders said, what was it? When the going gets weird, the weird get going? Ah, you're not just tall, handsome, and quick with a chopper, eh, Kilt Boy?" Redleaf said with respect. "Yeah, there was that. It had been one damned shafting after another for us since my great-great-granddaddy's day, when we lifted Custer's hair. Not that the son of a bitch didn't deserve it. Everyone else around here was knocked flat mentally in '98. Their happy time was over, but they didn't want to admit it. A lot of us thought it was time to rock. We in the Willamette are the only place we know near a big city where everyone didn't die. And most did so," Rudi pointed out. Matilda nodded. "There were millions of people in Portland," she said. "My father and mother managed to get a couple of 100,000 people through alive. Nobody here, nobody east of the Cascades, was that badly off." Redleaf lay back on one elbow and handed them a skin bag from his saddle. "Yeah, the ranchers got back on their feet after a while, doing the Lonesome Dove and Kit Carson thing. But a lot of us Lakota saw the change more as opportunity knocking and landed on our feet. We knew what we wanted to do, and we went and did it. And when you know that, and others don't, they'll follow your lead," Rudi said, and took a drink. After a moment, he looked down at the choggle. The liquid within tasted faintly alcoholic and very slightly fizzy. The rest of the taste was something vaguely related to sour milk, as if you'd poured beer into what the hearth lady of some farm left out for the house hob. He took another swallow for politeness' sake and handed it to Matilda. If he was going to suffer, why shouldn't she? "Damn right," Redleaf went on, though there was a fair amount of argument over what sort of opportunity it was. "I mean, we couldn't really go back to the old ways." "I remember my father complaining about that," Matilda said. "He did want to go back to the old ways, the new ones having failed. But it was impossible. The people were different." Redleaf nodded. "Yeah, by '98 it had been 5 generations since we followed the buffalo. A lot of things we had to dig out of books and experiment with, or set up relays of people to learn from some old geezer who was the last one who knew it, or find a hobbyist, all the while not starving to death in the meantime. Would you believe it? There were even people on the res who'd never butchered an animal or ridden a horse. Lakota who'd never ridden a horse. And finding people who knew how to make things like bows, Jesus. And they more precious than gold, Rudi said, remembering Sam Aylward. Damn right. And for another, just between me and thee, and don't tell Three Bears I said so, the old days weren't all that great. They probably beat the hell out of living in a leaky mobile home on the res and dying of diabetes, or crawling into a bottle of bad whiskey, or just plain what's the use, or even running a casino. But I and a bunch of others realized we'd have to make something new. With the best of the old, sure, but new. And including things like germ theory and books. You can carry books around in a wagon. Printing presses, too, for that matter. And microscopes. I'd noticed the tents weren't exactly teepees, Rudi said. The yours? Redleaf laughed. That one was my doing. There was this guy from Mongolia at South Dakota U while I was there. Name of Ulagan Chinua. It means Red Wolf. He was studying how we managed our grasslands, some sort of State Department foreign aid thing, and he actually built a yurt out of stuff from Home Depot. That required a minute's explanation, though Rudi had once helped strip the last useful goods out of a burnt-out shell with that name on the front. And lived in it just off campus. A bunch of us used to hang out there and drink arag. He held up the leather bottle. "What's arag?" Matilda said. To Rudi's surprise, she took it and drank a long swallow. "It's not bad. Sort of like small beer." "Fermented mare's milk," Redleaf said. Red Wolf home-brewed it. His mother sent him the starter culture by Federal Express. We'd swig it and swap stories about Crazy Horse and Genghis Khan, or talk about girls and horses and football. I really miss football. It's too weak to get really blitzed on, and it makes milk easy to digest for us non-palefaces. Something about breaking down the lactose. What happened to Red Wolf? Rudi asked curiously. I pretty well dragged him back to Pine Ridge with me about change day +6. The poor brave bastard was going to try and ride a horse back to Mongolia via Alaska, but I talked him out of it. He married my Tankse, my kid's sister as a matter of fact. Died 3 years back on a buffalo hunt. Those bulls will hook you if you're not careful. But he was real helpful. Nice guy, too. I'd guess his people did well after the change. I'd be surprised if they didn't from what he told us about the place. Anyway, teepees are drafty. There's all that waste space above your head. A yurt's easier to heat, it doesn't blow over in storms, and if you put it on wheels, all you have to do is unhitch the horses and you're there, wherever there is. And we had to get out of those shacks and trailers or freeze with no more gas. Took a couple of years, but we managed. He pointed. A family were leaving, their 2 yurts drawn by 6 horses each and a wagon following along behind. 2 more were coming in, heading for the banners of their Tiospaye, clans, and being directed by the camp marshals. Moving around makes more sense here than trying to stay in one spot where you eat the land bare. In the winter, we spread out in the sheltered places along the rivers or in hills, and in the summer we get together to swap and trade and socialize and talk politics. We're really stockmen now. We grow a few gardens here and there. We put up lots of hay. We mine the ruins and make stuff, and we hunt a fair bit. But there aren't enough buffalo to keep us fed. Not even now. And we've got a couple of million as of last summer's count. Back right after the change, not a chance. Plenty of cattle, though. You can live pretty well in this country if you know how, and you're careful, and you've got enough acres. The real problem being the neighbors, Rudi guessed. The Indian sighed. No shit, Sherlock. Not the Fargo or Marshall people and the other staters. We can live with them. They're not short of farmland anyway. When they do get crowded, they'll move east. It's the Cutters. Who are mostly cattlemen, too, Rudi observed. And we've got a lot of good grazing country. But even that wouldn't be too bad without that crazy religion of theirs. Yeah, a little raiding back and forth with the ranchers, some horse stealing, but that keeps the younger guys on their toes and keeps life from getting dull. But Corwin wants everything, and they want you body and soul. And there are a hell of a lot of them nowadays. We Lakota can put 30,000-40,000 men into the field max. The cutters can do 3 or 4 times that. The young man and woman from Oregon winced.
The Protectorate, my country, has about 400,000 people, Matilda said.
And the rest of our area, the realms that come together at the Corvallis meeting, about as many again, Rudi added. All of us together could probably match their numbers in war, or nearly. Redleaf cocked an eyebrow.
But I hear Boise is thrown in with the cutters.
Made an alliance, at least. That kicks up their numbers even more. We're not afraid of the cutters exactly, but we sure don't want to take 'em on by ourselves again. Once bitten, twice shy. Rudi smiled.
Now those numbers of theirs are a shame and a pity, but it isn't necessarily so that if you fight them you must do so alone.
Redleaf nodded slowly. We haven't had much luck with alliances, he said. Virginia's dad aside. We'll talk about this more later. Right now, there's some things planned for later today.
So this ceremony is okay?
Matilda asked, feeling a slight flutter of nervousness beneath her breastbone. Father Ignatius nodded. It's more a civil matter than religious in our sense, strictly speaking, he said. I've questioned the Catholics here. In fact, there would be no problem with even a priest taking part. God is no respecter of either persons or names. Dieu, or God, or Kyrie, or Adonai, or Wakantanka. He is the Great Spirit whose pity we ask. If this helps you direct your thoughts to Him, or to Our Lady, or your patron saint, there is no harm in it. The woman's sweat lodge was surrounded by a square of leather panels on poles. 2 older women stood at the east-facing flap with their arms crossed and stern expressions on their faces. Matilda swallowed and ducked through. Within was the dome-shaped lodge, set directly on the earth, with a door made of a hide flap facing eastward. The fire was ready, and the rocks were already starting to glow and crackle. Rudi blinked into the dimness of the men's sweat lodge. It was made of 16 willow poles, bunched to the 4 points of the compass and covered in buffalo skins. The last of the hot rocks had just been handed in, held between wooden paddles, and dropped into the pit in the center. The roof was no more than 4 feet high at the tallest point, and it was crowded with the 5 men of his party, plus Redleaf and 3 Bears, and the Wikasa Wakan, the sacred man, the shamans sitting at the end of their circle by the entrance. Naked bodies crowded to either side of him. It was already hot. There was a smell of sweat and earth and scorched rock and leather, of the tobacco and sweetgrass already burned, of the sage padding beneath them.
Yupayo,
the sacred man cried, in a cracked, elderly voice. The flap was thrown closed from the outside, and the darkness became like hot, wet cloth over the eyes. The stones hissed as the shaman sprinkled water on them. The 8 men cried out together, Ho, Tunkasila! Ho, grandfather! The shaman's voice rose in nasal chanting prayer, directed to the 4 points of the compass. The sprinkling in response was repeated, and each time it finished, the men called out, How! Together. The rite was strange, but Rudi could feel the power in it. A calling had been made, and someone had answered. Sweat poured from his body, and with it he seemed to feel all impurity leaving him. The darkness was absolute, but he could see with a clarity he'd rarely had before, outside dreams. He stilled mind and heart, breathing in deeply of the scented steam, drawing it down into the depths of his self. Something glowed in the darkness. A command, and the flap was thrown open. He gasped and shuddered, his skin rippling as the cooler air flowed in, and with it a little light. The old shaman grinned at him with his wrinkled eagle face, and the dipper was passed around. The sip he took was like wine, like the spirit of cool white wine, and when he poured a little over his head, the chill came like a breath off the glaciers of the Cascades. Mitak Oyasin, he murmured, as he'd been instructed, and passed on the dipper to Odard beside him. The Baron of Gervais was looking very pale, he thought. Beyond him, Father Ignatius had a secret smile on his face as he stared into the heat quaver over the rocks, almost the look a man might have when he contemplated his beloved. I wonder how Matty has taken it, he thought, and I wonder if the women's rite is much different. The thought flitted through his mind without leaving any tracks. It was as if something within, the part that carried on a conversation with itself and watched itself in endless contemplation, was being lulled to sleep. Then the shaman cried, Yapayo! Darkness fell once more. He was falling with it, like a particle drawn in by the breath of a beast larger than the earth. He tumbled through the dark, and panic started to build up, and with it, consciousness of the sage beneath him and the others around. Rudi took a long breath and released it, letting his heartbeat slow, letting awareness of everything but the steam hissing up and the wailing chant vanish. Ho, Tunkasia! Ho, grandfather! He sank again, but this time it was a spiral glide, a dance where his feet moved through a mist of stars. He could hear thoughts roaring by him, buffeting at him like storm winds against a man on a mountaintop. It was exhilaration, like a perfect stroke with the sword, like the kiss of danger, like the exultation of rising above fear. Light glowed again. It took shape. The flap opened. He felt as if he could laugh aloud, but there was no impulse to actually do it. Instead, he took the water, sipped, poured a little over his head. Mitak Oyasin. Darkness fell again, and he danced with stars. Flaming curtains walled creation. Beacons shone across endless skies. But he was not alone. The others were with him. Edain's earth solidness, Ingolf's elf strength, the priest's joyful stillness that vibrated like a single harp-string, Odard's sharp-flavored complexity, Fred's young eagerness. Distantly he knew he was slapping his hands on his shoulders and thighs. When he cried, "How!" at the end of a prayer, it was as if the breath left him in a plume of silver light. The cycle repeated. The sword is a mind, he thought. The sword is myself. The sword is a song that they sing through me. Light returned, the light of common day, but it was shining through him now. He became aware of the shaman's high call. But the one eye which is the heart, Shantiista. We give thanks to the Helper. May his generations be blessed. It is good. It is finished. Hechetuelo. The men turned and paced sunwise, the shaman leading them out of the lodge, each stopping to purify their hands and feet over the fire of sweetgrass. Rudi blinked. Hands led him gently to the edge of a leather tank on poles, and he scooped cold water over himself. With each shock of coolness he could feel himself sinking down into his body once more. But that was good as well. That was where he belonged. And there were things that must be done before he walked amid the sea of stars again. And I could use dinner, he thought suddenly, grinning. The helpers handed him their clothes. The shaman looked at him. You're one strange white man, he said. I wasn't sure if my nephew was being smart about this, but he was right. You've got some important Wekan people looking after you, Strong Raven. Your friend Swift Arrow, he nodded at Edain, has a wolf, and White Buffalo Woman is with the father. But you've got Micah, Coyote Old Man, nosing around, and not just him. That can be really good or really bad. Rudi bowed gravely and made his own people's gesture of reverence, as he might have to an antler-crowned high priest in the sacred wood. A crowd stood outside, a blaze of feathers and beadwork and finery in the light of the setting sun. A shout of "Hunka! Hunka Lawanpe!" went up. Redleaf and his son led them proudly to the great tepee, which had been pitched nearby. This was no yur, but in the ancient 28-pole conical form, the hides snow-white and drawn with pictograms. His wife and the women of Rudi's party were there as well. Suddenly, Redleaf and Three Bears seized Rudi by the shoulders and thrust him within. He staggered past the doorway, nearly colliding with Matilda and then the others as their hosts pushed them through. An earthen altar stood in the center of the tepee, with a buffalo skull and a rack that held the sacred pipe. 2 wands decorated with horsetails and feathers stood in the rack. Another was speared into the earth, with an ear of corn on it. Beside him, Virginia Kane drew a sharp breath.
"Hunkalawanpi,"
she said.
"And what would that be when it's up and about?"
A Dane murmured.
"It's the making relative ceremony. Redleaf must have been really impressed with you guys. You're about to be adopted."
The platters went around again. Ritva contemplated a cracked marrowbone, decided not to, and belched gently.
"So the big one with the brown beard is your guy?"
one of the Lakota girls asked her. She was Redleaf's sister's daughter, and her name was Winona, which actually turned out to be a Sioux name and meant something like first female kid. But she looked a little different from her uncle, her eyes much narrower and more sharply slanted, and her nose nearly snubbed.
"No, he's my sister Mary's,"
the Dunedain said.
"She won the toss when we flipped for him. I still say she cheated."
Everyone laughed. There were a couple of dozen or so young Ogallala women within earshot, watching the men dancing in a way that involved hoops, drums, flutes, chanting, and some extremely acrobatic maneuvers, and the feasting was at the stage Dunedain called filling up the corners. The drink was mainly herbal teas and the vile and vilely weak arag, but there was beer and some just barely passable wine in jugs as well. She took a mouthful of fry bread. One of the stews had enough chilies to pass for hot even in Bend.
"And all of these girls are just as curious as I would be in their shoes, or out of them."
"I did not cheat," Mary chided. "You just have no skill in coin flipping, Ritva. Anyway, I won paper, scissors, rock for 'em, too. Plus I had to catch 'em all on my own."
"Hell, I always said you should make 'em chase you until you catch them,"
Virginia Kane said. "Or until they catch you and you scalp them," Matilda said dryly.
"I don't think she likes Virginia much,"
Ritva thought.
"Don't worry, Maddie. Rudi will always love you best. Though you're driving him up the wall, poor boy."
There was another laugh at that, but there was a trace of uneasiness in it, and the glances Virginia got were halfway between admiring and apprehensive.
"That's nice dancing," Ritva said. "Oh, that's nothing. You should be here for the Sundance. The costumes are gorgeous." "So your fella is the tall, good-looking one with a hair like a sunset?"
the teenager said to Matilda, returning to the subject with terrier persistence.
Well, we're very good friends."
That produced more giggles.
"I'd like to be his good friend, too,"
one young woman said.
"Oh, looks on everything," another said. "He might be one of those I am a Buffalo Bull types, bone clear through the head."
Matilda bristled, and Ritva smiled as she went on.
"Well, he's smart, too,
and a fine swordsman." Her blush went up to glowing coal levels at the laugh that got.
"And a good hunter, and he has a wonderful singing voice."
"But can he cook?" one asked teasingly.
"He'll get a chance to hunt," another said. "The Atunkan says the buffalo need trimming."
That brought a bit of a groan. Ritva raised her brows.
"You don't like hunting?" she said. "The men get all the fun and we get to do all the work." "We'll see about that,"
Ritva thought. Chapter 18. Prairie, Western South Dakota. June 10th, CY 24, 2022 AD.
"It's different, seeing so many together,"
Rudi said quietly.
"They're impressive enough one by one,
But it's something else here.
The rise they were on was only a hill by prairie standards, but it gave them a good view. The bison were in clumps and straggling groups and lone individuals, grazing their way across the rippling plain and working gradually northward. The grass was fetlock high before them, and cropped to an inch or less behind. The morning sun cast their outlines eastward, until the shape was like cloud shadow moving over the plains. And as you raised your eyes, there were more, and more, and more, almost to the edge of sight. The wind was from the south, and it brought the scent of them, like cattle but harsher, a wild musky smell. Birds flew about the great animals' feet, snapping up the insects they stirred. A 20-strong pack of wolves hoping to cut out a calf had sheered off to the westward when the mounted humans arrived. Several pair of golden eagles swept the sky above, 7-foot wingspans, tiny with height, waiting for the herd to flush something bigger. As he watched, one of them folded its pinions and struck like a bronze-colored thunderbolt. Rudi mentally drew a box, rough counted the buffalo within, and multiplied.
80 or 90,000 head, he thought. I don't think I've ever seen that many of anything breathing but birds in one place before.
He could feel his hair starting to bristle. The low rumble of their hooves was like a vibration that echoed in the tissues of his lungs and gut. And he could hear the sound of their feeding. Nearly 100,000 pairs of strong jaws tearing at the western wheatgrass, needle and thread, and sagewort.
Pretty, aren't they?
Redleaf said, looking down at the mass of moving muscle and bone and horn and smiling with delight.
Never thought I'd see anything like it when I was your age, except in a movie.
This is a cow-calf herd. Cows, calves, yearling, and 2-year bulls. The big herd bulls mostly stay away until the rutting season, in another couple of months.
Awesome was the word I was thinking, not pretty, Rudi said. And so many. Weren't they rare before the change?
There were a couple of 100,000 around, on ranches mainly, Redleaf said. And they can double every 3 years if there's room, even if you harvest a third every year. You just take the bulls. They only need one for every 20 or so cows. There's another herd twice as big as this a few miles north. Millions altogether. Matilda blinked.
Do they go away in the winter?
No, they just scatter a bit. Storms that'll kill half the cattle on a range don't even bother them. They don't freeze, and they can get at grass through any ordinary snow.
Why hunt a lot of them now, then? Why not a bit at a time when you need them? She asked.
Redleaf nodded.
We do take a few every so often for fresh meat, and we have a winter hunt for robes, but that's when the hare's best. But this is the best time of year to make pemmican. You dry the meat, grind it up to powder and flakes, mix it with melted fat, and pour it into rawhide parfleche bags. It'll keep for 3-4 years if you're careful. It makes great soup base with a little dried onion.
Matilda nodded gravely in her turn. She'd tasted the results. Rudi had the same thought. Pemmican was convenient and nourishing, and that was about all you could say for it. Redleaf raised a brow and waved at the prairie.
I know what you're thinking, but this has been a good year. Good rain, good grass, 3rd good year in a row. Sure as fate, though, we get bad droughts every so often, sometimes for years at a time. Then most of the herds will die, cattle and Tatonka both, or we have to slaughter everything except some of the breeding stock to let the grazing recover faster. So we keep a couple of years' food on hand. That way, after a dry year dieback, we can harvest less. Then they'll breed back faster.
Matilda nodded thoughtfully.
Very sensible, she said.
Pemmican isn't hump steak by a long shot, but it beats starving to death, the Atonkan said, which is what the wolves do when the rains fail. He waved, and Rudi's group gathered close, their horses' noses in a circle. The young men and a few of the young women of the Hokoka who'd be going on their first hunt closed in around them. His first words were to the outsiders.
Okay, now you're Hunkate, you're entitled to take part in the hunt. That doesn't mean you have to do it. These aren't cattle. They're wild animals, and big ones. You come off your horse once they start moving, or your horse goes down. You'll have to be scraped up with a shovel. Even guys who've been doing this for years get killed sometimes. Understand? They all nodded. Rudi kept his face sober, but he felt a grin bubbling up beneath it, like the ones that were splitting Edain's face, and Fred's. Odard was looking politely interested. He might not have gone if the other men hadn't, but he was going to enjoy himself anyway. The only male of their party not here was Father Ignatius, who'd politely excused himself to continue hearing confessions and celebrating masses, and to consult with the Hokoka's physicians about replenishing their medicine chests, and to the brain-cracking labor of putting their reports in cipher. And none of the girls was going to back down if the others didn't either. They wouldn't have been here if they were the types who could back down from a dare, even an unspoken one.
Matilda and Virginia don't seem to have hit it off. That's a pity. They're rather alike in some ways.
Redleaf nodded, then spoke a little louder to include the Sioux youngsters. Okay, here's how we do it. And don't you roll your eyes while I'm talking, Matokokapapi. The bears may be afraid of you, but Tatanka ain't. You've helped your folks with their cattle since you could ride, right?
Sure, Tankan,
the young man in question said.
Well, there's a good goddamned reason you haven't been allowed on the buffalo hunt yet, and how heavy a bow you could pull is only part of it. Tatanka aren't cattle. You can get 'em moving, but you can't head them off. We love Tatanka, but remember that the buffalo people don't love us. We're just like the wolves or the damn lions to them. They don't care if you yell and wave a lariat in their faces. If you get between them and where they want to go, they'll smash right into you and dance on you. And they'll hook you or your horse if they can. You keep behind them or alongside, but not too close. He pointed, obviously taking the opportunity provided by the newcomers to force the Lakota youngsters to listen to what they'd already heard many times. That one more time could save a life. Even with the mounting excitement, Rudi recognized the manner. Sam Aylward and Sir Nigel had the same technique of patient repetition to drive essential lessons home in resistant young skulls. Now, everyone see those guys? A dozen mounted Sioux were easing their horses into the herd on the southern fringe, careful not to spook any of them. The animals moved away from them, but slowly. Sometimes a ring would form, the bearded, horned heads looking inward. A few of them blatted in surprise when the riders approached and lumbered off, or bellowed and pawed the earth. But most put their heads down and began grazing again almost immediately. The men were mostly older, in their 30s or even 40s, and they were lofting balls of fleece at the odd buffalo here and there. When one struck, a gout of pink dust went up, staining the beast's hump. Those are the chosers. They've been marking the ones you don't shoot for a couple of days now. Ah,
Rudi thought.
They're picking the young bulls that won't charge or make threat displays, selecting the most even-tempered ones.
The Atankan continued.
Don't go near the cows with calves or the young females. When the herd starts to move, the mothers will drift to the inside anyway, so stay towards the rear and the outside. The other reason we have the big hunt now is that they start breeding in July, and Iktomi they get mean. What we're after is the yearling and 2-year bulls and the barren cows. Give them an arrow through the lungs or heart, and then shear off. Finish them with a lance later when they're down. Start when you hear the call, and stop when you hear the call for that.
Rudi nodded, and there was a murmur of agreement from the others. The Sioux dismounted and gathered in a murmuring circle around a small fire of sweetgrass. Redleaf was waving it with an eagle-wing fan. Rudi made the invoking sign, raised his bow above his head, and murmured his own hunter's prayer.
Forgive us, brothers, and speak well of us to the guardians. Thank you for your gift of life. It won't be wasted, Horned Lord. Witness that we take from your bounty in need, not wantonness. Guide the spirits of those we slay home to the fields of the land of summer, where no evil comes, until they are reborn through the cauldron of her who is mother to us all.
This we ask, knowing that the hour of the hunter shall come for us too at the appointed time. For we borrow our bodies from earth for only a little space, and earth must be fed."
Then they moved out, bows in hand and hunting lances in the scabbards behind their right elbow. The weapons had 7-foot shafts and a vicious head like a double-edged butcher's tool. Rudi was riding one of Redleaf's trained buffalo ponies, though Wapona and the rest were with the remount herd. The animal was smallish for someone his height, but it had a deep muscular barrel and a bright, intelligent eye, and it had done this for 5 or 6 seasons. They rode south down the long slope, across the front of the great mass of bison and down its western flank, with 1,000-yard-wide space on their left, until they were behind the herd, and the Chosers rejoined them. Those were Redleaf's most experienced hunters, and each of them took a selection of the first-timers under his care. Other men worked alone or in family groups, and there were 70 bows in all. The Atankan himself kept his son and his new relatives with him, as well as Frighten's bears and a few others. The older hunters were steady and intent, their faces grave. Rudi took a deep breath and focused, pulling up strength from earth below and down from sky above. They fanned out and walked their horses forward. The noise of the herd grew steadily as they approached it, the grunting of mothers to calves the loudest sound. Rudi blinked as he realized that the deep rumbling beneath it was tens of thousands of ruminant stomachs, then grinned in delight for an instant. That would be a wonder to tell his grandchildren. "When you get within 20 yards, they start moving away," Redleaf said. The chief's recurve came up, and he drew smoothly to the ear. The 4-edged triangular head slid back through the cutout of the bow until it rested just above his left knuckle. The buffalo ahead of him was a 2-year-old male, big and turned dark brown, but without the muscled, hairy massiveness of the great herd bulls. It speeded up a little as his horse approached, giving a look over its shoulder, and then speeding up to a trot that looked clumsy and lumbering, but started to draw away from the hunter. "So shoot! Now!" The snap of the string against his bracer and the wet, solid thunk of the arrowhead merged with each other. Beneath that, Rudi could hear the crack of a rib parting under the impact of the steel. The arrow vanished to its fletching against the beast's flank, and a bawl of astonished agony cut across the lowing and stomach grumble of the great herd. The young bull galloped then, blood fanning from its nose and mouth as it groaned. 1,000 yards later it stumbled and went down as its left foreleg collapsed under it. Rudi came to himself with a start as the other bows snapped, distracted by the primal dance of life and death. A yearling threw its head up at the smell of blood not 10 yards away. He clamped his legs on the barrel of his horse, judged the moment. Snap! The arrow's flight had the sweet inevitability to it, as always when you were going to hit the mark. It struck the buffalo high on the right shoulder and slanted down, vanishing completely within the body cavity. The beast stiffened and raised its tail, started to gather itself for a leap forward, and collapsed. "Kai! Kai!" The shout rose from 70 throats as the hunting party signaled their agile ponies up to a gallop, and the alarm ran through the herd like a wave across water. The ambling progress suddenly turning to milling chaos, and then to headlong flight. The sound of its passage changed from a grumble to a roar to a thunder like the hammer of a god striking 10 times a second as 20,000 tons of weight pounded the hard prairie soil through 300,000 hooves. Dust spurted upward, and suddenly he was riding through a mist of it, with great, hairy, rolling-eyed shapes looming up out of nowhere. One came close. It had the pink slash on its hump, and he ignored it. Now he was deeper into the rearward fringe of the herd, with the black-brown shaggy humps plunging up and down on either side of him. A head jerked sideways, and the black curved horn missed his foot by inches. His arrow was already on the way, and cracked into the beast's spine. It fell, and another rammed into it from behind and went cartwheeling. "Kai! Kai!" Rudi screamed exultantly himself, twitched an arrow out of the quiver, and shot again. When the recall sounded, he coughed dust out of his lungs and spat brown. A swill of water from his canteen came out almost as soil-stained. He could feel the dust gritting between his back teeth. He coughed again, rinsed his mouth once more, then took a long, lukewarm swig. The hunt had been brief. He'd spent the same amount of time stalking a single deer in the Cascade forests many a time. And none of the humans had been hurt badly, though Frighten's Bears was flushed and embarrassed because Redleaf had had to pull him out of a tight spot. And his friends were giving him new names. Craps's Pants and Tatanka's Trampoline were popular. The herd had swung well away eastward, and it was slowing as the pursuit ended and the smell of blood fell away. There were smells aplenty around the Sioux hunting camp with its wagons and bustling scores, and plenty of work left to do. Nothing in either was unduly strange to someone who'd been born among farming folk who also hunted for the pot. Rudi had helped butcher livestock and dress game all his life, and so had his friends. "Except the scale of the thing," Rudi muttered to himself as he turned his exhausted pony over to a youth. The great bodies were scattered back over miles until they dwindled to black dots against the flower-flecked tawny green grassland. Horse-drawn sleds of salvaged sheet metal with upturned fronts like toboggans were already at work, dragging the carcasses back. Rudi walked over and joined in as a team of men heaved a 1,000-pound body onto one of them, then moved on to the next as a woman led the horses away, leaning into their collars. After he had his breath back, it was enjoyable enough work except for the flies. Soon, his whole body was gleaming with sweat in the hot sun as he labored stripped to his breechclout. At the camp, the bodies were skinned by the women. That seemed to be considered female work among the Lakota, their curved knives flashing with unerring skill. But help in turning the bison from one side to another was appreciated. Then they were hoisted up by the hind legs with hook and rope and chain on tripods of stout wooden poles or metal rods, aided by pulleys at the top. The gutting and cleaning went swiftly, with over 100 hands at work with knife and hatchet, cleaver and bone saw, but there were over 800 of the big beasts. The first few bison to be broken up were surrounded by rings of hopeful camp dogs, but there was enough offal to spare that they soon wandered off in a daze of bloated ecstasy. Garb had quickly established herself as alpha female and got the best bits. He saw her lying on her back not far from where a Dane was working, feet splayed in the air and belly rounded, tongue lolling over her fangs as she made faint moaning sounds.
822,
Redleaf called as he walked through. The most senior hunters didn't have to do anything more.
Good work. Plenty of pemmican for winter. Plenty of hides for teepees and harness and clothes. Call it 200 tons of meat when they're dressed out, and much else of use besides, Rudi thought. Now that is a good day's work.
The scores of the individual hunters were chalked up on a board hung on one of the wagons. Rudi's had been very respectable, 7, but Redleaf had gotten 15, and his son Three Bears 12. A Dane, listed as Swift Arrow, had scored 9, the highest of all the newcomers. He'd been using his longbow, possible on horseback when you were shooting directly to the left.
You know, I'd like nothing better than to pass a summer with these folk, Rudi thought. It's a pity that we'll be moving on soon.
The butchering teams worked steadily at their messy, bloody task, stopping only now and then to sharpen tools on whetstones and drink water carried around by youngsters. The area stank and attracted hordes of flies, but everyone was in good humor. There was a lot of teasing between the men and women, some of it as bawdy as anything Mackenzie's did, though most of that was in Lakota. The entrails were turned inside out and scraped, put aside for a dozen uses. Horns were carefully stacked to be turned into everything from drinking vessels to strips on the bellies of bows. The valuable sinew that ran down beside the spine was bundled up. Most of the tongues went into barrels, to be salted down as delicacies for months to come. Others gave the hides a first scraping, and then scattered salt on the flesh side, and stacked them high in bundles on wagons. The crack, crack of axes on bone sounded as the skulls were split for the brains that would be used to tan the leather. Bones and hooves would make glue or handles for tools. From what Redleaf had told him, there was a use for everything, right down to cured stomach linings making good canteens. Of course, that didn't mean that every part of every beast was used, but most were. The meat itself was sliced into long, narrow, paper-thin strips. Those were dumped into tubs and pulled over to the racks. Others had cut back long, shallow trenches in the turf and lit fires in them, low and smoky with sage. Over those were erected the knocked-down drying racks of wire mesh. The meat was rubbed with salt and powdered herbs and laid carefully in long rows in the first stage of preservation. Still other fires were lit for cooking. A number of young calves had been killed inadvertently, mostly knocked down by the near stampede. Those were split open and butterflied and set to grilling over the coals, with a cook using a long-handled brush to slather sauce on them from a keg. Tongue and hump meat went on beside them, and young girls carried around skewers of grilled tongue and kidney and liver. Rudi paused for a moment to take one. The rich taste of the organ meat spurted over his tongue, just short of burning hot, incomparable when taken fresh in the field like this.
"That's the hunter's share," the girl said. "7 to Tonka. And on your first hunt, too."
"Tasty," Rudi said, grinning at her. She was about the age of his sister Maud, 12 or so. "And done just right. Have a bite." She did, then looked at him. Her eyes went a little wider as she took in the scars. The distinctive, puckered arrow marks on his shoulder and lower back, the long white marks of blades on his arms and legs and along the left side of his jaw. It was a remarkable collection for a man his age, and one who wasn't crippled by it either. If you knew anything about the matter, which nearly everyone in a Sioux camp did, it implied that the people who'd given him the scars were mostly worse off. Fatally worse.
"You must be a great fighter."
He took the skewer back and bit off a lump of kidney, chewing with a solemn, considering look, and said, "Well, I'd be lying if I said no." Then he grinned and winked at her.
"But I prefer hunting to fighting, and also dancing and wine and song and talking to pretty girls."
She laughed, flushing to the roots of her ash-blonde hair, and dashed away. Rudi tallied on to a rope and helped hoist up another carcass, heaving with half a dozen others as the pulley clattered. Butchering 400 tons of buffalo took a lot longer than hunting them. By the time the late summer sunset came, Rudi could feel the tiredness down in his bones, the way you did at the end of the wheat harvest back home. And the brief shower under nozzles attached to a wagon bearing a water tank was inexpressibly welcome. The night camp was well away from the butchering site, though relays of guards would be posted throughout the hours of darkness around the racks. He could hear the song of the coyotes already, and fainter with distance, the deeper, fiercer sound of the lobo packs signaling to each other. The smell might bring bear or lion as well, which was a good reason to get a little distance before you slept. The water and fuel carts were there, but nobody needed a tent tonight. "That was interesting," Odard said as they settled down around Redleaf's campfire. "It's certainly not like shooting cows, which I thought it might be. Not in the least." Airag tasted better after you'd been drinking it for a week or so, Rudi found. It had a dry flavor beneath the first snail-squeezing impression, and it went down pleasantly with plates of hump steak and slices of juicy buffalo tongue. He took a swallow, upending the leather bottle with the bulk of it supported on his right elbow in the local style, and managed to avoid spilling any over his chin. Then he passed it on to Ingolf. Matilda sighed.
"I'm having a great time. Things are less complicated here than they are back home."
Fred Thurston nodded, but Virginia Kane thumped him on the shoulder.
"Now, they're getting on well indeed."
"No, it ain't," she said. "You're just seeing part of it, and with an outsider's eyes, too."
Rudi sighed agreement, despite Matilda's glare. Still, even if it was disappointing, it was better to shatter the illusion.
Matty, if someone were a guest at Castle Todenangst, they might think that your life was nothing but balls and hunts and hawking and tournaments and listening to the minstrels.
This isn't like that, she replied. This is working life. And even the festivals at home, you're always looking out for some plot or intrigue or conspiracy or something.
Redleaf was on the other side of the fire from them. He could still hear, and he chuckled.
Nah, this is more of a working vacation. More interesting than sitting on your horse looking up a cow's ass, at least. And we've got our politics and problems same as anyone else. And not just the cutters. You folks haven't been around long enough to get a handle on them is all. Plus, you're seeing the best time of year. Hunkered down in a blizzard, things can get sort of stressful. Nothing but the same faces for weeks on end. I think that's why the old Lakota had a lot of those rules that look silly when you hear about 'em. Not looking at your mother-in-law and that sort of thing.
Rudi finished up the last spoonful of beans and roasted buffalo sirloin tips. He'd put away a lot of it and felt an impulse to curl up on a warm rock for a week or two.
It's a good thing I'm not prone to constipation, he thought. This diet would bring it on, sure it would.
Ingolf poured himself a cup of chicory from the tin pot that rested across 2 stones in the fire pit. He could drink it past sundown and not stay awake, which he claimed was the result of overdosing on the stuff in his career as a paid soldier and salvager. Mary was leaning against his shoulder, blinking into the embers of the fire with drowsy contentment, while Ritva plucked out a little wandering tune on Odard's lute. The man from Wisconsin spoke, his voice a deep rumble.
Yeah, I've been to a lot of places from Oregon to the East Coast and back, and I've yet to find one where life is simple. You might think some plow pushers is, but you get close enough to see the details, and it's got just as much going on beneath the surface as a boss man's court. Mind you, there are boss men, and then there are bossmen. Des Moines. He shrugged. Unexpectedly, Ritva spoke.
I agree with Matty a little. A lot of things depend on size. Things are simpler when there aren't so many people.
She grinned.
Not necessarily better. Sometimes Mary and I would go on long winter hunts just to get away from Stardale Hall. There's that point where if you hear Aunt Astrid correcting someone's pronunciation of the Sindarin pronomial verb endings just one more time, you're going to start screeching and do something nasty with a hatchet.
She bent her head and began playing seriously, and she and Mary sang a duet. Rudi lay back against his saddle, watching the occasional spark drift upward towards the frosted sky. Maddie's hands stole into his, and she squeezed forgiveness for the momentary disagreement. He squeezed back, pleasantly aware of the solid warmth of her and the herbal wash on her hair, something the Lakota women made from sunflower oil and boiled-down flowers. Then the twins started a tune he knew, and he joined in with his strong baritone. A shadow in the bright bazaar, a hint of gold where none should shine. More of Redleaf's people drifted over, listening quietly. Her gold flanks heaving in distress, half woman and half leopardess. From either side, nowhere to hide. It's time to fight or die.
Chapter 19. Prairie, Western South Dakota. June 11th, CY 24, 2022 AD. He dreamed of drums that beat softly in the distance, and they woke him. His head had slipped from the blanket rolled around spare clothing that was his pillow, and his ear was pressed to the ground. Hooves, he realized. Many. He coiled erect, the night air cool on his naked skin and his sheathed sword in his right hand, his left on the long leather and wire wrapping of the hilt. A shape moved in the darkness, and he drew a hand-span of the sword, moonlight and starlight glittering on the honed edge and the intricate damascene patterns in the steel.
It's me, Redleaf said. Someone's coming in from the Hokoka. Fast, and at the wrong time.
Rudi sniffed at the scents. Dew, the stale ash odor of banked campfires. Then he cocked an eye at the heavens. No moon, and the stars had moved to...
3/4 of an hour to dawn, he said. You're right. They must have left not long after midnight.
Traveling in the dark is somewhat dangerous, even if you know the ground. They wouldn't have done it unless it was an emergency. Ingolf was already awake when he began nudging his foot. Mary turned over and opened her eye as well. The others woke silently, except for a slight groan from Odard. They rose and dressed quickly and quietly, putting on the light war gear they'd brought with them, swords and bows, helmets and shields. By the time they were finished and had tied up their bedrolls, Rick Threebears had their horses and remounts cut out of the herd. The whole Sioux party were awake and ready not long after, moving their wagons into a circle. The warriors ready to fight, and the youngsters and women within. Not that they weren't armed as well, and prepared to do whatever they had to. Even then, Rudi was a little impressed.
I wouldn't like to have to fight these people, he thought. Doubly so not on their own ground. It would be like trying to hit a ghost with a club. And sure, you'd have to grow eyes in the back of your head, too.
One of the perimeter scouts came trotting in on foot. It was hard to be inconspicuous on horseback, even for the lords of the high plains.
"Horseman and a cart, Etankan," he said.
"There's more behind them by a couple of miles,"
Redleaf said grimly.
"Big party."
"I'm sorry if we brought this on you,"
Matilda said steadily. Redleaf made a single fierce gesture.
"It's our land. Nobody comes on Lakota land without our leave, and nobody attacks our guests on our land."
There was an answering growl from the crowd of his people. He pointed to 6, all young and slight-built, and spoke rapidly in a mixture of English and Lakota.
"You get going," he said at the end. "Tell them we need everyone, and fast, and to pass it on."
Then he turned to Rudi.
"That'll bring a couple of thousand of our Zuyawakasa here, but that'll take a while. You'd better get going."
Rudi winced slightly. That meant abandoning their extra gear. But needs must. The sound of hooves and wheels came out of the darkness. The sky was just beginning to pale eastward, but the western horizon was still purple-black.
"It's me, Father Ignatius," the priest's voice called.
He pulled up the 2-wheeled mule cart. His horse was tethered to the rear of it, with the stirrups looped up over the saddle horn.
200 of the Sword of the Prophet are approaching," he said succinctly. "They're looking for Rudi and the rest of us."
"Right,"
Redleaf said. He turned to Rudi, then pointed.
"See that star? Keep it directly ahead of you until full daylight, then turn north and you'll hit the Black Hills. That's better than heading straight east. Flat as a plate that-a-ways."
Then he hesitated.
"And the big herd is in that direction, too. The one we hunted yesterday has probably joined it. It'll be moving north pretty well this time of year. Get across in front of it, and it'll cover your tracks. Then you can turn north while they're trying to find you." "How long will that take?"
Redleaf smiled, or at least showed his teeth.
"That's the main southern herd. How long does it take 250,000 of the buffalo people to go by? And what's left of a trail after they've crossed it?" "Right," Rudi said.
He swung up onto Epona's back and leaned down to shake hands.
"Lord and Lady bless you and yours, my friend. Wakantanka walk with you, Rudi Mackenzie. And all of you."
"I'd have liked to spend a summer hunting with your folk, and seen the Sundance. Maybe someday I can, and you and Rick can come to Dun Juniper for the Lunasad Festival."
Redleaf spoke a phrase in Lakota, then translated, first literally, and then the meaning.
"On the hillside. Someday, maybe."
Then he looked around for his son.
"Rick, you go along until they're on their way."
The young man looked a little mutinous at leaving when a fight might be coming.
"You forget what you owe, Rudi?"
his father said.
"Hokai!"
The troopers of the sword rode in disciplined silence despite the disconcerting vastness of the morning prairie and the subliminal knowledge of what the Sioux preferred to do to trespassers. Most of them were from mountain and valley country, only a few from the high line of central Montana, and they felt helplessly exposed here where the horizon merged into the slowly lightening sky. Major Graber ignored the sensation and the pain in his left arm with equal indifference. He kept in mind that it would weaken his shield work and that he couldn't use his bow properly, and he would adjust his actions accordingly. He was here to command anyway, not fight with his own hands if avoidable. And there was nothing wrong with his nose. The abattoir reek of death mingled with an ever stronger hint of smoke and of cooking meat, drying smoking racks. And yes, there was a plume silhouetted against the lighter eastern sky. He squinted at the sunrise that edged a few clouds there with crimson and faded to pink and then green and blue above as the last stars guttered out behind him. The smell and clutter as they rode through the Sioux hunting camp offended him, but
"What can you expect from savages who know not the dictations?" he thought,
remembering the ordered neatness of Corwin with pleasure. The new seeker had arrived from the capital with reinforcements when they returned to the Bar-Q ranch. That had been very fortunate. Then he glanced quickly aside at the seeker. The man had arrived before any message could have gotten to Corwin that he'd found the trail again. All they would have known from his dispatches there was that High Seeker Twain was killed in the Teton foothills last fall, and that he intended to work through the mountains and resume the search in the spring. Even that would have been lucky, and there was no possible way the hierarchy could have known how his first foray across the border had ended. But the seeker had been there at the ranch, waiting, with troops who must have left weeks ago to make it through the wilderness and the passes. Graber swallowed.
"The ascending hierarchy commands all power," he thought. "Doubtless he commands the seventh ray. That is an amethyst on his wristband."
His own service was with the fourth ray, as the diamond on his personal amulet showed. That was under the Master Serapis Bey, and hence largely physical. The seeker might even be an adept of Dijwal Kul, who ruled communications of all sorts.
Dalan is different from most seekers I've seen. Usually they were thin or gaunt. This one was stocky muscular. But the eyes are the same.
He wrenched his mind back to the present, despite the thin film of sweat on his forehead. His was to obey. That he didn't like seekers was between him and his conscience, and the long wrestling with the emanations of the Nephilim that any soul must undergo. There were no Sioux working around the drying racks, though the low fires under them still smoldered. A dozen wagons had been drawn up in a circle on a nearby rise, and between them he could see spears in the twinkle of arrowheads. That would be the non-combatants. Not that they wouldn't fight if need be, of course. A good 60 Sioux warriors were drawn up a little way off, armed with bows and sheets and hunting lances. Few of them had any body armor beyond shields and steel caps, but they would fight like cougars, as he knew from painful experience. Graber swung his fist aloft, and the formation halted, spreading out into a two-deep staggered line, bows in hand, and the butts of the lances in the scabbards. Seeker Dalan spoke.
"They are not here. Close, but not here." "Can you be more precise, honored seeker?"
The square face with the flat black eyes turned back and forth, frowning. "No, I am resisted. A shadow is drawn." He put his hands to the sides of his head. The sleeves of the robe of dried blood red he wore fell back, showing arms encased in black leather guards, striped with narrow steel splints. "A woman? Or is it a buffalo? And a raven? The blockage is not so complete as when they were in the Valley of the Sun, but you must rely on the physical for now." He felt relief at that, and reined out towards the mounted Indians. The seeker followed. He had to admit the man was fearless, not like many of the red-robed ecclesiastical bureaucrats Corwin bred, who always put him in mind of the maggots that had writhed in a dead raccoon he'd found under the floorboards of his home 2 summers ago. A man rode down to meet them, though he stopped well within bowshot of his own position. "Hau Kola," Graber said, raising his right hand in the peace gesture as he drew rein. The Indian was a dark, middle-aged man, muscular and heavy-featured, with a little gray in his braids. A full-blood from his looks. He wore a steel helmet with bison horns and fur, and a fox pelt over his colorful war shirt. There were scalp locks down the seams of the arms, more than was comfortable to contemplate. He'd have fought in the long, indecisive struggle between the church and his nation. He didn't return the gesture, or speak at all.
Bad, Graeber knew. But then, I expected that.
"We're here after some fugitives, Itankan Redleaf," Graeber said, guessing at his rank and remembering the briefing files. "Under the Treaty of Newcastle, the Lakota Tonwan agreed not to harbor refugees from our territory or to hinder our recapture of such criminals." The black eyes were chill as they rested on him.
"Under the Treaty of Newcastle, the Church Universal and Triumphant agreed to recognize our sovereignty. Last time I looked, sovereign nations didn't have to let other countries send troops onto their soil uninvited. You invade us, the war starts up again. And from what I hear, you folks are busy out west."
Damn those rebels to the void,
Graeber thought.
"These criminals are under the personal ban of the Prophet," Graeber said softly. "Remind me why I should care what the crackpot of Corwin thinks." Graeber felt himself flush at the blasphemy. Rage came off the Seeker like heat from a closed stove in winter. "You deny that there were fugitives here?" Graeber said, his voice still flatly unemotional. "Nobody here but my relatives," the Indian said, baring his teeth.
"He speaks truth, but with intent to deceive," Seeker Dalan said. Then, "There! There!"
He pointed north and east. The impassive face of the Sioux didn't move, but Graeber was experienced at reading men's eyes. Their lips lied, speaking or smiling, but the pupils never.
"We will pursue," he said.
To Redleaf,
"Don't get in our way, and none of your people need be hurt."
The Sioux leader raised his hand, and his folk began to draw their bows. Graeber smiled thinly and raised his own left hand, despite the savage twinge of pain that shot into the joint. The long formation broke into motion again, advancing and reaching over their shoulders for arrows in a sinuous unison, like a tiger uncoiling from sleep. "I have 200 men, Itankan," he said. "We outnumber you 5-1, and my men are in full armor. If you fight me at close quarters like this, I will lose perhaps 20 dead, including any too seriously wounded to ride. We will kill you all, and it will take less than 10 minutes. Then we kill all the women and children in this hunting camp. Then we will proceed on our mission. None of you would leave Lakota territory alive. Words cannot express how much I do not care, as long as my mission is fulfilled," Graeber said flatly, "or as long as I die in the pursuit of it." A boast would have rung false. The Indian was no fool. Graeber's eyes never left his. After a moment, the sword commander nodded curtly and reined his horse around.
"It will take them some time to assemble a war party that outnumbers us sufficiently. We have that long."
He remembered blue-gray eyes looking into his, and a pleasant, lilting voice speaking.
"It is easy to kill. Any fool can do it."
"Shite," Rudi said in exasperation.
Maybe it wasn't a good idea to stop long enough to put the gear on pack saddles, he thought. But if we'd kept the cart, they'd be a lot closer. And we're going to need that equipment later.
The sun was well up now. His binoculars showed the wink of its light on lanceheads southeastward. Far too many of them, and far too regular to be Sioux. And besides, the Lakota didn't use 9-foot lances or russet-colored armor, as far as he knew.
But the sword of the Prophet do, the creatures.
Ritva rode towards them and reined in, pointing eastward in the direction she'd come.
"The buffalo are there, Rudi. You would not believe how many, but—"
"But?"
"They're moving north and picking up speed. It looks like something spooked them. We'd better hurry if we want to get across the front of them. If we don't, we'll have to wait on this side. It is definitely impossible to get through that herd while they're moving."
"Shite!" Rudi swore again, this time with more feeling. He couldn't see them yet, but he thought there was a haze of dust in that direction. And even when the ground looked as tabletop flat as it did here, he'd learned that distances were deceptive. The slightest roll or fall of the ground could hide anything shorter than a hill, even if it was only a few miles off.
"No," Three Bears said. "It's good. If we can get across the herd before the cutters catch up, I mean. It'll take hours, maybe a whole day for them to pass. If we're on the other side, we might as well have mountains in between."
Ritva nodded vigorously. "Then go," Rudi said. "Ingolf, you and Mary take lead. Three Bears and I will bring up the rear. We're the best mounted archers. Now." The Easterner nodded grimly and legged his horse up to a hand gallop. Rudi wished briefly that he had time to switch to Epona, but he had been riding one of the remounts to spare her. It was a good beast, but not quite 15 hands, and even riding in kilt and shirt he was a little heavy for it. It was sweating already, the musky scent strong under the dust and crushed grass of their passage. Usually being 6'2" and built like a cougar was an advantage, but sometimes. Three Bears cut out 2 more for them as the remount herd went by, with the Dane and Virginia and Fred driving them forward. The pack saddles some of them carried had only about half a rider's weight and wouldn't slow them much. Ahead, Ingolf signaled and the travelers turned sharply east of north, moving in a compact mass with a remuda of remounts in the middle. Rudi shifted his balance forward, and the well-trained animal stretched its legs, head beating up and down as if to set the pace. He looked over his shoulder, and the enemy were visible to the naked eye. As he watched, the ant-tiny dots seemed to swarm, and then some of them were pulling out ahead of the others.
"How many do you make it?"
Rudi called over the rising rumble of the hoofbeats as a covey of quail burst from the grass ahead of him. He gentled the horse instinctively as it started.
10 or 15 pulling away from the others,"
Three Bears said, nodding at Rudi with his brown braids flying in the wind of their passage. They'd both had the same thought. The cutters knew they couldn't catch the smaller, better-mounted group all at once. 200 mounted men could only proceed at the speed of the slowest mounts, and in a group that size there would always be some slugs, especially if they'd been taking horses where they could get them. So they'd sent their best riders and beasts on ahead to push their quarry into tiring their horses.
"It's going to be close,"
Rudi shouted back. The Indian grinned. He was a young man after all, younger than the Mackenzie, and of a warrior people. Then he turned in the saddle and shook his bow in the air.
"Kai! Kai!"
he screamed.
"Hoo-hay! Hoo-hay! The sun shines on the hawk and on the quarry."
Rudi barred his teeth, too. He wasn't an oldster yet either, and the clan wasn't shy of a fight, and it was a bright summer's day with a good horse beneath him. His spirits lifted, seeming to fly with the long stride of the valiant horse between his legs. He added the saw-edged wailing ululation that Mackenzie's took into battle. Then he settled down to coaxing as much speed as he could out of the horse, short of the all-out dash that would set its lungs foaming out. The cutters were pushing theirs to the uttermost. They could fall back and let others take up the sprint if they had to, and the buffalo herd was just coming into sight eastward.
"Kernunos,"
he blurted as it did.
"There's miles of the things."
He could hear them, even miles away and on a galloping horse, a fast drumming rumble that struck at his face and chest. Too far to see individual animals, even ones as big as buffalo, but the great black-gray mass seemed to undulate like waves on the sea. The forefront of the herd was a spray of dots. As they got a little closer, he could see that they were the big, ton-weight herd bulls, their massive heads down and the great shaggy humps rising and falling. At rest or walking, they would look clumsy and slow, but now they were moving as fast as a horse could, or a little faster, their mouths open and lines of white foam falling from their tongues. Everything lost but the need to flee.
"Going to be close,"
Three Bears said again. Rudi looked behind, over the head of the remount on its leading rein. The foremost cutters were much closer now, and foam was slobbering from their horses' mouths and clotting on their forequarters. Probably none of the Corwinites was Rudi's size or weight, but they all had their war harness on, which more or less equalized things. As he watched, one of the ones at the rear fell away, his horse shaking its head and stumbling. The three in the lead rose in the stirrups and drew. Their upper bodies hardly seemed to move at all as their horses galloped.
"Uh-oh,"
Three Bears called.
"I know what uh-oh means," Rudi replied.
"It means we're fucked."
They both hunched down in the saddle. Wearing helms and with their round shields slung over their backs, that was the way they presented a minimum target. He waited, his back crawling a little as he waited for the whoosh of arrows.
"And since that fight after Peekaboo, I've been just a little more nervous of that sound."
It came, but faintly. He looked around. The last shaft hit the ground as he watched, about 10 yards behind them. Rudi clamped his thighs on the saddle and twisted, bringing up the bow. The recurve was a masterpiece from the best bowyer in Bend, and the long muscles of his arm coiled as he drew to the ear. Then loose, and the snap of the string on his bracer, the slam of the recoil, the shaft seeming to slow as it arched out at the dull, tiny shape of the pursuers. Three Bears whooped as one of them ducked, and his horse took a half-step sideways in a puff of dust as an arrow landed between him and the Mackenzie. They fell back a little as Rudi sprayed 3 more shafts towards them as fast as he could draw, but hitting a moving target from a horse at better than 200 yards was more a matter of luck than skill.
"Kernunos,"
Rudi grunted again as he looked forward. The herd was much closer and closing fast. The beasts were running straight north, and the travelers were angling to cut across their front. That might be possible. Ingolf and Mary were already past the first of them. The noise was much louder now, and the dust cloud turned the morning sun into a swollen red orb. Looking back southward, they stretched to the end of sight, and you could see a long way on the plains. It was as if a carpet of running bison extended from here to the other end of the world. The angle gave him a view across the front of the herd, where the mass frayed out into individuals, and it was half a mile to the other side. The noise was stunning, and growing with every stride, building to a roar like all the waterfalls in the world. The sound of 1,000,000 hooves hitting the soil as 250,000 buffaloes stampeded in blind fear and fury. He could smell them, too, dung and piss and the hard, dry stink of their bodies, like oxen working in the sun, but wilder, and the rank exhalations of their panting breath. It took an effort of the will to keep angling towards them. His gut was convinced that it was insanity, that they could pound down mountains and turn him into a paste mixed inextricably with the flesh of his horse. An arrow went by, not 10 feet to his left, and then 3 more followed it. The last was uncomfortably close to his horse's haunches. He turned and shot again himself, and one of the pursuers went down in a tumble of man and horse. He must have hit the mount.
"Sorry, brother horse,"
he called, and then whooped laughter as the cutter staggered to his feet, only to topple face first on the grass.
"This is immortality,"
he exulted.
"I'm immortal because I could die in the next second."
Three Bears shot too. He rode 25 or 30 pounds lighter than Rudi, and his horse was pulling ahead, turning across the front of the herd.
"Fuck!"
The arrow hit Rudi's shield with an impact like a blow from a club. There was no pain beyond that, and a quick glance showed it standing in the bullhide like a weed sprouting from dirt. The arrow point showed just under his armpit, dimpling through the felt glued to the inside of the shield. Rudi twisted and shot again. That let him see the cutter shaft hit his horse just behind the saddle, as well as hear the wet, sharp slap of it. He kicked his feet free of the stirrups instantly, dropping the bow and planting both hands on the saddle horn as he swung his body over and down, hitting the ground running as the horse fell over on its side. Momentum was too much for him. He went down head over heels, but an acrobat's training gave him a little control as the hard ground battered at his body and snapped the leather strap that kept the shield on his back. It went flying as he tumbled,
The arrows scattered from his quiver in a spray like oracle sticks tossed for a divination, and his sword hilt hit him under the armpit with a thump that sent agony running through the arm and down his torso. Then he was on his feet again, long legs pumping. The remount's leading rein had snapped as his horse fell. It was slowing down as he vaulted onto its back, bare except for the saddle blanket left on. That made it rear and bolt. Too late. A single glance to his right showed that the head of the dense-packed buffalo herd was past him. Where Three Bears was, he couldn't say. All that existed eastward was a wall of flesh, rising and falling as it ran. His horse was doing its valiant best, but it was sliding backward along that rampart of hair and horns and mad rolling eyes. The cutters gave a shout of triumph as they closed in, casing their bows and tossing their lances up into the overarm stabbing grip. They'd be within range in seconds. They didn't even have to kill him themselves. Just keeping him in play until the rest of the camp came up would do nicely. Do me nicely, Rudi thought. There was only one thing to do, save that it was utterly mad. Rudi wrenched at the reins, forcing the unwilling horse closer to the buffalo. A cutter trooper was almost within killing range now, raising his lance over his head, his face a mask of effort as mindless as the glazed eyes of his horse. The 6-inch head of the lance glittered through the dust, light breaking off the honed edges and needle point. Rudi gathered his long legs beneath him against the back of the horse, waited until the next heave of the mount's back was rising beneath him, and leapt. For a moment he was soaring through the air, and he could see the goggling of the cutter's eyes as his thrust cut empty space. Then he landed, and his hands gripped the hair on a buffalo's hump, closing with convulsive strength. His feet dragged painfully. He bent his knees and drove them down in the trick rider's leap, matched with the thrust of his arms. He bounced up out of the dust, and then he was astride the buffalo's back behind the hump, looking leftward as the cutter troopers rode not 10 yards away, lances poised and utter disbelief on their faces. And none of them can shoot at me unless they're left-handed, he thought, fighting down a crow of laughter. A mounted archer could only shoot forward and back and to the left. He rode with his knees braced high up to keep them from being crushed between his buffalo and the one to the right, leaning forward with the curly mass of the hump inches before his face. If it had been at rest, the beast would have bucked him off or crushed him by rolling, and then stomped and gored him in short order. Now it virtually ignored him, intent only on the blind flight that was carrying it northward nearly as fast as a rail car with 6 men pedaling madly. The musky smell of it filled his nostrils. He turned his head left and grinned at the cutters as they ever so gradually began to slip behind. Somewhere deep within his mind, a voice wailed, "What next?" Right now, in this instant of time, he was thoroughly enjoying the look on their faces. The lances held as if they simply could not believe they were to be denied that first, deep, soul-satisfying stab. And Major Graber had the expression of a man with an insect dancing on his eardrum, and no way to get at it. Then, one of the troopers gave a cry of raw frustration loud enough to be heard even through the thunder of the bison stampede, and threw his lance. The weapon wasn't made or balanced for casting, but it landed point first in the rump of the buffalo bearing Rudi anyway. He pulled his feet up even as the forequarters started to go down, and jumped, letting the motion of its body fling him skyward. No good landings in sight, he thought, a crazed memory of piloting a glider into a wheat field near Portland running through his mind's eye. The buffalo he'd left tripped, and the one behind it rammed helplessly into the prone shape kicking on the ground. Seconds later, 6 of the beasts were piled in a heaving mound 10 feet high, and the stream behind parted on either side of it. Rudi landed with an impact that half-winded him. For a moment he was half across the next buffalo, slipping as its pounding motion threw his body down the slick right side, wet with foam from its lungs and slimy with the mud it had made out of the dust on the animal's thin summer coat. He locked his hands in the thicker hair of its hump, and then nearly fell as a patch came off in his hands where it was still shedding. "Dog does dick," he swore.
the world lurching down towards the pounding hooves. His feet struck the ground. He ran as he would by a horse when he was doing tricks, bounding, touching down only once every 6 feet, working his hands into the curls of coarse hair. They cut at his fingers like wire, even through the hard callus, and he made himself relax the death grip a little. He would need all the strength of his hands if he lived more than a few seconds longer. Then the animal bawled with a different note than its panting fear. An arrow had struck it not far from where his hands gripped, slanting downward into the hump. He risked a quick backward look. The cutters were just barely visible through the dust, and they'd fallen back 20 or 30 yards, enough that they could shoot forward and have some chance of hitting him if they were very good shots and rode like centaurs.
"The which they do,"
he snarled. Blood was leaking down towards his hands. He let his feet hit the ground again, pushing up off the buffalo's hump as he left like a high jumper in the Lunasad Games. To the cutters it must have appeared as if he'd popped up out of the dust like a man on a trampoline. This time the soles of his moccasins came down on a buffalo's back, the surface heaving beneath him like an earthquake. He crouched in the same motion and sprang again before the checked leather of his footwear could slip against the slick hide, and landed 2 beasts over. He let his feet slide apart and came down on his buttocks astride the bison, hands once more sunk in the thick hair on the animal's neck. It stuttered in its stride and crab-jinked, bruising his leg against the beast beside it, but not quite hard enough to do more than set up a ripple in the great flow of animal flesh. That gave him an instant's time to look back. Graber had managed to get his horse almost level with Rudi, and a lance was in his hand. But 30 feet separated them. An impossible cast with something not meant to be thrown, and with the awkward positioning. Rudi raised his own hand. Instead of throwing the spear, the officer of the sword raised his weapon in what was almost a salute, then turned his horse away to the east.
"Leaving me to the tender mercies of Tatanka,"
Rudi thought. Escaping from the sword had been one thing. Escaping from the escape was likely to be more difficult.
"Because I can't get off while they're running. But when they stop running, they'll notice I'm here and kill me,"
he thought. The dust was thick in his mouth, even though he wasn't far from the front of the herd. He coughed and spat, blinking eyes that felt as if ground glass had been rubbed under the lids. Ahead of him, the rumps of the bison rose and fell, looking absurdly tiny compared to the huge hairy shoulders, but shoving the massive bodies forward with graceless efficiency. And looming up through the dust, a rock. 12 feet of jagged gneiss, one of the bones of the earth that sometimes stuck through the thin skin of the high plains earth. Rudi's buffalo was headed straight for it.
"I'll pour out a bottle of whiskey for you, coyote old man,"
he thought, raising his legs until they were along the buffalo's back.
"Just no more of your jokes now, you hear?"
He turned his feet in, frantically trying to dig in with the toes. Then the world shook with a whump as the buffalo struck the rock and staggered sideways. Another as it rammed into the animal on that side, which promptly tried to hook its horn into whatever had hurt it. Rudi could feel his stones trying to crawl up into his belly now. The beast he rode was staggering, and there was nothing he could do. A horse loomed out of the dust, pacing the buffalo. He realized it must have been in the lee of the rock, with a stampede parted around it. Rick Threebears rode it, leaning low over the neck as he urged it up to speed, death closing in all around and on his heels.
"Hey, Strong Raven!"
he screamed, just barely audible through the cataclysmic noise of a million hooves, his streaming braids framing a wild grin.
"Room for 2 on Big Dog here!"
Rudi waved back to the circle of faces as he staggered forward and then collapsed to his knees. A hand held a canteen in front of his face. He drank, spat, coughed, drank more, and coughed again convulsively, dust-colored water shooting out of his nose. His stomach heaved with a sick dropping sensation, and he swallowed acid at the back of his throat. When he raised the canteen again, His hand shook so badly that the horn mouth rattled against his teeth.
Breathe in, breathe out. Ground and center.
He struggled and controlled his diaphragm. Behind him, Three Bears was talking.
Jesus Christ, I've never seen anything like it. We'll have to rename him Rides Mad Buffalo. Rudi, are you all right?
That was Matilda's voice. He could feel her hands on his shoulders. He concentrated, and her face came into focus, the big hazel eyes soft with concern.
Anamchara,
he croaked, and fell forward into her embrace.
Are you all right?
She asked, her hands stroking his hair. Another shuddering breath, and he felt a little control come back.
Apart from feeling like I'm going to puke, the which would be no return at all to you for your care of me, I think I am,
he said. Amazingly, it seemed to be true. He felt stiff and bruised, and he'd be sore as a graze tomorrow, and he had more than a few of those, but nothing was damaged. Matilda rose, helping him up. He stood, panting, and took a real drink of the water, giving her a squeeze around the shoulders with his left arm. He held his right out to the Atunkan sun, and they gripped forearm to forearm.
We're even,
he said to Three Bears.
In fact, I'm in your debt.
The dark face was flushed now, too. The memory of those moments was coming out, and it was harder to bear than the doing had been.
Shit, they were only going to kill us, not eat us like the lions,
Rick said, his own voice a little shaky. Brother, he added. Rudi nodded gravely.
You'll be wanting to get back to your father and family, brother, he said. But I'm thinking we'll be meeting again.
Yeah, and we'll be fighting cutters together again,
Three Bears said. Then he looked east. Half a mile away, the herd was still streaming by.
I'll head back when the buffalo people get out of the way.
Chapter 20. Big Sioux River. Western Border, Provisional Republic of Iowa. July 25th, CY 24, 2022 AD. I could use a watermelon, Ingolf said, as the whole party slowed their mounts, kept nice and cool in a well. You cut it open with your bowie, and then that first bite into a big slice, crisp and sweet, with the juice just dribbling down your chin.
You're not helping,
Mary said, and slapped him on the back of the head.
It's not the heat, it's the humidity,
Rudi added, and wondered why Ingolf laughed. Welcome to the Midwest, he said. Mary groaned.
I'm sweating like a horse. I can't tell where my sweat stops and Rochel's begins anymore.
You still smell better than she does, honey, Ingolf said, and reached over to pat her dapple-gray Arab on the neck. Though she's mighty pretty for a horse. Ritva snorted.
I don't mind sweating, but it doesn't seem to be doing me any good. I'm still just as hot, only sticky, too. Is it like this all the time?
Only about half the year. The other half's freezing cold and snows like hell, Ingolf said. Then he shrugged. Actually, there's a month or so of good weather in spring and fall, but we don't like to admit it. They'd been ambling through farm country. Now the land dropped away to a river valley, wooded with hickory and oak and cottonwood, and spanned by a pre-change metal bridge. Beyond it, just past the immediate floodplain, was a small walled town. Rumpled hills rose gray-blue-green above the flats a few miles away eastward. Rudi could see several children sitting on the eastern bank, fishing or playing with a dog, their sun-faded tow hair bright against the dark earth. One of them rose and waved at the travelers, then turned back to his rod as the float on the string dipped below the water. The stream was about a medium bowshot across. Close to the middle, a bald eagle's talon struck the water and punched up a burst of spray. The great black-and-white bird flogged itself back into the air with a fish twisting in its talons.
Good luck to see an eagle striking,
Odard said, and a Dane nodded. Slow down here by the fort. They're likely to be a mite testy about travelers, Ingolf said, and Rudi raised his right hand to signal the others.
"A testy man with a napalm shell on his catapult is not someone to offend," he agreed.
Iowa held the western bank of the river where the bridge crossed. From what Ingolf had said, the Nebraska folk accepted that with sullen acquiescence. A strong fort of concrete reinforced with steel stood beside the road where the land started to dip to the wooded river valley. It was a rectangle with corner towers, and two more by the gatehouse. A dry moat, mostly dry, with puddles and mud at the bottom, surrounded it, filled with rusty, sharpened angle iron and barbed wire, and smelling of stagnant water and waste. And the drawbridge was down. From the gatehouse flew a flag with 3 broad vertical stripes of blue, white, and red. When a puff of breeze lifted it for a moment, he could see an eagle in the central panel clutching a scroll in its bill, but the words were too small to read. A swinging barrier came down to block their passage on the bridge as the party approached, and from behind the rusty metal, an armed man shouted, "Halt!" Rudi duly halted, letting himself sink backward in the saddle to signal Epona. He waited patiently, wiping at his forehead with his sleeve. She tossed her head, thumping at the gravel-patched asphalt with one hoof, and flicking ears and tail against the flies. He'd packed his jacket and folded his plaid with his blanket roll behind the crupper, but his linsey-woolsey shirt was sticking to his back and sides and making patches black with sweat. Sitting the saddle in the grilling sun in a powerful cloud of human and equine perspiration and assorted insects wasn't pleasant.
"I would be so glad to sit somewhere shady and have lunch," Mary said. "Something besides beans and bacon and cornbread, too."
Ingolf smiled reminiscently. "There used to be a place in Hawarden," he nodded towards the town on the other side of the river, "that did a great pepperoni pizza. And they made a fine beer there, too."
"I'd like to have a bath," Matilda commented, "and get some pumice to sand the calluses off my backside. How long have we been in the saddle now?"
Virginia snorted, as befitted a rancher's daughter who'd ridden before she could walk, but then admitted,
"It's a powerful big country. I never realized how big. I thought there was a lot of the Powder River Range, but it's like a little corral compared to the rest. I didn't realize how muchness there was either until I left home," Fred replied. "We'd been on the trail for a hell of a long time before you joined up, Virginia, and then since then. From the way Mom and Dad talked, I'd always thought it was a lot smaller. The maps don't tell you the half of it, and the old books are useless. Worse than useless. They give you the wrong idea."
Father Ignatius nodded. "In your parents' youth, it was smaller, at least in terms of how long it took to travel across it. It wasn't a surprise to me intellectually, but then the Church has to communicate all around the world. We know how big the planet has grown, and it's still a shock when you experience it in person. My admiration for the couriers the Vatican sends out from Medea knows no bounds."
"Yeah, but Mom and Dad always sort of gave me the impression that America was a country, like Idaho. It's a world."
Rudi kept one ear on the byplay, but most of his attention on the fort. There were men moving on the ramparts, and a hot, bright blink of sunlight on edged metal. Then a trumpet sounded, and a platoon's worth of troops double-timed out of the open gate of the fort with a bristle of pole-arms. Ingolf inclined his head towards them. "Some bored officer's playing at soldiers because he can," he said. "This is a hardship post for guys someone in Des Moines doesn't like. Most of what trade there is goes through Sioux City, further south." The men were in full gear, jointed two-piece breastplates, arm pieces, and thigh guards of polished steel, helms shaped like the old American Army headgear, and metal gauntlets. The ones here all had either 16-foot pikes or something that differed from what the Willamette country called a billhook, only in detail. A chopping blade on a 6-foot pole with a spike on top and a cruel hook on the back. Short, straight-bladed footman sheets hung at their waists. Ritva spoke softly.
"I saw something move behind the firing slits on the north tower. Murder machine. And there are crossbowmen on the crenellations."
Odard nodded.
If they're just going through the motions, they're going through all of them.
Rudi took off his bonnet and fanned himself with it. He gave the pikemen a look of pity. They were only the length of their own weapons away, and he could see how red their faces were. At a guess, someone had rousted them out from their midday meal or the siesta after it, though to be sure doing that occasionally was good training. Here he suspected that it was sheer frustrated spite. A minute or two later, a pair of men strode down the sloping roadway from the fort.
Ah, the one in the lead is in charge, Rudi decided.
If the soldier's armor was polished, his was blinding with a luster possible only with chrome steel, and his sheet was the long, curved horseman's model.
I think this is a man who stands on his dignity.
He dismounted, signaling the others to do likewise.
As he'll be resentful if I look down at him from the saddle.
He couldn't help being 6'2", and he was cursed if he'd slouch. But fortunately, the Iowan officer was only a little shorter, and his helmet with its tall horsehair plume made up the difference. As the man approached, he muttered to the one beside him.
"Oh, all right, Sergeant." "Thank you, sir. Stand at ease. Helmets off."
There was a rattle and thump as the polearms were grounded and leaned against shoulders. The soldiers were unexceptional young men. Big, muscular, and fair-skinned for the most part, with a country boy look as if they weren't long from the plow, their hair cropped close to their heads and their faces shaved. Rudi gave them a professional glance and decided that they were strong and used to hard work, well enough drilled, and certainly splendidly equipped, but probably not very experienced. Nobody had dared to challenge mighty Iowa lately.
No reason to think they wouldn't fight well, given good leaders, he decided. But this man isn't the one to do it, I'm thinking.
The officer had a small yellow mustache and pale green eyes set a little too close together, and an expression of permanent discontent.
"I'm Captain Schlenker, Iowa National Guard," he said,
his tone suggesting that the name should mean something.
Which, hereabouts it may,
Rudi thought, with an expression of polite interest.
"In the service of His Excellency Anthony Hesselrode, Governor, President pro tem for life of the Provisional Republic of Iowa, the Sheriff's Choice, Protector of Farmers and Vackies, Bossman of all Hawkeyes. You can stop your merry band right there till you've answered a few questions."
The Iowan had a flat, harsh accent, much like Ingolf's, one that turned the vowels in words like Mary and marry and merry into the same sound. It sounded much less agreeable in his mouth than in their companions.
"So who are you people?"
he asked less formally. Rudi introduced himself.
"We're travelers from the far west, sir," he said.
It didn't hurt to be courteous on someone else's land.
"Traitors?"
"It may be, if we find anything to buy in Des Moines, which is where we'll be heading, to see the remarkable sights of the city, so far famed it is," he said.
Schlenker's eyes narrowed.
"We don't allow armed vagrants to wander around Iowa," he said.
For the first time, he seemed to pay real attention to the party. Rudi had left his sword slung at Epona's saddle, but there was no point in trying to conceal that they were well armed, or the quality of their horses. With Matilda and the twins and Victoria, they were slightly implausible as a bandit gang, but they looked as much like that as anything else, and it wasn't absolutely unknown for women to take up that trade, or for genuine traveling merchants to indulge in a little banditry on the side if they saw an opportunity.
Sure, and Mary's smile would look more reassuring without the eye patch.
They certainly didn't have the wagons or pack animals you'd expect of serious traders, and it would be ridiculous to claim they were traveling across the continent for the pleasure of it.
"We're well able to provide for ourselves, sir," Rudi went on. "If there's a regulation for posting bond, in gold, shall we say."
According to Ingolf, there wasn't, but the officer's face brightened at the diplomatic offer of a bribe. When he still hesitated, Rudi continued.
"And we'll be staying with a friend near your capital, a farmer and sheriff, or Colonel Huasink, with whom you may check if you'd be wishing it."
That brought a definite change in attitude.
"Let's get into the shade," Schlenker said. "Sergeant Morrison, bring them into the fort, and pull a watermelon and some beer out of the well."
You asked what land I love the best. Iowa, 'tis Iowa, the fairest state of all the West. Iowa, oh Iowa, from yonder Mississippi stream to where Missouri's waters gleam. Oh, fair it is as poets dream. Iowa, 'tis Iowa. See yonder fields of tasseled corn. Iowa, 'tis Iowa, where plenty fills her golden horn. Iowa, 'tis Iowa. See how her wondrous prairies shine to yonder sunset's purpling line. O happy land, O land of mine, Iowa, O Iowa. And she has maids whose laughing eyes, Iowa, O Iowa. To him whose loves were paradise, Iowa, O Iowa. O happiest fate that e'er was known, such eyes to shine for one alone, to call such beauty all his own. Iowa, O Iowa. Go read the story of thy past. Iowa, O Iowa, what glorious deeds, what fame thou hast. Iowa, O Iowa. So long as time's great cycle runs, or nations weep their fallen ones, thou'lt not forget thy patriot sons. Iowa, O Iowa. The song rang out in children's voices as they climbed down from the railway. It came from a frame building not far from the depot, where a choir was apparently practicing. As the travelers unhitched their horses from the rearmost wagon, the 8- and 9-year-olds spilled out in an overall-clad mass, mostly barefoot in the warm summer afternoon. They came running down the dusty street to watch as the passengers disembarked, with the dust motes glowing golden in the slanting beams of the western sun. "All out for Valeria!" the conductor cried, walking down the line of cars and flourishing her speaking trumpet. "Refreshments available in the station building. Train will embark for Des Moines in 1 hour." "What a surprise," Matilda said, as they stretched and rubbed parts affected by the hard bench seats, and Garb growled at a village mutt that went into a dancing, barking frenzy until a boy pulled it away. "Another hot, humid, hazy day." "Could be worse," Rudi said. "Could be raining," a Dane finished with a tired grin. He nodded towards the clouds on the eastern horizon, which were very visible, flat as the land was. They towered into the sky, black at their base, and shading off into a froth like thick whipped cream at their summits, with the topmost heights starting to glow gold as the sun sank westward. "Or hailing and storming," he added. They'd had enough time here to realize how undependable the weather was here. The station was a small 4-square brick building, with a stable and paddock to one side where the spare teams were housed. The train's driver and his assistant led their tired beasts there to be turned over to the ostlers, and began assembling the replacement. The travelers clustered around the pump to one side of the station, taking turns to work the worn hickory of the handle. Once the trough had been filled and their own horses were dipping their muzzles into it, the humans held their heads beneath the flow and drank heavily from cupped hands. The deep tube wells here were generally safe. Rudi sucked down another cup of the cold, slightly mineral-tasting liquid, then splashed some over his head and brushed the long, red-gold locks back, enjoying the momentary coolness in his sweat-itchy scalp. "Gods of my people, you always feel like it's time for a shower here." "Welcome," Ingolf began. "To the Midwest," the rest of them chorused. Valeria was a town so small that any Mackenzie Dunn would have made 3 of it, but the streets were crowded right now. Most of that was a convoy of big 6-wheeled wagons drawn by huge gray horses, much like those that pulled the train, just finishing loading from a series of warehouses of pre-chained sheet metal by the side of the railroad track. "Same breed, but better horses," Rudi thought, admiring their glossy spotted coats and hooves the size of dinner plates, thick arched necks and flared nostrils, the muscle that rippled in their massive haunches and flanks. Well tended, too. A man came around one of them, talking to someone behind him, then froze as he saw Rudi and his party. "No, he's looking at Ingolf," Rudi thought,
as the man walked slowly towards them, eyes wide with wonder. Then he drew himself up, coming to attention. He was in his mid-20s, Rudi's age, or nearly. A little shorter, a bit under 6 feet, but broad-shouldered and slim-hipped, with short auburn hair and blue eyes, and a wide, snub-nosed face. That was emphasized by the small blob of scar tissue on the very end of his nose. Most of the little finger of his right hand was missing, and a bit of top off the next digit.
Moves well, Rudi thought. Good balance.
His eyes went to the wrists and shoulders, and the swing of the walk.
Strong and quick with it, but there's just a shadow of a hint of a limp in the right leg.
His clothes were plain, but good quality. Knee boots and indigo-blue denim trousers with a horseman's leather inserts on the inner thighs. The trousers rose to a sort of bib with shoulder straps. He had a green linsey-woolsey shirt beneath that, a silver-studded belt with a sheet, bowie, and tomahawk around his waist, and a billed cap on his head. The bib overalls and cap were what farmers wore in Iowa. Rather confusingly, hereabouts farmer seemed to mean about what rancher did in Central Oregon, or knight in the association territories, a landed gentleman, or at least a member of the ruling class. He faced Ingolf, came to attention, and saluted briskly.
"Corporal Hyacink reporting for duty, Captain Vogler, sir,"
he barked. Ingolf frowned like a thunderstorm.
"Sloppy as a hog in a wallow, as usual, Hyacink. You're not on your daddy's farm down in Iowa now, by God."
Both men burst into roars of laughter and fell into each other's arms, hugging like bears, dancing around in a stomping circle, pounding each other on the shoulder and back. Then they held each other at arm's length, each examining the other with wonder.
"Jack, you miserable son of a bitch,"
Ingolf said, and mimed a punch to the face. "You couldn't get a message to me in Hawarden? You know how long we waited in that lousy, oozing shanker on Iowa's fat ass, eating overpriced pizza and listening to ourselves sweat?" The other men pretended to stagger. "You expect the heliograph net to work out there, you ignorant cheesehead?" he said. "There's a surface mail letter on its way." "Ignorant? I left Reedstown because I had to. You were the one who thought that being a hired soldier for those cheapskate dickheads in Marshall was going to be an adventure. I ended up in deep shit far from home. That is adventure." Rudi laughed aloud. Only someone who'd had adventures knew how true that was, though it wasn't the whole of the matter. Mary cleared her throat. "Why is it that when men play, they always play at hitting and insulting each other?" she said. Ingolf turned with his arm around the younger man's shoulders. He was laughing, and his battered, craggy face was more relaxed than Rudi had seen it.
Younger, in fact, he thought, as if the brown beard and scars had been removed. A lot of the time you forget he's only 5 years older than I.
"Mary, this is Jack Hyacink, who was dumb enough to run away from a perfectly good home and enlist in Vogler's villains back when we were fighting the Sioux War up north in Marshall." "I was a teenager," Hyacink said defensively. "More hormones than sense. I kept him alive long enough to come to his senses, which happened about the time he put his right hand in the way of an Injun tomahawk headed for my noggin." "Good as new, what's left of it," Hyacink said, flexing it. "Gave me a decent excuse to come home, too. Jack, Mary Havel, my intended." Jack's eyes went wide. His eyes skipped from the patch to her face, down to her feet, and up to the braided yellow hair. They also skipped to the worn hilt of her longsword and the gear on the dappled Arab behind her, and then widened a little as he realized that Ritva was identical to her, except for the missing eye and the scar. "Pleased to meet you, Miss Havel," he said, and shook hands. "Ingolf always did have more luck than he deserved." "I keep telling him that," Mary said, smiling. "He's not the only lucky one," Ritva said, and introduced herself. "And if you play dice with her, use your own." That turned into a general exchange of names. Hyacink's hand was hard and strong in Rudi's. He could see the same instant calculation in the other's eyes as they measured each other. "This one is dangerous." Then the Hawkeye looked along the line of travelers.
"Well, you've assembled another prime bunch of plain old-fashioned cutthroats," he said to Ingolf when the introductions were done. "Even if they're prettier than we were, on average," he added gallantly, with a slight bow to the twins and Matilda and Virginia. "Rudy's ramrod of this outfit, besides having the misfortune to be my future brother-in-law," Ingolf added. "I'm number 2. Hewisink's eyes went wider. "Where's Cower and Singh and Jose and the others? Everyone wondered what the hell happened when the villains didn't make it back from that crazy salvage trip to the East Coast. Hell, we thought you were all dead and eaten by the wild men." "Everyone but me is dead," he said. The pleasure of the meeting leached out of Ingolf's face for a moment. Then he took a deep breath and pushed away grief with a visible effort. "Christ, it's 3 years ago now. I haven't forgotten, though. And we're here to get some answers, among other things." Hewissink grunted as if he'd been belly-punched.
"Jesus, all of them?"
"Backstabbed by that little shit Kuttner. And that's something we need to talk to the Colonel about. But that's old news. The latest is we're here from the West Coast. Oregon, by God." That brought a silent whistle.
"You are one traveling son of a bitch, Ingolf. How'd you get through the Sioux?"
"We spent a while in a hokoka, as a matter of fact." The younger man ostentatiously craned his neck to look at the back of Ingolf's head.
"And you've still got your hair?"
"Not only that, you're now addressing Iron Bear, adopted member of the Cayuska-Tiospai of the Ogallala," he said, "mostly courtesy of Rudy here, and Miss Kane."
"That I have got to hear about."
"How's the family? And Cecilia?" "Dad's fine and meaner than ever. Mom's fine. My brothers and sisters are all fine. Louise got married to Sheriff Clausen's son Hank over by Dubuque this May. And Cecilia and I just had a kid. A boy this time."
"Congratulations."
"And young Ingolf is doing fine and crawling like a maniac, driving her and the nursemaid crazy. The farm's fine, our Vakis are fine, and let's get the hell home. Man, we've got some serious talking to do. And drinking." He turned to his men. "Mitch, hightail it back to the house and tell my father we've got guests, Ingolf among 'em." The man climbed into the saddle and trotted away down the road that led north from the little town. Hewissink turned to the rest of the travelers and waved. "Let's get your traps on the wagons. Our house is your house, and any friends of Ingolf's are friends of ours. Stay a week, stay a month, stay as long as you damn well please."
Ingolf said his friends here were well-to-do, Rudi thought. They must be, to have nothing but smiles for 10 hungry guests.
The land near Valeria had been intensely cultivated in small orchards and large gardens by the townspeople. The rows of lettuce and carrots and potatoes, sweet corn and onions and turnips green against dirt black as coal. Beyond that was shaggy common pasture for their beasts, and then more of the same.
"A ride always seems longer in open country like this,"
Rudi thought, as they turned off the road and under a tall timber gate with a hanging sign. Victrix Century Farm, established 1878. Colonel Abel Hewissink, proprietor. Then beneath that, in different lettering, Emergency Evacuation Center and Registered Farm number 21726. "Almost home," Ingolf's friend Jack said. "This is my family's land, from here on." Rudi's brows went up slightly. All he could see was land right now, rippling with grass sometimes chest-high on a horse. No houses or even tilled fields. "What's the significance of the number?" he asked. "Oh, that's our farm number. Back at the change, every farm that could keep going got a registration number, because all the farmers were sworn in as deputies and justices of the peace to handle the evacuation. Last count I heard, there are—" His eyes went up in the gesture of a man remembering a number. 52,432 registered farmers in the Provisional Republic of by God, Iowa. Dad's a sheriff, too, of course. It's about another 2 miles to the house. That's square in the middle of our land."
"The size of a baron's fief in Portland," Rudi thought. "Not much compared to a lot of ranches.
But this isn't sagebrush where you need 5 acres for a single sheep, by Bridget's sheaf. It's a fine stretch of country you have, he said sincerely. The whole of Iowa was apparently laid out in squares a mile on a side, with roads along the edges, and would probably look as geometric as a chessboard from a balloon or glider. That distance meant the Sioux property must be at least 2 square miles, and probably 3 or 4, which was very big even by local standards. Rudi looked around himself. Grazing stretched on either side as they entered the estate, but it was neatly fenced, with old-style posts and barbed wire, or in places by bristling hedges of multiflora rose. Herds of black, hornless cattle moved over the fields, their glossy hides tight with good feeding, and horses, some massive Percherons, others tall, long-legged beasts that reminded him of Epona, as well as square-bodied sheep, still looking a little naked as their fleeces grew back from the spring shearing. There were herds of black and white pigs, too, looking like giant, moving sow beetles as they ranged belly-deep in pasture. He could hear them grunting and snuffling as they fed. Occasionally, animals of all varieties would wander over to a pond dug in the corner of a field to drink, or to a trough kept full by a skeletal windmill. The younger man nodded with obvious pride. "None better in the state, and my family have held it since my great-great-grandfather's day. Well, parts of it at least. All of it's usable, too. You go a couple of days' ride north and half the country's gone back to swamp again. But ours is naturally dry." "This looks to be as good for pasture or grain as you could want," Rudi agreed with perfect sincerity. "Though I might say something of the sort even if I weren't," he thought, smiling to himself. You couldn't go wrong complimenting a man's horses and cattle or his land. He didn't add that he thought it as boring a stretch of the mother's earth as he'd come across, barring some that were even flatter. "I've seen enough prairies since we left home that they don't bewilder me anymore." At first, he'd had a subconscious conviction that they weren't moving at all, even when he knew they were. "I still miss having something to measure distance by. Woods, hills, mountains in the distance." The land here wasn't really flat, compared to some of the tabletop country he'd seen and endlessly ridden across. It had a very slight roll to it, enough that vistas opened out and closed in again, though slowly. There were few trees, only a clump of oaks and hickories and poplars here and there, or a row along the edge of a field. And apart from the cottonwood and bur oak groves along the banks of the odd, slow-moving trickle of creek, they all looked to have been planted by human hands rather than the will of the mother. The grass by the side of the road was sometimes high enough to nearly hide the view beyond, though. They rode at the pace of the wagons, which were loaded with heavy goods, brick and tile and tools and bolts of cloth, and boxes that might be anything, and big bevel and wheel gears strapped on top of one, machinery for some sort of mill. Besides the teamsters, there were 6 mounted guards in crested helms and mail shirts, armed with sheet and bow. Sioux had introduced them as our National Guard security detail. Rudi mentally translated that as my father's household troops. "Chief," Adain said quietly, pulling his horse in beside Rudi's when the Iowan noble drifted ahead to Ingolf's side. "Yes?" "This is good land," he said, and offered a clump of grass with clods of earth attached that he'd stopped to cut out of one of the fields by the roadside. "You could plant bootlaces here, and by Bridget's cauldron it would come up bootlaces." Rudi hefted the clod as they rode, and rubbed some of the black dirt between his fingers and smelled it. It was full of fine roots, and compressed easily like sponge cake when he squeezed some between thumb and forefinger, the good crumb structure keeping it moist days after the last rain. The scent was rich and almost meaty, as much like well-rotted mulch as soil. He touched his tongue to it, and the taste was neutral, without any acid sourness or alkali bitterness either. "You're right," he said, dusting his hands off and spitting aside. "As good as any I've ever seen. Easy to work, too, I'd think. They do have a mortal lot of it here, don't they?"
There was fine farmland in the Willamette Valley, but not 50,000 square miles of it in a solid block. That was more ground than everything from Bend and Sisters to the ocean, and from the Columbia to the old California border south of Ashland. Desert and mountain and dense Douglas fir woodland and the whole Willamette put together.
And all this bit here belongs to Ingolf's friend?
Since that sign, Rudi said. A Dane shook his head, frowning.
That's not right, he said. Not decent by the womb of the mother and the blood of the Corn King. One family shouldn't have that much.
My friend, it's in total agreement I am, Rudi said. Mackenzie crofts differed a bit in size, but not even the wealthiest had much more than one family could till with a little help at harvest.
But mentioning it wouldn't be very tactful, if we're to be guests. We need this man's help. Also, we're outlanders here.
A Dane nodded and dropped back, half scowling as he looked around at the land about, half in sheer sensuous enjoyment of it. For it was a sight to delight the eye of someone who'd worked the earth since he could toddle, the thick pell of life on it promising food in plenty for man and beast. Hewisink was obviously bursting with curiosity, and even more eager to drag Ingolf away for reminiscence and questions, but he made a determined effort to be polite. He dropped back to talk with Rudi and the others every few minutes.
The house is another half-mile ahead of us.
Fine stock, Rudi said, as a stallion went pacing along the roadside fence, brown hide rippling and neck arched.
Dad was a breeder even before the change, Jack Hewisink said proudly. Pedigree stock. We've won state fair blue ribbons 3 times in the last 5 years.
Handsome beasts, Rudi acknowledged. I don't think I've seen finer.
Though I was more impressed yet by the pasture, and the fact that your herds can't keep up with it. For all their feeding, it's stirrup high out there in places.
After a while, they came to cultivated land in big square fields. He rough estimated 400 or 500 acres. The wheat and oats and barley had all been reaped, and green clover was poking up through the blond stubble. The flax looked about ready to pull, the last of its blue flowers gone by, and the plants chest-haul and browning, and there were low-growing rows of sugar beets. Some of the other crops were odd to his eye. Back in the Willamette, maize was a garden vegetable, grown to eat boiled or to be canned in mason jars or pickled with tomatoes and onions and relish. Here, there was acre after acre of it, the heads just tasseling out now and casting a faint haze of gold over the distant part of the green block. The stalks were nearly as tall as a mounted man. You could look down endless rows, and the clatter of the leaves made a strange rustling sound that surged and died with the wind. More fields were growing some bushy plant. "What's that?" he asked.
"Soybeans,"
Hewisink said, surprised.
"You don't have them?"
"They're mighty useful."
"I've heard of them," Rudi said. "Mostly from my mother, who hated tofu with a passion. The climate's not right for them in our country. Or for maize, either."
The younger man laughed. "It's hard to imagine farming without beans and corn." Then he inhaled deeply and smiled. An overpowering sweetness marked a hayfield, where 5 horse-drawn mowers in a staggered row cut knee-high alfalfa and laid it in windrows to dry. The workers waved their hats at young Hewisink, and he returned the gesture with his billed cap. "Pretty good year so far," he said with satisfaction. "No blight on the alfalfa, either. What do you grow out there?"
"Alfalfa, to be sure. Wheat and barley, oats, potatoes, orchards."
He and Rudi talked crops and weather for a little while, another topic of conversation that was good almost anywhere, since life itself depended on it. When they came in sight of the house, evidently he meant the whole settlement by that, Rudi blinked a little in surprise. There were some of the things you'd expect. Turnout pasture for dairy cattle and working stock surrounded by board fences, a couple of big orchards, apple, pear, cherry, which looked young but flourishing, and a 20-acre tract of garden truck. Some of the early apples were starting to turn ripe, glowing red through the green leaves. But
"There's no wall," he said. No sign of defensive works at all. Not even the earth berm and barbed wire a farmstead in law-abiding Corvallis territory would have. The settlement looked obscurely naked without it, like a man fully dressed, save for his missing kilt. Every single Mackenzie dun had a good log palisade around it at the least, with a blockhouse at the gate. Clan law required it. Jack Hewissink nodded pridefully. "We have order here in Iowa, and have since the change, or nearly. Well, we've got an emergency fort we keep up with the neighbors, over there about a mile, but we don't live in it the way I hear they do in some places. We just keep it maintained and stocked." "And sure, I suppose it is a prideful thing not to need walls," Rudi thought. It showed how strong Iowa was on its borders, and how well patrolled inside them. He'd noted that few men or women went armed here, too, unless they were warriors by trade. But on the other hand, things can change, and they can change much faster than the time needed to build a wall. Whereupon the memory of pride, my friend, would be no consolation as you sat in that fort and watched your home burn at all. Ingolf had dropped back into hearing range. "You've also got Nebraska and Marshall between you and the Sioux, Jack," he said dryly. "And Richland north of you, and Kirkville south. They've got walls around their settlements, you betcha. And there's the Mississippi between you and the wild men eastways, and you've got a river navy for that." "Well, yeah, Captain," he said. "But things here never did go to hell the way they did in a lot of places." He turned to Rudi. "Dad says there was just so much damned food around that folks here had to make a real effort to starve. Silos and elevators in the towns, bins on the farms, trains and trucks stopped on the roads, and rails stuffed with grain. Things got bad enough, but there are almost as many people in Iowa now as there were before the change." "I can believe it," Rudi said. "I'd never imagined that there could be so much good land in one place." "And it was all cultivated then. Corn and beans, beans and corn, right out to the horizon. Land that's pasture now or not used at all," the younger Hewissink said. "Lots of cattle and hogs, too. Though they kept them penned up so tight a lot died before Dad and the others could get them out to the fields. Still, there was plenty left once they got things organized." "And until the change, it all fed tens of millions far away who did not survive," Father Ignatius said, and crossed himself. "Madonna intercede for them. Kyrie eleison. Christe eleison." The two younger men looked at him. "Now that's true, but I wouldn't have thought of it," Rudi mused. "Yeah, we were lucky, Padre," Jack said gravely. "Then you would do well to add wisdom to it, my son," Ignatius said. "For however much luck God sends, sinful man can—" "Manage to screw the pooch somehow or other," Odard cut in. Then he made a graceful gesture of apology when the priest frowned at him. Matilda stifled a giggle. Ignatius looked stern, but he had to fight to keep one corner of his mouth from quirking up. "And he's no older than Ingolf," Rudi thought. "That is one way to put it, Baron Gervais." "Ah, we have arrived," the priest said. The core of Victrix Farm was a tall house, 3 stories of white-painted clapboard with a shingle roof and wrap-around verandas at ground level and above. It was flanked by 2 others much the same, looking as if they'd been put in since the change, and joined by roofed galleries, and all set amid lawns and flower banks behind windbreaks of tall old trees. Evening shadows flickered across the white walls and graceful windows, and a yellow lamp flame lit in one of the upper windows as they watched. The great barns and sheet metal sheds, the silos and granaries, workshops and corrals were downwind to the east, and a substantial village lay on either side of the road southward. The cottages were smaller, but mostly frame and white-painted like the house, obviously built of materials salvaged from the dead suburbs and stretching back in short lanes on either side of the road that led to the master's dwelling, shaded by trees that looked about a generation old. A few houses converted to storage sheds were of lime-washed rammed earth, relics from the years of resettlement.
Rudi estimated the hamlet had room for 200 people, give or take, and assuming the normal 3 or 4 children per household.
A bit fewer than you'd expect from the cultivated land, he thought in the quick estimate any farmer or warrior could make.
This Victrix place had around 400 acres of plough land and lea, not counting rough pasture, and apparently excellent equipment to go with the fine, fat land. Reapers, disc ploughs, mowing machines, hay balers, cultivators, and threshers, so they probably produced a hefty surplus as well. Children and dogs were playing in the lanes or working at chores with the chickens and turkeys and gardens and homes. Field workers were walking in, or riding bicycles home, or dropping off from a couple of wagons fitted with benches. And he could see a woman putting pies to cool on the ledge of a kitchen window. Smoke rose from chimneys, and a smell of cooking food filled the air along with the homey sense of any village. His stomach growled. It had been a long time since a not very good lunch. The folk he could see looked well-fed, well, if roughly clothed, and not overworked. They greeted their lord's son with easy courtesy.
But less of bowing and forelock knuckling than you'd see in, say, Barony Gervais,
he thought dryly, as the wagons headed off towards the storage sheds and the guardsmen to their homes. Besides the homes, the village had a schoolhouse shuttered for the summer and flanked by a small reading-room-cum-library, a bakery, a butcher's, a tavern, and 2 small shops selling sundries, a smithy, a leather-worker's shop, and a carpenter's, a clinic and doctor's office, 2 churches with spires, a baseball diamond with bleachers, and a drill field with an armory attached where the local militia's gear was stowed. It had a sign that read, National Guard Special Reserve. "And we've got piped water to all the Vaki houses now," Hewissink said, pointing to a row of great 3-story windmills that turned briskly with a metallic groaning noise and poured their yield into earth-walled water tanks. "Plus hydraulic power for grinders and so forth. And a swimming pool for the Vakis, not just one for the house." He spurred ahead to carry the news of their arrival.
"Vakis?"
Rudi asked Ingolf when they'd gone. "What they call the workfolk here," Ingolf said. "From evacuee. You know, city folk moved out to the farms, what they call refugees most places, though the Hewisings treat theirs well. They all get a share in the crop and what the colonel sells of the farm, and they can run stock of their own on the pastures. A lot of these Iowa farmers still just give Vakis their rations and a little pocket money, the way they did when all they could do was hoe a row if they were pointed at it and shown how." Odard and Matilda nodded. The Portland Protective Association had done something much like that before the War of the Eye forced reforms on them, although under the newfound aristocracy that Norman Arminger had created from his society cronies and gangster allies, rather than the pre-change owners of land. A Dane snorted quietly, voicing his feelings on that matter. But then the Mackenzies, meaning mainly Juniper Mackenzie and her friends, had split up their land into family units as fast as the refugees had learned the skills they needed. Sam Aylward had been a farmer's son in England, too. Ingolf shrugged. "Don't use the word in front of the colonel, by the way. He doesn't like it. They're bigger than most, even here in Iowa, of course. Back home in Richland, the farmers and the sheriffs need their refugees to back 'em up come a fight, of which we've had a fair number, so they rent them land of their own and don't try to make them work full-time on the farmers' fields. Here."
"You'd be pretty silly to try and treat cowboys bad. You wouldn't see 'em for dust if they didn't just shoot you," Virginia Kane said. "In the Powder River country we never allowed any of that slavery nonsense the Cutters have. Though I've got to admit, some refugees did end up doing chores on foot around the ranch house all their lives, if they couldn't learn to be useful with the stock. Not most of them, though, and surely not most of their kids."
"Yeah," Fred Thurston said, "but a ranch isn't like a farm, Virginia. Dad left the ranchers pretty much alone back home in Boise, but he made people who owned big crop farms split up their land as soon as people could handle it. Had to use troops to make 'em do it sometimes. And he used the army to bring land under the furrow, then settled guys on it after they'd done their 3 years. He wanted to keep hired workers expensive and scarce,
and for everyone to serve in the army, and then the militia. I don't think your brother Martin will necessarily continue those policies, Father Ignatius said thoughtfully. No, Fred replied, his lips compressed. But I will. We Dunedain don't do much farming at all, Ritva said with satisfaction. Something I've never regretted. We do ranger's work, and we hunt. Matilda sighed. We Armingers don't farm either, she said dryly. But we need the peasants or we don't eat, and neither would you rangers unless you didn't mind no spuds and bread with the venison, and nothing but buckskin to wear. You just do it at second remove. One more thing, Ingolf said, his voice dropping as much as it could and still carry to 10 riders. Colonel Hewissong's first wife and the kids he had with her were in New York on a visit when the change hit. He gets sort of out of sorts if it's mentioned, even now. Or at least he did when I met him before, and I doubt he's changed. They all nodded. That sort of thing was common enough among their elders. The pain of never knowing what happened to your kin was made worse by the grisly knowledge of what had probably happened to anyone caught in the big cities, which started with quick death by fire and violence for the lucky and went downhill from there. The stories brought back by explorers from Oregon who'd probed into California were still enough to chill the blood, and they'd heard Ingolf's tales of what lay in the death zones east of the Mississippi, where scattered wild man bands still lived out their grisly game of hunt and dreadful feasting. Grooms came to take their horses when they drew up on the curved gravel driveway before the house. Rudi had the usual minute's trouble persuading Epona that the stranger wasn't someone she should hammer and bite. When he looked up, Colonel Abel Hewissink was walking down from the veranda. The master of Victrix Farm was about the same height as his son, but older than Rudi had expected. In his 60s, with only a fringe of cropped white hair around a bald dome. His spare frame was erect and vigorous, though, and his eyes bright as turquoise in a seamed, tanned face. He wore the usual bib overalls and cap of a hawk-eyed gentleman. "A pleasure to see you again, sir," Ingolf said. "Always a pleasure to see the man who hammered some sense into my boy Jack, Captain Vogler," the older man said. "It was more than I could ever do." "You couldn't put him on the latrine detail for a month. That helped." The master of Victrix turned to take in the rest of the party, blinking a little at Rudi's kilted height, and again at the rest of the party. When he shook hands, it was a brisk, no-nonsense gesture. "Come on in," he said. "Plenty of room at dinner." Showered and in his set of clean clothes, Rudi felt much more human. The room he'd been given was larger than his at home in Dunjuniper, with a window that overlooked the gardens behind the house. It smelled pleasantly of rose sachets, and there was even a shelf of books above the desk, and the luxury of a private bathroom. The floor was interesting. He recognized broad, heart-of-pine planks, worn but beautifully fitted. They must be as old as the house, and it was a century or more. "Our host's kin are old in this land," he thought. "Good for folk to have roots." A servant girl knocked at the door. "Dinner, sir," she said, poking her head around it and smiling with her yellow-brown braids swinging on either side of a freckled face. "In a moment," Rudi replied, made a last adjustment to the lie of his plaid, and walked out. Dinner was to be served on a screened-in veranda at the rear of the house, pleasantly open to the breeze as the sun set on this hot summer's day, with a view of a rose garden blossoming with white and crimson, and a stretch of lawn with a swinging chair. Garb was out there beneath a huge oak that had a tractor tire slung from one branch by a rope, gnawing on a bone and surrounded by several cautiously curious local dogs. Rudi's nose told him what awaited the humans just before his eyes could. "Now don't be drooling down your plaid, Rudi Mackenzie," he told himself. "You must do the clan credit among strangers." A cold roast suckling pig lay at one end of the long table in brown glazed glory on a slab of carved oak, with an apple in its mouth. A sirloin of beef rested at the other, pink at the center where a thin slice had been shaved away.
Between them were breads and hot biscuits and yellow butter, salads of greens and cherry tomatoes and onions and peppers and radishes dressed with oil and vinegar, potato salad with its creamy whiteness flecked with bits of red, deviled hard-boiled eggs with their yolks replaced by minced ham forcemeat, platters of fresh-boiled asparagus, cauliflower and eggplant baked with cheese, sautéed mushrooms, glazed carrots.
Well, so much for being afraid we'd impose,
Rudi thought, and wrenched his attention away for the introduction to his host's wife Sandra and his daughter-in-law Cecilia.
"Padre, will you do the honors?"
Abel Hewissink said to Ignatius. From the crucifixes, Rudi assumed the family were Catholics. They all bowed their heads, and then the pagans murmured their own graces, which got them startled glances. Mrs. Sandra Hewissink must have been around 20 at the change. In her early 40s she was still very attractive, in a full-figured way, which her cotton dress showed to advantage, and it was obvious where Jack had gotten his reddish-brown hair. Jack's wife Cecilia was dark-haired and quietly pretty with very pale blue eyes. Her children were apparently too young to sit at table. Besides the married daughter off towards Dubuque, the other children were Jack's 12-year-old younger brother George, agog for the traveler's tales, and sisters Andrea and Dorothy, quiet and grave at first with so many strangers present. They were about 2 years apart, alike enough with their russet ponytails to be twins at first glance. Rudi gave them an account of the buffalo hunt with the Sioux and got wide-eyed wonder. Virginia Kane told a story of Coyote Old Man and got a laugh.
"I wish I'd been with you,"
George burst out when he'd heard a bit more of the band's passage. His father gave him a stern glance, and his elder brother an exasperated one. Obviously, having run away to soldier in a free company himself undermined any prospective words of wisdom to a youngster with his head fermenting full of romantic yeast. Rudi grinned at the boy.
Time to deflate his enthusiasm a wee bit, he thought. No danger of doing it too much, not with a spirited lad like him. Harrowing is something fate and duty inflicts on you, boyo. Not a grand game you seek out for the fun of it.
Not while we were holed up in that cave, and my sister, he nodded towards Mary, and I were like to die.
Did it hurt?
The boy asked with ghoulish enthusiasm. No normal lad that age really believed in agony and death.
I did, Rudi thought, but then I met them earlier than most.
Aloud he went on with malice of forethought.
It wasn't that so much as not being able to go to the latrine by myself, and having to be swaddled and cleaned like a baby.
The two younger girls made disgusted faces, and George looked as if he'd like to. He also went thoughtful for a while.
This hurt,
Mary added, tapping her eye patch.
But that wasn't as bad as knowing I'd never get it back.
Jack winked at Rudi behind his sibling's back, and the two elder Hewisinks gave him slight, silent, grateful nods. He didn't let conversation interrupt his eating more than he had to until well into the meal. It concluded with apple and cherry pies and ice cream with walnuts, and then the children were sent off. Cecilia shepherded them away. The two blonde maidservants cleared the table, and everyone moved to softer chairs around a low settee, where they set out a pear brandy, much better than the indifferent wine which had accompanied the meal, and real coffee in an odd-looking silver service and bone china cups.
"Thank you, Francine, Marion,"
Alexandra Hewissink said.
"That'll be all."
The girls looked a little startled, but went. Sandra went on to the group.
"They're perfectly trustworthy, but what you don't know you can't blab."
Abel nodded.
"I'm not in as good odor with the current boss man as I was with his father."
"Dad's head of the Progressives," Jack explained, nibbling a biscuit. "He's the Vacky's friend." "Sorry, Dad, but that's the word people use. Anthony Hazelrode's a ruralist."
"Anthony Hazelrode is a Hazelrodist, first, last, and always,"
his mother said as she poured the coffee.
"And his father was a strong-arm artist who got into office by what amounted to a coup d'etat. And murder, in my opinion."
"We did what had to be done, Sandra,"
her husband said.
I know your father was a good man."
"Who had a convenient accident," she replied. "He was also the legitimate governor, and he wouldn't have tried to make the position hereditary."
"Yeah, but he would have let us be swamped instead of closing the Mississippi bridges. We certainly couldn't afford a civil war then. Things were too close to the edge. We all saw what happened in Illinois. And we don't want one now."
"Maybe Tom Hazelroad was a necessary evil, but damned if I can see why Tony's necessary at all."
"He's got the state police and the ruralist party on his side, Mom," Jack pointed out. "It's necessary not to get sent to the mines for sedition and violating the emergency legislation."
"True,"
his father said. He turned to the travelers. "Sorry, but if you're going east, some of this local politics is relevant." "Some of it sounds unpleasantly familiar," Fred Thurston said. Virginia Kane nodded beside him.
"Do have some coffee. We get a little these days,"
Mrs. Hewissink said, taking some knitting out from a basket beneath her chair.
"Just recently."
"The coffee's the only thing we've had that didn't come from Victrix Farm, apart from some of the spices," her husband said proudly, relaxing from the tension of a moment before. "It's a fine estate, sir," Rudi said. "I've come all the way from the Pacific coast and haven't seen better, and few to equal it. Though of course it must have been finer still before the change."
"You folks still use farm for the holding a man who works the soil cultivates, don't you?"
Abel Hewissink said. "Yes? Well, we Mackenzie say croft. They say farm in Corvallis and the Bear Killer Territory and the Portland Protective Association." Abel Hewissink smiled a little sourly.
"Before the change, Victrix Farms actually was just a farm in that sense of the word, though a pretty big one. A lot more of it was cultivated, too. Cash grain, mostly. My family and 6 or 7 men handled it all with some contract work now and then, and I could have done with fewer if I hadn't bred show stock as a hobby. Then it turned into a refugee camp. And now it's more like a town than a lot of Iowa towns were back then."
Rudi nodded wisely. He knew that folk had been thin on the ground outside the cities before the change.
"It seems unnatural. But then, things were unnatural in the old times."
"All that machinery," he said. "With so few hands to eat the produce, it must have been a gold mine."
"I kept it as a lost leader,"
Hewissink said. When Rudi's eyebrows went up.
"As a tax write-off.
That meant
in those days we were taxed on our incomes. If you had a business that was making a loss, you could balance that against other income and pay less."
Baffled, Rudi blinked, thinking of the rich fields outside.
How could land like this not pay? People had to eat then, too, and to be sure there were so many of them. And with machines to do the work, you could sell nearly all of it.
His host chuckled.
"Farmers used to ask themselves that question all the time. The short answer is that there were a lot of people between us and the hungry mouths, and they made the profit."
As a nobleman used to paying levies and to making them on his vassals, Odard's thought were a little different. "How could the crown know your income to tax it, my lord Hewissink?" he said. "I mean, the old American government. Did they send clerks around to assess your fields?"
"You told the government what your income was," he replied. "And I'm not a lord, young man."
Odard gave a charming smile and spread his hands. "You are, by the way we'd reckon things in the Portland Protective Association's territory, sir. I'm a baron myself back home. Perhaps you'd say farmer here. But about that income tax, did you call it?"
"Most of my families came from stocks and bonds, investments."
The travelers nodded. All of them at least knew what those were, in theory, except perhaps Virginia Kane. Seeing that they'd followed him that far, Hewissink went on.
"The law required you to report your total income every year." "And people actually told what they had, Lord Hewissink?"
Matilda said, her cup halfway to her mouth.
"That's more power than my mother has as regent of the association, by St. Dismas. It's hard enough to collect the mean tithes and the tallage and corvée and the salt tax."
You had to tell, or the IRS would get on your case, young lady. Believe me, you didn't want that to happen.
Ah, O'Dard said wisely. Rack? The steel boot? Pinchers? Not, he added piously, that we associates do that sort of thing any more. Not much. Their host looked at him sharply, obviously wondering if he was being mocked, and then looking even more startled when he realized the younger man was perfectly serious.
Worse than that, he said. Audits. But as you say, Mr. Mackenzie, it's good land, and that's what matters now. Thank God I didn't let my accountant talk me into selling it and putting all the money in Intel stock. His son actually keeps my books here now.
He poured himself a brandy and leaned forward.
But it's your story I'd like to hear.
A glance around.
From the introductions, you can all tell me things about parts of the country we hardly hear rumors from these days. So, Mr. Mackenzie, unless you'd like to start, Captain Vogler?
Ingolf looked at Rudi, who gave a fractional nod.
This all started with you riding into Sutterdown with the Prophet's men waiting for you, and everyone all unknown, he thought. Unless it really started with that prophecy Mother made at my wickening, or with the change, or the creation of the universe so.
Ingolf nodded his big hands for a moment, considering, and then began. Well, Colonel, you know, my villains and I, got sent east, heading for Boston, going on 4 years ago now. The magnate nodded.
Waste of resources, but young Tony was set on it. Not that I grudged you the contract, though that offer of a job is still open.
Yeah, but I had my people to think of. And he sent Kuttner along with us. Well, Kuttner said he had, secret orders from the boss man that we pay a visit to Nantucket.
Hewasink sat quietly while the story spun out, and fireflies glittered like captive stars in the gardens outside, and some sort of cricket shrilled. The others began theirs when Ingolf left off with his arrival in Sutterdown. By Ogma the honey-tongued, that was more than a year ago, Rudi thought.
When they'd finished, a long silence fell.
Well, the master of Victrix said at last, if I didn't know you were a reliable man, Ingolf Vogler, I'd toss you all out on your keisters right now. Even so, I'm dubious. It's a wild tale, Rudi agreed, but our enemies seem to believe it so. Yeah, and that's one more reason to take it seriously. Most of it, at least. This cult out west has ambassadors in Des Moines now. At court,
Hewasink added, using the term wryly for some reason.
Oh, court intrigue is something we're used to, Matilda said helpfully.
The others nodded. Abel Hewasink looked at them and sighed.
Sometimes I think I've lived too long.
Chapter 21. Des Moines, Capital, Provisional Republic of Iowa. August 6th, CY 24, 2022 AD.
Well, Victrix Farm may not have a wall, Rudi said softly, but Des Moines most certainly does. The awe and wonder of the world, to be sure.
The Hewasink family had traveled openly to the capital in their private rail car, pedaled by men of their own household and faster than a mount could gallop. Rudi and his party were coming in discreet anonymity on one of the plain, horse-drawn trains that plodded along the steel way. That gave them plenty of time to watch it approach. They'd seen the skyscrapers first, of course, but those were further away on the east bank of the Des Moines River, and fewer and smaller than those of Portland or dead Seattle. Those grew from dots on the horizon to stark height as they passed through the last ring of truck farms and villas, where only the marks of roadways showed where suburbs had been before the change. Finally, they could see the raggedness of the great ruined outlines, where some had burned and half collapsed in the chaos after the change, and others had been mined for metal, disassembled from the top down. Then the golden dome of the state capitol caught a gleam of the afternoon sunlight on this side of the river, and the city walls approached across the flat open ground kept bare for defense. There was a 20-foot-tall outwork with towers every 100 yards, then a wet moat half bowshot broad and flowing like a slow river, and rearing above it on the inner side, a wall twice the height of the first. Its towers were 60 feet high or more and staggered so that they covered the gaps between those on the outer wall. Many of them bore tall windmills, creaking and groaning as their metal vanes turned.
Probably pumping up reservoirs for hydraulic cocking systems, Rudi thought, as an observation balloon tethered to one tower was winched down. Whoever built this didn't miss a trick. The construction itself was concrete and steel, though faced with salvaged stone. He suspected a welded web of construction girders inside poured mass concrete. The ramparts had crenellations overhanging it, so that murder holes could be opened to drop things straight down, and they were topped by an outward-sloping metal roof that was definitely not thin sheet.
More I-beams, welded into a solid mass, like the gates of Larsdalen.
And the wall around Mount Angel is taller and built into the side of a hill 400 feet high. But the size of this! The walls stretched out of sight, curving away to the northeast and southwest towards the river. As he watched, gaslights flared up along it, a long ripple like a wave across a lake. That showed the thick steel shutters of the firing ports in wall and tower.
That is a large city, he said mildly.
Ingolf snorted. 60 square miles within the circuit of the walls, more or less. 120,000 people, not counting transients. I wandered around bumping into things like some rover from the High Line the first time I came here. Edain cursed softly. That was nearly twice as many people as the whole of Clan Mackenzie, about as many as the Mackenzies and Bear Killers put together. And this was only Iowa's capital city.
"Tarnation!"
Virginia Kane said. She'd never seen a city at all until she came to Iowa. Then quietly,
"Fuck!"
Fred Thurston chuckled.
"You said it."
They all nodded. Cities in the old days had been much larger, of course, but those were the distant times of wonder that none of them had seen. This was now in the ordinary prosaic world of the change. A sharp, rank smell grew stronger as they approached. Not anything organic, but a chemical smell Rudi had never experienced before. It made his eyes water a little as well, like smoke from an invisible fire. "Coal smoke," Ingolf said. "Coal and coke. They bring it in by rail and by barge on the river from places like Carbondale." They'd been talking in low tones. Now they fell silent as the train clattered over the bridge that spanned the moat, a slow click, clack, sounding beneath the steady pound of the hooves. The gate in the wall ahead was just large enough to pass the 2 tracks of the railway. Within was deep shadow for the length of the passage through the wall, but looking up, Rudi could just make out the teeth of multiple slabs of metal that could slide down to close it and lock into girders driven deep into the ground below.
"Now that's a mite excessive," Rudi said mildly. "One alone would make the gates stronger than the wall."
Somebody in charge of this realm wanted a very strong redoubt. The cost, even for Iowa. Rudi blinked as the train pulled through the thickness of the wall and into the open ground below. The streets were brightly lit by the incandescent mantles of the gas lamps spaced along the streets, and more inside the buildings. Northward, he could see the high gilded dome again, but with a suggestion of more walls around it. The boss man's palace, no doubt. Palaces and forts he'd seen before. The buildings on either side of the railway line were something else again. Corvallis had a few water-powered factories, and so did Portland. Even Sutterdown had mills for sawing lumber and breaking flax. Here, there were solid miles of them. Tall brick chimneys trailing black smoke, a hot glare of molten metal and trails of sparks as a great cupola furnace was tapped into the molds, glimpses through huge but grimy glass windows into stretches of whirling overhead shafts and belting driving machines and figures attending them. Here, if people wore overalls, the garments were filthy, soiled, covered much more of the body, and were entirely practical linen canvas, not expensive cotton symbols of gentility. The noise was shattering.
Snorts and grunts like gigantic pigs as mechanisms gulped air, blurring roars from furnaces and drafts, the tooth-hurting squeal of metal on metal, stamping and grinding. Roads and railway sidings wove among the factories. Oxen and horses and men pulled and pushed loads of ingots and coal and timber in, shaped metal out. Rudi recognized some of the products. Cloth he supposed came from power looms. He snapped his fingers. That's what was bothering me. Back at Victrix Farm, you never heard any looms thumping. I suppose everyone in Iowa buys from here.
Everyone near Des Moines, Ingolf said. If I were a farmer or sheriff here, it'd make me nervous having to buy an everyday stuff like that. But you have to get out near the frontiers to find much home weaving here. Several of the others nodded thoughtfully.
I wonder why we don't do that, Ritva asked. We have spinning mills, or at least they do in Corvallis. Granted, most people weave when they don't have anything else to do, but it's still pretty tedious. It only pays if you've got a lot of people close together and with cheap transport so they can buy the stuff, and a lot of water power, Fred Thurston said. Dad tried to set up something like that, but it had to be subsidized with tax money all the time, so we shut it down. Something for later, he said.
It's a matter of market size, to be technical, Father Ignatius said. Rudi kept an eye on the factories. More goods poured out, turned cylinders and pistons for hydraulic machinery, gears, crankshafts, chains, cast iron pipe. Others were entirely mysterious.
Tarnation, Virginia said again softly. It's like something out of an old story. Like magic. How the Cutters would hate this, Matilda said, grinning. They get upset when they see a clock, and there's a hell of a lot more than gear turning something here. How I hate this, Adane said, and coughed. The stink's worse than it was outside the walls. Sure, and it's like being trapped inside a chimney.
You're right about that, Rudi said. His sinuses and throat already felt a little raw, as if he were coming down with a cold. It's sweating hot as well. How a man could work next to a furnace in this, only the gods know. Why don't they put it outside the walls, the way most places do a tannery or soap boiling? Because the boss man and his cronies all have shares in these, and they don't want them risked outside the defenses? And it's easier to control things in here too? Odard said. Ingolf gave him a wry look. Right on both counts.
Odard is clever, Rudi thought. But sometimes he lets you see the way his mind works.
There's power here, though, Fred Thurston said. Dad tried to get as many factories going in Idaho as he could. Said the old Americans won a lot of wars because they could produce weapons cheap, fast, and plenty. As if to illustrate the point, a load of armor was pushed out of one of the factories on carts with little wheels. Breastplates and tassets stacked in bundles according to size and tied securely together. The train they rode slid onto a siding, behind one loaded with bundles of raw flax. The team pulling it stood with their heads down, utterly spent. Grooms bustled over to lead them away. Rudi frowned a little. Horses weren't machinery, and Epona, the goddess his horse was named for, didn't like it if you treated them as such. He hoped they'd get a good rest and some mash, and have their hooves seen to. The roadbed of the railway would be hard on them. A squad of armed men waited when the passengers disembarked, most clutching their bundles of belongings. State police, Ingolf said quietly. Don't get them riled. They're the boss man's own sworn men. The squad looked more like soldiers to Rudi. They were in light horseman's armor, mail shirts and helms over blue-gray uniforms, and they carried sheets and glaives and crossbows with an ingenious crank mechanism built into the butt, rather than the forestock lever used in Oregon. They also looked tougher and more alert than the border garrison the travelers had seen outside Hawarden weeks ago, and a little older. Their commander had sergeant chevrons on his sleeve, and he was a pug-faced man in his 30s with cropped blonde hair and a face that looked like it had been forged in one of the factories.
"All right, you miserable vackies,"
he said, after the passengers had jumped down on the crushed rock of the roadbed.
"Sure, and that's a safe enough assumption,"
Rudi thought. The other passengers were dressed in the same sort of clothes Rudi and his friends had been given. Shapeless, coarse woven linen and linsey-woolsey. Most of them were fairly young. More than half were men, and they all looked as if they'd grown up doing hard labor of one sort or another, and not getting all that much for it. All their possessions were in the shapeless bundles they carried, and those were mostly small. The boss man's retainer went on.
I am Captain Edgar Denson of the Iowa State Police, Department of Public Safety, and I am going to tell you the rules. You want to live here, you have to work and pay your way, and this is a damned expensive place to live. No matter what Mom and Dad told you, the streets aren't paved with gold. Just horseshit like anywhere else. You don't have a farmer to pick you up and kiss it better if you stub a toe. You can get rich here, or you can end up starving. It's up to you. Begging is forbidden within city limits. Vagrancy is punished by 6 months at hard labor. Theft is punished by 6 years hard labor. Armed robbery and murder are punished by life at really hard labor. But life's only about 4 years, in the mines. Understand? Yes, sir, the would-be townsman chorused raggedly. Now get going. That building over there is the hiring hall. You can pick up some day labor there. Move. Not you lot, he added.
Rudi sighed. He hadn't expected to slip in entirely unnoticed. You could dress like a local, but that was far easier than looking like one to anyone who saw past appearances.
You're foreigners from out of state, right?
Captain Denson said. Yes, sir, Ingolf replied. They'd agreed that he'd be the one to speak, having both more experience and a less conspicuous accent.
And those are weapons, right?
The state trooper said, jerking his helmeted head at their suspiciously elongated bundles.
Yes, sir. Nobody told us they were illegal.
Denson grinned, an expression with a little too much tooth to be pure enjoyment.
They aren't. Wearing them in the streets is illegal. Using them except in self-defense is illegal. And remember, we don't have capital punishment here. Being dead doesn't hurt. You planning on hiring out for guards and salvage companies? That's mostly in Dubuque and Keokuk.
We've been out west. We do have enough money to keep us for a while.
Spend it wisely.
Here's the money, Tancredo said. See, not a penny missing. He pushed a ledger across the table to Ingolf.
You have the most interesting friends, sweetie,
Mary observed as he studied it. Ingolf winced slightly. Rudi hid a quick smile. The man who called himself Tancredo shrugged and spread his hands.
I've thought of it as more of a business relationship,
he said dryly. Ingolf was smoking his pipe and puffed a cloud, possibly as camouflage. That habit was much more popular here than in the far west, and about a quarter of the people in this riverside dive were puffing away at pipes or cigarettes, or rather vile little twisted black stogies. A blue haze hung under the rafters, and the sparse gaslights glowed through it as through fog. From the smell, not all of it was tobacco by any means. The harsh smoke and spilled beer and, from the alley out back, stale piss were the predominant odors, with frying food a close competitor. The plates of catfish and corn batter and fried chicken and fried potatoes had been surprisingly edible. Ingolf's acquaintance, Rudi thought, had brown skin about the same shade as Fred Thurston. That and the tight curls of their black, tight-curled hair were the only things they had in common. Tancredo was in his early 30s, shortish, slender, with an easy smile that never reached the upper part of his face, and restless hands that tended to make short, abortive moves toward his knives, of which Rudi had spotted 3, besides the one worn openly on a belt covered in steel plates. He wore a crisp cotton shirt and a sleeveless leather jerkin, and denim pants and good boots. He also had a gold ring in one ear and several more on his fingers.
Ingolf was big in the salvage trade for a while, Tancredo said. A salvager needs unofficial contacts, if all the profits aren't going to go on fees and graft. I'm as unofficial as it gets. Hell, my daddy was unofficial, too.
He didn't think it was a good idea to get shipped out of town after the change and spend the rest of his life hoeing corn for some hick and stealing watermelons and eating fried chicken, sure enough.
You don't like fried chicken? Fred said curiously. He had a plate of bones in front of him.
Classical reference, the man replied. Anyway, Ingolf, old buddy, what you want?
Ingolf flicked his eyes to Rudi. The Mackenzie spoke. We're heading for the East Coast. The fastest way to do it would be by water up the Ohio. Something big enough to handle 10 people and their horses, but no more. As far as the head of navigation. Tancredo nodded, elaborately unimpressed by the fact that they were heading so deep into the death zones.
You want that done officially or unofficially? Because that, he added, would be very expensive.
We hope it can be done officially, Rudi said. We have friends at court, and they're trying to get us permission, or at least an audience. Tancredo smiled, and this time it reached his eyes.
Ingolf didn't get a great, fat, wonderful, hairy deal from his official friends last time. Anyone who relies on the boss man deserves what he gets.
It wasn't the boss man who finked on me, Ingolf said quietly. It was Kuttner. And Kuttner wasn't working for Anthony Heselrode. But we agree with your basic point, Rudi said. I'd be saying that this was insurance, so to speak. If we get the official permissions we wish, then you've gained a legitimate official profit as a respectable businessman. And if we don't, sure, and you'll be getting a much bigger unofficial one. Tancredo's left eyebrow went up, and he grinned.
Now let's talk prices and details.
They did, though most of the party stayed quiet. Father Ignatius was off talking with the local archbishop. Rudi finally agreed on a figure with a slight wince. They'd started out with a good deal of money, but this was a major chunk.
But to be sure, once we're east of the Mississippi, money becomes moot. I'll be what we can find or take there.
Man, you're talking a ship here,
Tancredo said after the bargaining had gone around in the usual circles for a while.
That's a capital asset. And you'll be taking it places where it very possibly ain't coming back. And do you think I could get insurance? No, I could not.
Rudi sighed and reached over the table to shake the local's hand and seal the bargain. He refrained from spitting on his palm first, that not being a rite used much in these lands. The Iowan stretched out his own hand, and the door burst open. A draft of cooler air came with it, into the fog of the big room.
"Freeze!"
a voice bellowed, one Rudi recognized.
"Iowa State Police!"
Captain Denson stood in the doorway, a bristle of billhooks behind him.
"Rudi Mackenzie, Ingolf Vogler, you and your companions are under arrest in the name of Boss Man Heselrode."
There was a moment's silence, then a murmur of mingled anger and fright. That grew to a roar as Tancredo stood and signaled before turning and walking quickly away. The man behind the long bar at one end of the room reached below the scarred surface, and the gaslights died. Blackness filled with screams and the crash of tables being overset. The stink of spilled drink filled the air, choking strong.
"Sherwood,"
Rudi called, clear enough to carry to all his own party. He stood as he did so, turning and reaching for the sword belt looped over the partition between this booth and the next. His teeth barred in the darkness, and he forced his breath to come slow and deep. You took a risk, and sometimes it paid off. Lights speared into the common room. The troopers had mirror-backed Coleman lanterns with them. The incandescent mantles glared into his eyes. He moved his hand away from the hilt of his sword, slowly, and raised both palms shoulder-high as the edged metal of the billhooks rammed close. A circle of them poised to thrust if he moved. The men holding the polearms were shadows, outlines backlit by the second rank carrying the lights, but he could see a gleam of flame on chainmail. A third rank of state police were behind those, facing back with their crossbows leveled. Rudi put up a hand, as if blinded. That let him look around. Ingolf was still across the table from him, and Odard and Matilda were in the same frozen, reaching-for-sword motion as himself. He let out a silent sigh of relief when he saw that Mary and Ritva were gone, and Fred and Victoria and Adane with them. A Dane's quiver had been snatched free of the hat rack in such haste that a gray-fletched arrow had spilled out, and it still spun on the littered brick of the floor.
"No need for trouble," Rudi said mildly to Denson. "It's your lord we came to see, after all."
"Yeah, no trouble," Ingolf said mildly. "Just a word to the wise captain. These folks," he indicated Odard and Matilda, "are VIPs back home. Whatever the boss man has against me, he won't be happy in the end if they get roughed up."
"We'll see,"
Denson said. His sheet was drawn, and he used it to reach over and flick their sword belts to the waiting subordinates.
"Secure the men.
The woman can come along peacefully if she feels like it." The boss man's palace was certainly magnificent. The grim massiveness of the citadel built around it since the change didn't obscure the high dome gilded with genuine 24-karat gold leaf. Neither did the evening's darkness. A golden lamp atop it and 4 more at the corners made it gleam above the marble and pillars of the great building. The gate passed them through with password and countersign and displays of ID cards, despite Denson and his men being known to the detail there. Under his anxiety, Rudi rather approved. Procedures were like habits, and good ones tended to keep you alive and keep the enemy from putting one over on you. Inside the walls, lawns and gardens filled the giant rectangle. He suspected that the stables and barracks and so forth were on the eastern side, behind the showpiece.
"Though perhaps right now I should be worrying about the location of the dungeons," he thought.
Square in the center was the palace, with 4 smaller domes at its corners and a portico of 6 80-foot marble columns with a triangular sculptured portico above. Guards snapped to attention, grounding their billhooks with a stamp of metal on stone as the party went up the stairs. Inside, a broad corridor led to the central rotunda, with the inside of the dome soaring nearly 300 feet above. 2 more hallways gave off to north and south as they approached it. There were polished red marble columns with gilded finals, floors of shimmering stone and geometric patterns, murals showing ancients breaking the prairie sod, meeting in stiff, archaic costumes and hats like stovepipes, fighting with strange, powerful weapons. And it was not a ruin, but the heart of a living realm. Guards stood at corridor entrances. Gaslights shone brightly, and clerks and officials and courtiers in archaic suits and ties, or the more modern bib overalls, stood in clumps or bustled officiously by with files even past dinner time. There was a smell of wax and polish, not the cold abandonment he'd felt in other pre-change structures.
"Sure, and I'd appreciate it more if I weren't tied up," Rudi thought.
The state police had cuffed their hands before them. They'd also thrust batons between their elbows across their backs, which was painful and allowed 2 men to steer them by gripping the ends.
Ground and center,
Rudi thought, breathing deeply again and imagining his anger flowing out with the air. It didn't, but it did recede. He couldn't afford to be angry right now. Matilda was striding along with her head up, as if she were in Castle Totenangst. Odard had his lips pursed, as if at some social solecism, and Ingolf just looked blankly watchful. He blinked when they stepped into a great rotunda, the oculus of the dome above them, and a great staircase leading up to a second story. Above the stair was a huge and well-done, if surreal, painting of goddesses floating around a covered wagon, holding books, seed, and various objects he supposed denoted their sacred functions.
Not what I had expected of a Christian land, he thought.
Mosaics of iridescent glass glittered above it. The carved and jeweled throne itself was at the foot of the stairs. He saw Matilda's mouth quirk. That was precisely the location her father had picked for his throne in the great hall of the Portland City Palace, what had once been the Central Library on 10th Street.
The men who would be king tend to have similar tastes, Rudi thought.
That's new, Ingolf murmured. His old man used to meet people in the governor's office. The state police troopers gave the pole between his elbows a warning shake, making his boots skid on the marble tiles. Rudi's breath hissed as he saw who awaited.
beside the usual crowd of toadies and flunkies and officials and guards and general reptilia you'd expect around any monarch, a man in the dried, blood-colored robe of a cut-high seeker stood below the dais to the left, and the cutter officer who'd pursued Rudi and his friends into the Sioux country was beside him. Peter Graeber, that was the name, Rudi thought, and I'm less glad to see him here than I was riding a mad buffalo, sure and I am. The Hewisink father and son were on the other side, not under arrest, but looking very unhappy in a stone-faced way. The state police detachment and their prisoners came to a halt. The bodyguards around the throne were in the same gear, but two of them slanted their bills across each other in an X to bar the way to the ruler's chair. Captain Denson came to a halt, saluted smartly, and bowed.
"Your Excellency, we are reporting with Ingolf Vogler and his associates, as ordered."
It was then that Rudi gave the occupant of the throne a careful look. Anthony Heselrode was in his mid-20s, and a hair under 6 feet. There was muscle on his frame, under a budding plumpness that had just begun to obscure the line of his jaw and thicken his middle under the blue silk bib overalls. His short hair was sandy blonde, and his eyes pale blue, in short-nosed face with a cleft chin. A strong face, the Mackenzie thought, but not a good one. He leaned one elbow on an arm of his throne and reached out with the other into a bowl of chocolate truffles and ate one while the silence stretched. And that's a boast, too, Rudi thought. Mrs. Hewisink said that only a ship or two a year reached here from up the Caribbean. When he spoke, the boss man had a smooth, well-modulated voice. "I gave you $100,000 worth of equipment and cash, Vogler. Where is it?" Ingolf's guards forced him down on his knees. "My people and I got to Boston, and we collected most of the stuff on the list you gave me, Your Excellency," he said. "But you also sent Kuttner with me, and I trusted him as your man. He was working for the Church Universal and Triumphant. They ambushed my villains in Illinois, and as far as I know, the goods are still there. Of course, that was years ago now. They dragged me all the way to Corwin, tortured me, held me prisoner, and if I hadn't escaped, I'd be dead now. And that's not for lack of their trying since." The cutter priest looked as if he were about to explode. His face flushed red. The dead flatness of his eyes was more vivid by contrast. Graeber stood motionless, his hand near the vacant place on his belt where his sheet would rest, but his eyes were never still, and his body was poised ready for action. The ruler of Iowa spoke languidly. "Yes, yes, Sheriff Hewisink has been entertaining us all with his stories of assassins, plots, exiled princesses, mad monks, battles in Idaho." The boss man leaned forward. "But I still didn't get what I paid for, Vogler." "I'll fetch it for you, Your Excellency." "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me." Rudi took a deep breath and stepped forward. His guards were too startled to do more than grab the ends of the rod, and he wasn't trying to move any further. "Your Excellency, if I might be of assistance, you have a right to be displeased that your expedition to rescue the beauties and glories of the time before the change was brought to naught, sure and you do, by the gods. But it wasn't my comrade Ingolf's fault. It was the prophet and his lackeys and spies."
"Lies!"
burst out of the cutter priest. Anthony Heselrode's hand swung out, the finger pointing at the High Seeker. He didn't bother to look around. He smiled slightly at Rudi as he spoke to the man who'd interrupted him. "First and last warning." Then to Rudi. "It's all he said, they said, isn't it? This is amusing, but it'll turn boring if it's like a court session. Then let me fetch your goods, my lord. Keep Ingolf here, if you will, as security for it." Quiet fell again, and Heselrode gave a sidelong glance at Colonel Hewisink as he thoughtfully ate a chocolate-covered cherry. "What do you say, Sheriff?" he asked the master of Victrix Farms. "Our intelligence has nothing good to say of this Western cult, Your Excellency," the older man said carefully. "Oh, they've been fighting the Sioux, who are such a nuisance and have been for years," the boss man replied. Then he clapped his hands together. "I think I'll take you up on that. What were you called?"
"Rudi Mackenzie. Tanis to the Clan Mackenzie," Rudi said. "Your Excellency."
"There can be only one," the boss man said, and laughed. It was more like a giggle, and for some reason Colonel Hewisank shot him a glance. "Yes, only one. You may go and get my artwork. If you have them in, shall we say 1 month, you and the others may leave. If not, well, breaking a contract with a boss man is treason, isn't it? And we all know what treason brings." Rudi forced himself not to lick his lips. A month wasn't too long for a well-found party to get where Ingolf's wagons had been left. The weather wouldn't have disturbed their cargoes much from the description. The goods had been tightly sealed in metal boxes, under tight-strapped canvas tilts on Conestogas whose bodies were mostly steel. The problem was that the local inhabitants might well have been busy at them. "Your Excellency, that's a bargain," Rudi said calmly. "Now if you'll give the order for the release of my friends and our goods and gear, we can be about your business." "You can go wherever you want, you mean, as soon as you're over the Mississippi," the boss man said, a slight jeering note in his voice. No, there can be only one. I said you can go and fetch the treasure." He looked speculatively at Odard and Matilda. "These and Vogler will be safe enough here."
"Look after Matty, Odard," Rudi said softly a week later, and held out his hand. "This is going to be hard on you all, but hardest for her, I think." "I will," Odard said seriously. His grip was firm for the brief shake. "I'm going to get all the help I can, too." Rudi Mackenzie nodded and swung into the saddle. Epona danced sideways 6 steps as she sensed his tension, and the hooves beat hollowly on the pavement of the bridge. He made his face calm as he nodded to Matilda. Her face held an iron pride, but her eyes were reddened and slightly swollen. Captain Denson of the Iowa State Police was standing near her. A full-mounted troop of his men were on either side. "Tell the boss man that I'll be back as soon as possible," Rudi said politely, gathering up the leading rein of his pack-horse. Denson grinned like a shark. "Most of the wild men over there aren't cannibals anymore," he said. "Mostly." Rudi nodded again and gave a last look at the walls of Dubuque and the spire of the cathedral rising over them. "Guard my soul sister," he murmured quietly to it. "Bridget, be at her side. Dread Lord, be their shield." He took a deep breath of the air, full of the damp, warm river scent, silt and greenery, then signaled Epona up to a fast walk. The bridge stretched ahead, 1 mile or more of embankment and concrete piers, the center section suspended on cables from a horseshoe-like arch of steel truss beams. A galley went by underneath as he rode, the oars stroking the blue river water into foam. He could hear the drum of the speed setter faintly through the rush and rumble of the current past the footings of the bridge. The eastern shore loomed ahead, wooded hills like those behind him, but the only buildings were ruins, and a single small fort flying the Iowan flag. "I'll be back," he thought, "and Mary and Ritva and Adane and the others are there now, and they can act without my holding their hands, can they not?" Eyes were probably watching him from those hills, looking at his gear and horses. He shrugged and sat taller in the saddle. "And sure, I'm looking at them." This concludes The Scourge of God.